Before we dive into this amazing novel, a quick shout out. If you're enjoying these audiobooks, you can support the author and help bring more incredible content. Your support makes a huge difference. The link is in the description. Check it out. Now let's begin. Inside a dark and poorly lit office building, a figure of a person was sat before a computer and typing at a fast speed. As an orphan and someone who experienced numerous setbacks when it came to love and had decided to devote their time to their job in order to live a happier and successful life. Once this game code is completed and has been completely tested for bugs, the game will be released, and she would be able to pay off her remaining university debts and begin a new life. After finishing typing, the lady in her mid-20s stopped what she was doing and saved and finalized the code. Alicia was born and abandoned by her parents at the door of an orphanage at a young age. She grew up struggling to fight for care and affection for those around her with the other kids. She went in and out of various families because of many reasons, like the family unexpectedly giving birth to a son and her presence was no longer needed, or they no longer had the time to spare to take care of her. After several failures, she developed a hard-working and independent personality, which got her through school and college, moving on to university while also working small part-time jobs. After leaving the orphanage, she lived in the dorm rooms and then moved into a small flat. During her life, she had 4 serious relationships and another really short one, but she eventually was fed up with men and the way they did not take her seriously and would usually talk down to her because of her origins. She enjoyed reading many kinds of web novels and comics or manga and eventually fell in love with a couple of adventure and fighting-based manga like One Piece, Bleach, Naruto, Dragon Ball, and My Hero Academia. She most loved the worlds that the characters lived in. Although some were very harsh worlds to live in, they still had many types of strange powers and abilities that were based on magic, a form, energy, or superpowers. But she also loved that there were many inspirational female characters that were in those worlds. After she had graduated from university and gotten a job as a game programmer, she began to put forward an idea and worked on it for the company she worked for and hoped to get cooperation with the original author and artist. After much trial and error, she had finally finished the code and added pieces of artwork to the game to make it work. Once she had tested it, she could begin to show her product to her superiors and get their further support. The game involves the world of One Piece, and while the game story does not change, the world itself is moving according to the script with one slight change. The character created by the player can enter the world and take up a role within the world, whether it be merchant, martial artist, bounty hunter, marine, world government, noble, pirate, bandit, gangster, swordsman, scientist, or even chef, and begin to influence the world around them in their own way, whether it be non-existent, as they set up a small shop and casually play, or they go hardcore mode and try to rule the world. With the choice of race, many options are given while some taken away, and also where the game begins at the creation of the character is decided by what is chosen. For example, a human would be able to begin their first spawn in most places, but others would only be able to spawn in a place where their race has been known to live. Rather than a fighting game, it was designed to be a more immersive game that lets the player find their own place within the world and live a second life there. Alicia let out a tired yawn as she had to stay back to finish the final part of the code and moved her mouse to click on a small icon. On the screen, an animation popped up with pictures of pirate flags, people brawling, and clashes of weapons or devil fruit abilities until it finally entered the title screen. At the title screen, Alicia moved the pointer towards the New Game option and then began the introduction into the world. The story begins as Luffy is born, and before he even meets up with Ace, so many things within the world have only just happened recently, like Gold Roger's execution and the pirates entering the new world, causing chaos within the world, followed by the rise of various warlords, just as the 4 emperors are beginning to grasp their hold on the new world in their own way. As the character creation screen popped up, Alicia entered her name into the character's name part. After thinking for a while, she clicked enter and then went on to the next section and began to select her race. Weighing her options and the advantages and disadvantages of every race, she found that she wanted to test out the gameplay as a mink race. After turning on the character customizer, she selected the female icon and moved on to creating the character's looks and body type. After deciding from a long list of furry animals, she had decided upon the kangaroo type for their strong legs and fighting ability. Since kangaroos possess powerful hind legs and a long, strong tail, she could make use of those features to either escape or deal devastating damage to her opponents while in combat. Once converted into the mink's half-human and half-beast form, the character model looked very pleasing to the eyes and did not possess shorter arms like the original kangaroo, so it was more human-like and more suitable for the One Piece world. She selected a gray coat of fur, black eyes and nose, and finished up with a black glove-like marking that covered her hands and another black marking that covered her toes and the first half of her foot. She finished up by making her hair long and black, and then clicked to finalize her character. Every mink came with their own characteristics and strengths, so each person's stats begin from 1 to 10 at the beginning depending on their race chosen and can change depending on one's training. 1 to 10 is considered the lowest range of abilities and then moves into the tens and can max out when it is fully within the ranges of the world's top people's ability range. An average person can be considered to be between 4 and 6 in strength without any training as they have fully matured, but some races have their own natural abilities and strengths, while also have some of their own weaknesses. So if the maximum strength of someone like Kaido or Whitebeard was around 50, then it would take a very long time of training in order to build up the strength stat to reach their level. However, for intellect, there would be a certain needed limit, so that the character cannot surpass characters like Nami and others. She moved on to the next section, which was the main profession and secondary profession columns. One main profession could be taken and 2 secondary professions could be taken up. The main profession determines the main journey of the character as they begin to influence the world, while the secondary professions help provide additional stat boosts and learning abilities or talents. For example, a scholar would have increased intellect, navigator would have increased intuition or senses, so spirit or wisdom stats would receive a boost, while other classes like swordsman or boxer help to increase a strength or stamina, while other classes may boost the agility stat. After looking through the options from the main profession window, there were various types of paths to take which were described in their own way on how to build influence within the world. For example, pirates would need a higher bounty and become more famous to grow more. A marine would need a higher rank, or a singer or chef would need to grow more popular with the masses and cause many to have a positive view of you, while a noble just needed to maintain their noble status or rise to a higher level while improving their territory. While there were some paths available, some were restricted by the system because the minks were an isolated tribe that lived on the back of Zenesha and had very little access to the outside world, so their starting area did not allow them to take up a profession in the world government, a noble or the Marines as an example. After thinking for a while, she thought about the influences in the mink's home, which were ruled by the 2 cat and dog rulers. She would wish to join the cat's night party, so she needed to pick up things that would help to boost her training speed. For her main profession, she chose to take on the role as either a guard, martial artist, assassin, combatant, or swordsman to fit her position within the night guards once she is able to earn a position for herself there. The guard profession required her to designate a place or person to protect, and points will be earned as long as they are kept guarded and safe. But the more danger they are destined to encounter, the higher the points can be earned since the danger is higher. But since she is isolated for quite some time within Zo, she decided it would be best to focus on something else. So she chose martial artist, which could grow as she defeats her opponents and creates a name for herself within the world. Any points or experience earned can be used to purchase upgrades in the main or secondary profession's mastery or level, but training can help to reduce the cost a little. For example, basic skills in someone's sub-profession would be cheaper and easier to master, so it would be easy to upgrade, but if someone wished to take up a new one, then it would be more costly to purchase and then upgrade. The higher the mastery of a talent or skill, the higher the stat boost would be given to the character. For her sub-professions, she chose leg-based martial arts mastery like Black Leg and Kempo style, and also took up navigation, which is a basic necessity if someone wishes to leave the island one day, which were set immediately as basic mastery, and gave her a small boost to her strength, agility, intellect, and spirit stats, while providing a greater ability to master abilities that use legs like shave or other skills, and also a greater ability to sense subtle changes in the weather and read and draw maps. The boost in agility and strength helped to improve her combat ability, but the spirit helped to boost her senses and instincts to a higher level to help better detect others near her, but also increase her intellect a little to help her learning ability. She also chose navigation, because she was unsure if there were any options to learn from scratch within Zoe, so picking to learn the basic knowledge was for the best in case she wished to leave the island, and also chose leg martial arts because she was unsure if anyone on Zoe had that specialization, so chose to learn leg martial arts basics to get herself started. After completing the character creation, a screen came up displaying an image of the character from a small age until it reaches full maturity along with the information window. So, she began to read through. Name, Alicia Lucine. Race, mink, kangaroo. Birthplace, Zoe, Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job, martial artist. Secondary professions or talents, leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6 + 1. Agility 7 + 2. Stamina 8. Intelligence 4 + 1. Spirit 8 + 2. Hockey, not applicable. Skills or talents. Electro, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent, 0% mastery. Basic leg martial arts, gain talent and knowledge, 0% mastery. Basic navigation, gain talent and knowledge, 0% mastery. Weakness, very hot or dry environments, Sulong risks of going out of control or weakened afterwards. Confirm character and enter the world of One Piece. Y/N. Alicia looked at the final words and then clicked on the yes option, and the screen began loading. She sat there and watched the loading screen slowly make its way until the end of the bar, and she waited to see her character enter the world, but all of a sudden a wave of dizziness overtook her. The screen began to become blurry, and she looked down as she felt something drop down onto her hand. She realized that it was blood that had dropped down, and she quickly tried to search for the wound during her dizziness and fatigue as her body was failing her. Soon she found the problem as she used her hand to wipe her nose, which had been where the blood was coming from. Before she lost consciousness, she realized that she had not taken a break or eaten in some time, and her body was showing signs of breaking down on her. The next thing she felt was a slight pain to her head as her body fell powerlessly from her chair, and then she no longer could feel a thing. All she could sense was endless darkness and nothingness where she could not hear, smell, or see anything.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
When a life comes to an end, nobody could ever truly say what happens afterwards. So many stories about the afterlife, the soul, and other worlds are often theories that give the living some form of comfort that when they leave the world, they will not just disappear into nothingness. As Alicia was surrounded by darkness, a faint light suddenly shone in the distance that rushed towards what was believed to be her soul when a mechanical ding noise was heard as they collided with one another. All of a sudden it began. Ding! Host integration beginning. Ding! Host state of soul and state of slumber attempting to merge and wake host up. Ding! Error! Some of host's memories and do not fit with the world of One Piece and may be too destructive towards the world overall. Beginning safety protocols. Ding! Knowledge of weapons of mass destruction, aircrafts, boats, and high-grade weaponry that are too advanced are to be removed from host's memories so that they cannot be replicated or attempts to replicate them cannot be done by hosts. Ding! Host's previous life skills and talents are being converted to suit the world of One Piece. Ding! Cooking ability has been obtained by host and has been set to medium grade, but only basic grade is available for use temporarily. Ding! Scientist ability has been obtained by host and has been set to basic grade, and previous life's memories and studies have been adjusted to suit the world of One Piece. Ding! Scholar ability has been obtained by host and has been set to high grade, but is suppressed temporarily to basic grade. Ding! Mathematician ability has been obtained by host and has been set to advanced but temporarily suppressed to the basic grade. Ding! Programming and use of code has been added to host's abilities under the name programmer, and is estimated to be advanced grade or higher, but is temporarily unavailable due to restrictions on level and consequences of the skill's main use. Ding! Host's previous self-defense and martial arts knowledge has been integrated with host's leg-based martial arts talent to help develop martial arts most suited for the host's current body. Ding! Several talents or skills belonging to the host that are linked to the navigator talent will now be able to help increase the speed of learning and host's overall talent in the profession. Ding! Host is beginning to awaken. Welcome to the world of One Piece. Alicia heard several loud noises that would not stop, and a flood of information began to flow into her mind, and some was removed. This happened until everything became quiet once more, and then she felt as if she was somewhere warm and experiencing something unusual. The next moment she was surrounded by light which almost blinded her eyes, so she closed her eyes and slowly tried to adjust herself to her situation. Before she could process what was happening, she heard a voice that sounded like that of a talking goat. Congratulations! It's a baby girl, and she is very healthy. After struggling to open her eyes and adjust to the light, she could barely make out the image of the goat-human figure that was talking to a dogman. The dogman sighed as he felt relieved that everything went okay. Thanks, doctor. I will see you out. He quietly escorted the goat doctor out of the room, and as Alicia looked at his blurry figure more carefully, she suddenly recognized him. But before she could say it in her mind, she was greeted with the face of a female fox human who began to rub her face against her own all of a sudden. "Ah, my baby is already so lively, just as she has been born. Gar-Chu." Suddenly her thoughts were chaotic, and then she settled down after slowly getting used to the sudden contact and affection she was receiving, and she thought to herself, "No, a figure that looks just like Miyagi, the goat mink doctor from the mink tribe of One Piece. It can't be. And now Gar-Chu? Don't tell me I have actually just died and been reborn into the world of One Piece." She could barely move her body, but her small hands were grabbed by her mother, so she was able to see them more clearly, and her eyes shook as she was visibly stunned. "I really have been reborn, and I think that I have been reborn as my game character." No longer able to handle the sudden reality, she fainted in her mother's arms, but in her mother's eyes, she had just as Alicia fell into a deep slumber after fainting, she began to see some strange things as she had closed her eyes. Name, Alicia Lucine. Race, mink kangaroo. Birthplace, Zoe. Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job, martial artist. Secondary professions or talents, leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6 + 1. Agility 7 + 2. Stamina 8. Intelligence 4 + 1. Spirit 8 + 2. Infant stage, so stats are reduced to half or lower than shown above until fully matured. Stats may change depending on training or learning experiences. Hockey, not applicable. Skills or talents. Electro, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent, 0% mastery. Basic leg martial arts, gain talent and knowledge, 0% mastery. Basic navigation, gain talent and knowledge, 0% mastery. Basic cooking, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to medium. Basic science, gain knowledge and experience, 75% mastery. Basic math, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advance. Basic scholar, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Basic programming, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Weakness, very hot or dry environments, Sulong risks of going out of control or weakened afterwards. After reading through the information, she grew to know of her stats and the changes to her character panel and the system that had taken place. The system had provided her with the use of her previous life skills and made them a part of her skills, but restricted her use of them until she has a higher level. Some could not be used in the world of One Piece to their full extent, and some things had to be changed to suit her environment. After reading through each part, she mentally clicked on the main profession martial artist. Martial artist. A martial artist's goal is to become strong and defeat many enemies, so your goal is to defeat many opponents to earn experience or influence points. When you have enough, you can upgrade your martial artist level, and upon reaching the next level, you can use your points to buy or upgrade skills. After looking at it, she knew what her goal was in this world. She must train hard to get a strong body and master her abilities. Then she can begin to challenge stronger opponents to upgrade her level in a more efficient manner. The stronger the opponents, the more experience would be gained, but while the system did help the user to upgrade their skills rank, it would only provide the necessary knowledge for it to be mastered by the user through practice. A martial artist may have a greater ability to train one's body and have better fighting instincts, but they were no good if they were not given the necessary knowledge or had a teacher to show them how to train. The same was for the two secondary professions or talents which provided bonus stats and an increased talent in learning anything related to their individual fields. The racial skills are the ones that came with the character upon creation, but they still need to be taught on how to activate and wield them efficiently before they can be upgraded to the next level. As for the other skills or knowledge that were listed, she had previously learned in school, college, university, or even later in life. They were already converted to suit the world, but her current knowledge and experience has been a little restricted to the basic grade until she has leveled up her main profession to the next level. The only one that she could not make use of was the programmer one, because there may be forms of artificial life and computers in the world, but they rarely ever appear unless in some underground laboratory. If Alicia had to guess, then the system was worried that she may use her programming abilities to try to change various codes or hack into some secret systems and disrupt them, or even do something to the pacifistas or other cyborgs and take control of them or make them go on a rampage within the world. After thinking for a while, she clicked on the leg martial arts talent in her mind and gained access to the knowledge it provided. She slowly began to read through it in her sleep and digest anything about the basics and how to train. Some methods were based on how the minks train their bodies, but others were based on some of her knowledge from her previous life and the various styles of martial arts like Muay Thai, kickboxing, and many other styles and how to train in them. However, some of the knowledge was based on various novels, comics, or mangas and the ideas behind them and adapted to suit the world's way of fighting and their abilities, so some were not included. Alicia began to take it slow and start with the basics of the basics to build herself from the ground up from her youth. Most minks are able to learn to fight and use Electro from young, so she did not see any problems with building a foundation for herself when she wakes up from her deep sleep. So for now, she could spend her time sleeping to slowly learn what she can before she is awake once again. Zoe may be on the back of Zanesha, so it is usually safe, but that did not mean that they did not experience visitors or invaders arriving from time to time. After all, they are still located somewhere within the new world, and approximately in this time the dog and cat minks should have arrived back at the island and split into two groups by now after what happened in Wano, or they should be arriving soon. As she woke up after a long and refreshing sleep, she began with some light leg exercises and kicks inside her crib over and over in her crib until she became tired and hungry, so began to make some noise for to be fed. The first thing she had to grow used to was the constant affection from her parents, but also she came to remember several things about the mink tribe's beliefs and habits. She no longer could eat furry animals thanks to the mink's beliefs, so she could not make use of some of her cooking abilities unless she was cooking for someone that was of another race. Then she thought, but fish and other animals without fur could be eaten, so it isn't so bad to adjust to this way of life. Although her cooking skills were not to the level of professional chefs, it was enough to help her survive in her previous world, and it should be enough in this one with the adjustments that had been made by the system. However, if she wished to learn more in order to increase her mastery, she would have to purchase the knowledge with points after coming in contact with a skilled cook within Zoe. Every skill or bit of knowledge must be taught by someone that has a higher grade than yourself, and then purchased. The same is for upgrades that have been fully mastered. This was the reason why she had chosen the navigation talent. She automatically gained the basic knowledge to learn without needing to meet someone to teach her, and there may not be someone on Zoe skilled enough to teach her. After all, the dog and cat may have made it to Wano, but they still ended up washed up ashore while nearly drowning like most others, so their sailing and navigation skills were unknown, and not many other minks would return home after setting sail on the seas. A couple of years passed, and Alicia adjusted to the mink lifestyle while she slowly digested the knowledge that had been given to her. Much like Blackleg Sanji, Bon Clay, Ivankov, Virgo, and many other styles of using their legs, knees and feet in their fighting styles. Alicia was taking the same path. But the main problem was that while they had their own forms and styles, Alicia had to factor in certain variables. One of which was her Electro and Sulong abilities, which would boost her speed, which would change the way she is able to fight. Many electricity users usually move in a linear path, so either go in a straight line during quick bursts or travel to one location before changing the direction like zigzagging. If an attack misses, then there is also the problem that the force of the powered kick would make the user continue forward and lose control. This would either result in falling or leaving the back open to a counterattack before the user can stabilize their body and footsteps once again. Linear motions consist of more blunt and direct techniques such as head-on strikes. These motions are also called hard techniques and can involve striking one diagonally. These techniques require a lot of general strength to execute properly, with a great focus on technique to make the most of the strike. Circular motions, on the other hand, are more defensive in nature. It's meant to use an attacker's strength and momentum against themselves. This also involves a defender using the minimum amount of strength needed, which means technique and form are given great emphasis. Alicia decided on focusing on training her whole body strength, but focused on styles that most suited her legs and began to repetitively repeat the same movements over and over again to gain familiarity with them. While she did enjoy some other styles, she found that Taekwondo had many simpler movements and kicks within the basic grade of leg martial arts, so she began to focus on learning them first, but she also tried to learn some of the kicks from Muay Thai that target the opponent's legs, push them back, or sweep them to the ground. Although she could learn to incorporate punches into her style, she felt that she needed to keep her hands in good condition like Sanji had done for her other profession. Navigation requires the use of drawing out maps and precision, so she needs her hands to be in good condition and to be familiar with the process, so it is not good if she breaks her fingers or wrists during training or in battle when throwing a punch when her main power should come from her legs. Since she also has her strong kangaroo tail, which helps to gain her balance and control over her body, but also attack with it, so there were times when she could make up for some flaws by using her tail, so her hands were not really all that needed for combat. At the age of 4, Alicia's small figure could be seen practicing simple kicks in a repetitive motion continuously and then switch to another. Sometimes she would kick forward and then return to normal, and then kick up high, then bend her leg so that her heel would come around to target her imaginary enemy's head. Sometimes she would just use her arms to protect her face and chest while her legs would kick towards her imaginary enemy's legs at the side of their knee to make them lose their balance. After completing several actions, as if she had been training for a long period of time, she had to wipe the sweat that formed on her forehead before heading back to have food with her family. During her free time, she had developed the habit of training her body and mind and further discipline herself like a martial artist should be. In her previous life, she learned to adapt and endure many hardships as a child without parents, so accepting the new reality was not too much of a struggle, but she knew of the future and the fate of the minks, so she could either flee the island and risk being captured by some money-hungry people to sell her to a life of slavery, or get lucky and live a secluded life somewhere safe, or she could devote herself to her practice and what the system had provided her, then make the best of her situation. If she remembered correctly, Luffy had been born around the time that she had, and now she had gained an advantage over the world's protagonist, but that did not mean that he would not surpass her one day if she slacks off on her training. Even Luffy struggled to overcome his enemies, and most of the time luck or his resilience helped him come out as the victor. She knew that there would be a time when he would make his way to Zou, and the minks would join in the battle for Wano along with having to endure the attack of Jack the Drought beforehand. If she wished to survive those events or travel to sea one day, then she would need the strength to overcome those trials. After a couple of years of receiving love from her family, another thought popped into her mind. Would she really be willing to let the attack happen to Zou, resulting in the two main leaders losing a limb, many injured and dead, along with the destruction of many ancient buildings and historical sites, just so that the Straw Hats can come in and help them out during their time of need, and then the protagonist can show up with his lucky halo to form an alliance to overthrow Kaido and Orochi? As much as loyal the cat and dog were to Odin and wished for revenge, and even if they treated their people well, she did not wish to put her people in danger for no reason, especially if it only served to benefit others, and in no way would she want her family Over the 4 years, Alicia's stats had grown a little because of the constant training of her body and mind with the help from her system. Her talents had improved a great deal, but there were always limits on how much they could be improved without gaining real experience or through experimentation. Leg martial arts had reached 60% mastery, thanks to completely absorbing the basic information given to her and through constant practice and repetition, but she also required real fighting experience to be able to completely master what she had been given. The same was true for her navigation talent, which had reached around 50% mastery after reading through the basic knowledge and memorizing it. In order to progress further, she needed to test it out and use it in real life in order to properly make the talent and knowledge her own. In order to further expand her mastery, she made plans to learn tracking and hunting skills and apply them towards constructing land maps for the island. She could then use her knowledge to make use of her knowledge and slowly perfect and use her talents that she had gained until the system notified her that she had reached 100% mastery. Even learning the basics of her science skill may even prove to be beneficial towards her navigation skill and other things, so she did not neglect it and continued to work on it in her free time, but she had very few things to use to experiment with. So she focused on relearning what had been changed from her school knowledge in chemistry, biology, and physics during her school years to fit the One Piece world. Even devil fruits have an element or rule of some kind, even if their abilities seem strange or overpowered. If someone has enough knowledge, a weakness can be found. Remaining an idiot like the protagonist and relying on her brute strength and fighting instinct to win fights was not something she would do, so she had to overcome various difficulties with a little bit of brainpower too. There were too many dangers in the world that wasn't just from humans or animals. She could drown at sea, die of poison, choke on a peanut, run out of living supplies, or simply trio on a stone and fall from a high place. She still had to make use of her current free skills for now to increase her survival skills. The main problem was her main profession, which had shown no signs of making progress, so she could not purchase any new skills or upgrade anything if they are fully mastered already. Before long, she felt fed up with how things were going with her progress over the years, so had no choice but to begin her main profession's progression. In the street outside her home, Alicia's small figure walked towards the house next door and knocked on the door. An adult mink opened the door and asked, "What are you knocking for?" He was a little puzzled. The neighbor's kid usually kept to herself and rarely socialized with others within Zoe, so it was a surprise that she had suddenly came to his home for some reason. Alicia cleared her throat and declared in a voice that had a small amount of embarrassment in it, "I am here to challenge your daughter to a duel." Inside her head, she silently beat herself up and felt like suddenly throwing away the system and going into hiding. As a martial artist, she needs to initiate or accept a duel in order to begin her task, and if she defeats her opponent, she will be able to gain some experience or points which can be used to upgrade her main profession, the skills in her possession, or purchase new ones. The problem is that she has to vocally express her desire to duel and compete against an opponent according to a martial artist's way of challenging opponents or dojos within the world, so it was a little embarrassing to put it into practice. While Alicia was beating herself up inside and completely embarrassed, the mink behind the door looked at her and expressed his understanding that kids will be kids, so he replied, "Wait here, and I will go get her." In his mind, she was just another kid wishing to make friends with someone their own age, but did not know how to express it, or they had a quirky personality, so he did not mind her request. And even if a duel did take place, he felt it would not get out of hand because of the mink's natural fighting and high regeneration abilities. If anything, it would be a good thing for his daughter to experience a fight early in life, so long as there is no big danger. So he felt it was best to supervise the duel. If Alicia knew of his thoughts, she would definitely reply by yelling in a voice filled with rage, "I can't believe you just thought of me as someone with 8th grade syndrome." Not like it would matter if he thought so anyways, because her body's age was only 4, so there was no harm to her reputation, but still it was embarrassing for her 20-plus-year-old soul. It did not take long before the daughter had arrived at the door and looked at Alicia a little weirdly. At the door was a light blue-haired squirrel mink with tan fur, a dark patch on her forehead down to her nose, and a large bushy brown tail with 2 dark stripes down the center. Upon seeing the mink up close, Alicia immediately recognized her, but also could understand the way she was looking at herself. Tristan the squirrel mink is sometimes scared by strange people or things, which is displayed within the manga when she witnessed the scene of a skeleton talking to a dragon, which was Brooke and Momo, so Alicia could understand her caution towards the sudden request and arrival. Tristan would later be known as an experienced Electro user who worked under the Goat Doctor, so it showed that she had potential to be a decent fighter and would be able to learn how to treat various illnesses and wounds. Instantly, a new idea appeared in her mind which helped to reduce her workload and let her focus on other things. No matter how talented she was or what she had to help her, there was a limit to what she could learn and focus on, so she required others to assist her. If Tristan could be befriended, then the position of a doctor would be filled. On the protagonist's crew, he had recruited a swordsman, navigator, sniper, cook, doctor, archaeologist, shipwright, musician, and a helmsman before even adding the other people who had joined temporarily or had potential to become a crew member like Carrot, while he himself held the position as captain and was useless in most other things besides fighting. Alicia had picked the talents and knowledge to be able to fulfill the role of a leader or captain and keep it, but also had been able to become a navigator and perhaps a temporary cook too if she was to set sail one day, so she still needed some others to take up other roles. Alicia straightened up her posture and looked as unthreatening as possible in order to not startle her, then spoke in a soft voice. "Tristan, I challenge you to a duel. Would you accept?" A few moments passed in silence, and there was a little of an awkward atmosphere in the air, but finally Tristan replied, as she looked towards her father, who was pleading towards her direction to accept the request. "Okay, I accept." All of a sudden a ding sound went off in Alicia's head, and she closed her eyes for a couple of seconds. Within her mind, she was able to read what had popped up on the system screen. Ding! User has initiated their first duel. If user wins the first duel, the user will be rewarded with 20 reward points upon completion. Tristan's father immediately smiled upon seeing the two of them acknowledge each other. Although a duel was about to take place, they didn't treat each other as enemies, but were quite friendly towards each other, which meant that his daughter may make a new friend. He escorted both Tristan and Alicia to a safe location where they can take part in the duel together without being interrupted. However, as Alicia noticed his intent, she realized that her overall reward would be reduced. As a person with a system, her points also increase the more fame she gained during her duels and the more people she defeats. For example, there are feats or challenges to win several times in a row by 5, 10, 20, and then 50 times, but there are also rewards for establishing a presence within a certain area, which helps to periodically give a certain amount of points so long as the fame remains the same. If Alicia becomes famous for her martial arts within her street, she would gain a certain amount of points daily, but if she expanded her range to a small town, a city, or even a whole country, then she would gain many more points. The same was for becoming famous within one of the 4 blue seas and the Grand Line and New World. The easier option within the game was to become a notorious pirate or a high-ranking hero in order to become world famous and appear in the newspapers for one's deeds, but even the protagonist rarely was featured in the newspapers until a lot later because of things like the cover-up of Alabasta and other things, but he still had his bounty increased. Even if a couple of people could witness the duel, it would help to spread her name a little, and tales may be told about her later fights. So Alicia placed her hand out to stop the father and daughter from going to a secluded place. "Here's fine. It isn't like we can destroy anything at our age, so the fight will not be that destructive or violent." The father turned to look at his daughter, who looked at him and then nodded. Seeing this, Alicia grew excited as she could earn more points. "Let's begin immediately." As young children who had yet to be taught how to utilize Electro in combat, even if Tristan was a talented fighter in the future, she is now just a child and cannot yet make full use of it, so they both have to rely on their raw physical strength and technique. The both of them took some distance from one another and faced each other and bowed, and then the father waved his hand shouting, "Begin!" As he shouted, it caught several others' attention who were walking on the street or sitting within their yard nearby, so they couldn't help but look over. As both the girls were given the order, they both began to use their agility to move closer towards each other. Tristan was better at jumping and running thanks to her body type, just like Alicia, so it was a good way to test her skills. Even though Tristan began with a punch as she got closer, Alicia lifted her arms up to guard her face, and then aimed a kick towards her leg. The first kick was a wake-up call for Tristan because she was not paying too much attention to her opponent's lower half, so she tried to adjust after feeling the pain on the side of her lower leg. Before she could do that, Alicia had already used her tail to keep her in place and control her balance a little better as she sent out a forceful front kick towards her stomach that continued as though it was intended to pass through her until her leg was straight, but as it made contact with that intent, Tristan was forced back by the force of the kick. Tristan fell back far away on the ground and began coughing for a while as Alicia stood back and waited patiently for her to stand. According to usual dueling rules, she cannot attack someone while they are down, so she allowed her opponent to recover. As for whether her opponent wished to give up or continue the duel was their own business. All that mattered to her was gaining more experience during the battle to master her martial arts quicker, but to also earn some rewards. Thanks to the mink's remarkable fighting instincts and the practice she had done, it had allowed her to tap into potential that she never knew she had as the adrenaline filled her body during battle, but she remembered that she was not the only mink on Zoe. She was surrounded by friendly and cuddly-looking super combatants that aren't even scared to take on Jack the Drought's crew members in order to defend their homeland, so she could not afford to relax even if she was of the same race. A shiver went down her spine when she thought of it. As she looked towards Tristan, who had begun to climb up once again, and a battle intent blazed in her eyes. Her father looked pleased with his daughter, but he also expressed his outward approval of Alicia's foot techniques and the use of them. But most of all, he wished to see his daughter gain a stronger fighting spirit and a sense of rivalry with her new friend, so he had no choice but to ask, "Do you wish to continue?" Tristan nodded and then took up a battle stance once again before approaching Alicia once more. This time, rather than striking right away, she was being more cautious and approaching and retreating, waiting for a chance to land a clean hit, but Alicia did not wish to wait around, so moved forward. She began with a side kick, which was pulled back just before Tristan was about to dodge it, which then returned her fighting stance once again, but turned her body and hit her again with a back kick in the chest. The blow may not seem powerful coming from a child, but from a kangaroo mink child it would still hurt Tristan, who had been knocked off balance again and was winded. She took several steps back and held a hand over her stomach, and the pain from receiving the previous kick showed on her face. But still she couldn't help but envy the way her opponent was using their kicks and feints to break through her defenses every time. So far, her last two kicks were like spears being thrust towards the target, while the first was just a lighter kick to kick her off balance in order to not damage her growing joints, but it showed the control and power Alicia had cultivated to match her race's best qualities. Just as Tristan got a small breather to tap into her beast fighting instinct, the battle took place once more, but as Tristan was improving her sloppy fighting technique and slowly catching up, her opponent was doing the same while adapting what she had already learned. Each time she made sure not to reveal any flaws in guard or dodge attacks, and then unleashed a front, side, back, or roundhouse kick to Tristan's front, waist, or upper legs, but made sure to target her exposed lower leg and behind the knee if she wished to disrupt her balance and footwork. Eventually, another blow after many had landed on her, and Tristan could no longer remain standing no matter how much fighting spirit she had at that moment. So she had no choice but to say, "I give up. You win." All of a sudden, there was several clapping noises in the surroundings congratulating the brave little fighters who had fought hard and showed the adults the spirit of youth and rivalry. Meanwhile, Alicia could also hear several dinging noises in her head as she had won the duel. Caught up in her excitement, she had a big happy grin on her face, which matched her age better than her usual serious look. She then looked around and saw the neighbors who had been watching her dominate the fight, but also allow her opponent a chance to stand back up again, so they grew to like her a little more, so she couldn't help but feel a little shy at the way they thought about her. Tristan, on the other hand, looked at her body, which was destined to be bruised the next day underneath her fur, and then decided, "From now on I'm going to practice even harder, but it hurts so much. Maybe I should learn from the doctor." Suddenly her life's path had been decided, but it was started a little earlier than she had intended. She approached Alicia and then held out her hand to shake Alicia's hand. "Let's be friends. Hey, can you teach me some of what you were using?" Most minks that she knew mainly used fist, claw, palm, finger, or weapon techniques because they are most used to teaching how to draw out Electro towards their hands or learn to coat their weapon in it, so not many are known to mainly use their feet, as a main focus in attacking besides learning various types of footwork to help improve their speed, help them maintain their balance better, or dodge attacks. On one hand, it was not always the best to only focus on the upper half and ignore the lower half, but the same was for focusing on the lower and ignoring the upper. It was best to learn enough to make up for various flaws, just in case an enemy appears that is a lot more versatile like Kaku, who uses sword and foot techniques that make him difficult to defeat if he constantly attacks from a long range. Alicia believed that if she had a partner to spar with, her training speed would improve, but she would be able to also learn how to improve her upper body's guard and ability to avoid attacks, or at least lessen the damage done to her if she cannot avoid it. Right away, she grabbed the hand opposed her and shook it with a smile on her face. "It would bring me great happiness to be your friend." Having someone with a similar body but a different focus and fighting style would help her to figure out her flaws and correct them, but at the same time she could help Tristan to improve her own flaws. The two girls shook hands happily as a lifelong friendship was formed with several witnesses. Everyone thought that the excitement was over, so went back to what they were doing, but all of a sudden the small kangaroo mink girl suddenly spoke up. "I have 1 win and 0 losses now. I would like to receive another duel with someone within my own age range, no matter their race type, so long as they have yet to learn how to use Electro." Some face-bombed, as they could tell that this would probably become a regular thing from this child, while others felt a little sorry for the kids. A small group, however, who had been looking from the shadows had excited looks in their eyes as they witnessed the younger generation, showing signs of having strong competitive and fighting spirit that would help the minks grow strong. Once one child like her shows signs of showing talent, many others would feel challenged, and then they would have no choice but to work harder. If this continued, the day and night corps will be receiving many young and strong recruits within the next 10 to 15 years. Within the dark forest further away, a pair of cat eyes were smiling, and a large wide grin could faintly be seen pointing upward within the darkness, which then suddenly vanished quickly as if it was never there, but a small voice could be heard if anyone was close enough to hear it. If I remember correctly, Naya, this location should be where some of the previous guards had returned to after retiring to train their young for the next generation to inherit their Naya. That one should be a child of one of those who have retired or are on a break right now, Naya, so she should be eligible to enter the Guardians if she wishes to. Alicia did not know that the leader of the Guardians or Night Guards and one of the members of Odin's Red Scabbards, Master Cat Viper, had seen her duel and had thoughts of recruiting her if she continues to improve herself as she has done recently. Cat Viper left stealthily and went unnoticed by many people within the small community of houses outside of the main city inside the walls. However, if Alicia knew that she had been watched by someone so high-powered within the world of One Piece within the first couple of years of her life, then she still would not care, so long as it did not interfere with her plans. When looking at the point system that was in place, she discovered that it ran according to the same system as bounties as did the fame, but on a lower scale. For example, for bounties in the various places, the average bounty for the East Blue is rated at only 3 million berry, making it the weakest sea within the world, and any bounty of 10 million berry or higher is considered to be impressive within East Blue. Meanwhile, at the Grand Line, the bounties could range from 10M to 100M, but several individuals still have a very high reputation for their deeds, may even have 300M or more if they are at the level of one of the stronger 7 warlords, but the warlords' bounties do not reflect their true fame and power. Meanwhile, the New World half of the Grand Line has more varied bounties, but most captains or second-in-commands usually have someone around 100M berry bounty or above if they wish to even survive in the New World. Though most Emperor's bounties are roughly between 2 and 6 billion berry, and their direct and strongest subordinates tend to be in the 6 or 900 million berry mark, while some can surpass the bounty of 1 million. The same is true for the minks. Even the 2 leaders fight one-on-one with Jack the Drought, who had a bounty of 1 billion, and then switch places during the day and night shifts for many days until they got defeated because of the gas that was released. Even later, they came back to defeat him once in Sulong form, and almost killed him. Then the next fights they each were able to defeat him solo, eventually thanks to being able to use their form again, while the other dealt with the candy used of the Big Mom Pirates, who was worth 700 million berry, when they were both tired and wounded from their battle with Kaido and others, so although their bounty was not known, they should be around 8 to 9 100 million berry each, which shows the upper limit to the mink's strength who use hockey, Electro, and Sulong, and that is even if the conditions are met in order to transform. Meanwhile, someone like Pedro, who joined the Straw Hats for a while, had a bounty of 382 million berry. Meanwhile, people like Pecoms and members of the main force of the Musketeers and Guardians can defeat people with a bounty of 200 million or higher, and even defeat many Smile users in Kaido's army. It was difficult to estimate the berry bounty for Alicia's current strength and fame, or for her opponent Tristan, but luckily she had the help of the system to convert it. Since she had defeated a child mink without the ability to use Electro, she had received 5 points worth the equivalent of 5 million berry, but she gained additional fame points for those that had watched and the achievement points. Even the adult fisherman race of the strong pirates were rumored to be around 10 or more million because of their actions of not increasing their bounty, because of bribes, and even their weakest subordinate may have qualified to be strong fighters beyond their bounty if they fought at sea where they are superior. The same was for the minks. If they had the right conditions, their potential and estimated bounty would be high even at a young age because of their higher physical strength or abilities. So the average child mink ranged from 1 to 6 million berry bounty, according to the system, to start off, and the rest depends on their current abilities they have mastered. 5 points were rewarded for Tristan's talent and fighting prowess, but also because the fight had continued to allow her to grow during the fight, and also put on a better show for those watching. So while she remained known for the fight, she would receive 1 point for every person that is known for as long as they remember her name, along with her 5 points, plus the reward for her first duel. Meanwhile, within the additional 1 point that she received daily, she also seemed to have earned because the people watching must have been within the range of 100 million berry bounty, but somewhere she seemed to earn an additional daily reward as high as 100 points because of the fame system's points rewards. 1 point was rewarded for those that were below 10 million, 10 points for between 10 and 99 million, 100 points for 100 million and 999 million, and then finally 1,000 points daily if she is remembered by someone with a bounty of 1 billion or above. After checking the system screen and clicking on the status of her level, it showed the following. Martial Artist rank 0, Non-Combatant / No-Named Fighter. Experience / fame points 139 / 500. Upper limit of stored points is 500 before upgrade. Tips: fight more opponents and spread your fame. Right now you are weak and unknown, but one day you might be able to become famous in your area. If you cannot defeat certain people within your area, travel to another location to issue challenges to spread your fame further, and then return when you are stronger. Thanks to many people watching, along with the additional 120 points rewarded, she had gotten closer to the limit of her points or experience until it has been upgraded. If anything, the additional daily reward was a large boost daily, so long as it remained as it was. However, it just meant that she had to work just as hard in order to stay relevant, even if it meant being known as a martial arts crazy person. Bad fame is still considered to be fame after all. After checking the store, many things were available for purchase in the basic form, but none of them were combat abilities for now, since the system was still at level 0. If anything, they were small gift or information packages. At level 0, very few things could be purchased, and they were all between 50 to 200 points for each. However, they were mostly just smaller skills or knowledge to help out with various professions or talents. For example, there was some for stamina or endurance training, speed training, strength training, balance training, avoidance training, drawing, writing, reading, basic knowledge of beasts, poisonous plants and berries, etc., basic one-sword training, and so on. After looking through it for a while, she decided to choose from the drawing package and then wait to see how her points go up in the next couple of days. As she paid the points, her experience lowered by 50 points, but she had gained an additional point which showed that someone else had heard about her fight from someone else and had put her at 90 points after her first fight. Immediately, she began to look through her drawing package that contained the basics that she knew from art class at school, but also showed some of the basic skills needed for other skills like drawing precise lines, curves, or other things that are often included on a map along with various measurements. She found this helpful because once she had fully reviewed it, she believed that she could begin to make slight sketches of the village's layout first and slowly expand it once she has grasped the skills. After thinking about it for a while, she sighed with relief that she did not buy anything else right away because she could learn additional training methods from the adults to gain additional fame. As a martial artist, defeating opponents wasn't the only goal, but it was also to learn the teachings of others and master them. So, the first thing was to find herself a worthy teacher within the group of minks. Who would she chose as her target, though, that would last a long time and had a fair amount of fame in themselves? She thought for a while and was unsure, since while Pedro was still young when Roger died, he did grow up to be really strong before he died and did have a capable crew before they were destroyed by Big Mom. She did not know his current skills, but also he taught mainly sword skills and agility-based techniques. However, he did have enough insight to be able to train Carrot how to best utilize her main talents and abilities in combat, and gave her the clawed gauntlets to best utilize her style in combat rather than training her in the art of the sword. After thinking a while, Alicia decided that no matter how old he was or his current strength, he was still a member of the Guardians, and he would probably be the best person to teach her how to use Electro to suit her style of combat, but also help her hone her skills further and find several ways to help train her body further. However, first she still needed to complete another mission to gain another reward, then she would stop for the day. She remembered that if she won 10 duels in a row, she would again gain an additional 20 points, so she needed to at least complete most of it within the day. While she did wish to complete it, she did not wish to overdo it or rush her progress, because she knew that while she may become famous in the moment and for the day, she may end up making people bored if she keeps something up for too long. Any sport can seem fun to watch, and many can watch it every day if they are interested in it. But eventually, after watching many games within a day, the games may become repetitive, boring, or mundane, so they may take a break or lose interest for a while. It was the same for the martial arts dueling displays. If she keeps attracting attention and dueling 10 or more times a day, eventually people will lose interest and ignore her announcement, request for a duel, or even the fight in the street, even though it is right in the open. So Alicia decided that she had a long time and she only needed to challenge up to 5 people per day during a short period of time when the streets were more populated to maximize her points, but to also keep the viewers' interest, where she could spread her duels out in different locations so that she does not always entertain the same people every time and attract new viewers. While she was at it, she could also try to locate Carrot, who had very high potential that was strong enough to clash with Zoro on their first meeting and also display powerful abilities later. In her mind, she began to think, if I get Carrot to Pedro early, then perhaps she would not have to waste so much time training the sword with the musketeers, which did not suit her fighting style and ability to leap into the air and stay up there for longer than others. Maybe I can also bring some others like Tristan along to see if he can guide her a little better. If it was Tristan, Carrot, and herself within her plans, then it may not be too much of an inconvenience for Pedro to train them all at once for a while and not interrupt his own training before he sets out to sea. Though Alicia did feel a little sorry that he was going to lose most of his lifespan because of his failure to get a copy of Big Mom's Road Poneglyph. Alicia had managed to get a couple of duels out of the way thanks to the cooperation of several people within the street, allowing their children to participate in the duels. After spreading her fame further and completing her daily quota, she had said she wanted to go rest up and slowly absorb the information she had received from the starter gift package for drawing. After slowly absorbing the information, she began to check her level of experience after completing her mission. Martial Artist Rank 0. Non-Combatant / No-Named Fighter. Experience / Fame Points 146 / 500. Upper limit of stored points is 500 before upgrade. Tips: fight more opponents and spread your fame. Right now you are weak and unknown, but one day you might be able to become famous in your area. If you cannot defeat certain people within your area, travel to another location to issue challenges to spread your fame further, and then return when you are stronger. After looking at her notifications, she had earned 20 points for defeating 4 more opponents her own age who were equally as strong as Tristan, without the use of Electro, and also she had been rewarded with a 20-point addition from achieving 5 victories in a row. The rest of the remaining points were gained from several extra people who had watched her fights or from word of mouth about what she had done earlier. As time passed, her points would occasionally increase by 1 point as her story was passed from person to person, as she had competed with those her own age and defeated 5 opponents in a row. She thought about it and then came to the conclusion that she would have to wait until she had achieved a higher chain of victories without losing before she could gain points from the achievements. She believed that it would either be 5, and then 10 in a row, or 5, and then something like 25, 50, 75, and 100 in a row, but the more difficult the task, the more rewarding the points she would receive. After reaching below 200 points in one day, she believed that it would not be long until she reached the limit if she continued to challenge people for several days. Taking some time, she slowly digested what she had learned during her battles and began to try to get rid of some of her flaws or mistakes that she had made. Although she had won and been able to dominate the battles, she felt that if she was up against someone more experienced, they may be able to exploit her weakness easily. Most of all, she needed to better make use of her high agility to maneuver and avoid attacks, but also get herself in the right place to land a solid hit on her enemy when they reveal a flaw, or use her smaller attacks to slowly break them down. She found that most of all she needed to work on her balance and stamina most because she was very tired after her several duels. She was still a very long way away from the top fighters in the world who could fight for many hours without rest, so she had no choice but to slowly build up her stamina along with her strength and agility. After rummaging through her memories and her skills, she began to check out different types of training methods that were used in different movies or mangas, like different types of weight training, endurance training, leg training, balance training, and so on. She felt that it would be a good idea to get a part-time job or help out at some place that does heavy lifting or delivery types of work so that she could do something similar to Goku and Krillin's training with Master Roshi and Dragon Ball, or just do some extra training while also earning a little currency to help towards her training, needed supplies, or just towards her future goals. She also wished to increase her body's flexibility and her legs' reach and kick range to its maximum potential, so memorize some of the training methods and apparatuses used in moves like Jean-Claude Van Damme's Kickboxer and other setups like the Shaolin Wooden Post training and other contraptions to help with increasing her training results. If she could use her drawing skill from the starter package, then she could begin to practice and draw out some rough sketches of what she had seen and begin to ask someone to have them crafted for her somewhere. For now, she could only just perform some basic repetitive training and lift some rocks or heavy items around until she had some money to have some weights or some form of weighted clothing made. She quite liked the idea of getting a pair of customized shoes that better protect her legs when using her shin, knees, and the top of her feet to attack with, but she remembered that there are other forms of protection that would not be so difficult or expensive to use. She could just use a leg and foot wrap or rope to better protect her legs, just like Blue Gilly of the Long Leg Tribe, who took place in Dressrosa's Coliseum battle, or some various leg protectors used by some mixed martial artists or Muay Thai users. After thinking about it, she decided to wear some knee protectors and then wrap her lower legs with a bandage or something similar and wear a pair of light but tough shoes. If possible, she could also get a heavier pair to train in or to better protect her legs, but she most wanted to get a pair of knee protector pads used in MMA, kickboxing, and other martial arts, and also get a pair to protect her elbows too. While she wished to get a pair of slipper shoes or sneakers, she could also go for a pair of military boots or something similar made out of leather, but after thinking about it, she decided to keep her style and her weight as light as possible when actually fighting and not training. Instead, she found that ankle and wrist weights would probably be a better option than putting on a pair of heavy boots and having to remove them when she was about to begin a duel. Just as she had thought up everything, her one-piece character style was beginning to be formed. She had a human-like kangaroo face and long, but wavy black hair and black eyes. She had a slender body, which was originally to reach maturity and end up like many of the one-piece beauties that had kept themselves well-maintained and had not ruined themselves through bad habits, and she would have slightly longer legs along with her tail. On her feet would be black light slippers, and underneath white leg wraps going up stopping before her knees, and then a pair of knee protectors would be shown. Above that would be a pair of shorts or hot pants style of lower clothing to cover her bottom half, and a short sleeve top along with her elbow protectors, while she would occasionally wear a coat, depending on her environment, if she enters a cold region. 1 week had passed by, and the time had already succeeded in upgrading her system, defeating around 5 people per day, and spreading her fame around the street that she lives in, and a little further. She had made many points per day. Adding to the points, she was rewarded for winning 25 duels in a row, and the individual points rewarded after winning each duel. There was also the additional daily points that she had earned from gaining Cat Viper's attention and staying within his memory. After clicking the upgrade button, she was now able to access the basic learning feature. So long as she comes into contact with a person, she can purchase the skills they own so that she can begin to learn them without needing an actual teacher. During the week, Tristan and Alicia dueled many times and trained together, but to celebrate their friendship, Alicia gifted her a needle and thread and drew out a basic booklet of medical knowledge that she knew about from her previous life. It taught her the basics of disinfecting a wound and suturing it, along with some other techniques to diagnose the patient and perform chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth, and when to use various techniques. During her free time, Tristan read the book and found it interesting. Occasionally, she would cut a fruit and begin to sew the wound shut once again. She continued this exercise until she was growing more and more familiar with the movements and was able to not damage the fruit, but she knew that she was far from reaching perfection while her speed wasn't that good. Tristan also followed the movements that were given to keep her hands exercised and in good condition that was also in the booklet, which included making a tight fist, bending her fingers, finger-to-finger exercises, thumb bending, finger tapping, wrist stretching, and rotating her forearm. In the world of One Piece, the medical skills seem to be very good in some ways, and some people's bodies are unusual at times, even if it is for comedic effect to suddenly grow back a tooth by drinking some milk. In reality, however, real medical skills are required, and even skills as a surgeon would be needed to repair a large wound or deal with broken or dislocated bones. Although Alicia only knew a couple of things from her previous world, it helped her to bandage and sterilize her wounds and take care of herself, but also recognize several warning signs when she or someone else is unwell. For someone who had yet to touch anything medical-related, it was a good way to help her walk the path of a qualified doctor rather than working as a nurse or assistant to the go doctor like in the manga. Alicia knew the threats of dying were real within this world, and the slightest cut or sting could kill a person if left untreated. Fighting against many powerhouses in the world, even the most lucky person has to suffer some kind of wound that is life-threatening in their life, whether it be a collapsed rib or a fatal sword wound. Even Rorinoa Zoro powered through a large sword wound on his chest without a ship doctor before entering the Grand Line with sheer willpower, and just several times where his wounds were cleaned, stitched, and bandaged up once again. But if it was anyone else, they would most definitely die from such a wound unless they had a doctor by their side during critical moments. During the week, she had also visited the doctor to ask if he could provide Tristan with some learning materials and take her as a young apprentice if she is able to show potential. Sitting back in a wooden rocking chair, Alicia was having some time to rest and slowly look over the status of the system and her available knowledge that she had to learn from and master. Name: Alicia Lucine. Race: mink kangaroo. Birthplace: Zoe. Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job: martial artist rank 1. Secondary professions or talents: leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6+1+1. Agility 7+2. Stamina 8+1. Intelligence 4+2+1. Spirit 8+1+2. Infant stage, so stats are reduced to half. Hockey, not applicable. Skills or talents: Electro, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent, 13% mastery. Basic leg martial arts, gain talent and knowledge, 84% mastery. Basic navigation, gain talent and knowledge, 68% mastery. Basic cooking, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to medium. Basic science, gain knowledge and experience, 86% mastery. Basic math, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Basic scholar, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Basic programming, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Beginner drawing, gain knowledge, 49% mastery. Weakness: very hot or dry environments. Sulong risks of going out of control or weakened afterwards. After checking her stats, she noticed that through the years she had gained 1 point in her strength, stamina, and spirit as a result of her constant practice and repetition. Thanks to her scholar ability to help read through books and learn different kinds of knowledge, her intellect had also gained 2 points from studying, which showed that through learning and practice, she could improve her base stats. As for her skills, talents, or racial abilities, she found that they had grown over the years. Even her science mastery had gone up a little after reviewing some of the knowledge. Although the racial abilities like Electro and Sulong were not showing signs of improvement, she had gained 13% mastery of her beast instinct and sense after fighting many battles. In battle, she was able to push her senses to a higher stage and grasp a better understanding of her passive ability. Not only did she have to use her eyes, ears, nose, but she could also use her sense of taste to sense if something was close by, but she was able to also grasp the fighting instinct of the minks that made them difficult to hit. Even with their Electro and high agility, many of them may easily fall prey to hockey users, but their beast instinct helps them to avoid oncoming attacks better and grasp an opponent's weakness. Almost similar to the protagonist's instincts, where he could be considered a battle genius, the minks also have a somewhat similar ability. For her two talents or side professions, she had also improved her mastery through learning the knowledge provided to her by the system and through practice and experience. Her leg martial arts mastery showed the most improvement when she either practiced or sparred with someone, but her beast instinct passive did partly play a role in helping her grasp it sooner. The navigation mastery was slowly improving now that she had bought the beginner drawing package, and she was steadily improving that ability in her free time while sketching out a basic map of the street that she lives in along with some other things. Out of all of the skills she had within her possession, the only thing that was yet to be at the basic level was her drawing, so she had no need to spend her current experience or fame points. Some skills required 500 points to upgrade, while others could cost up to 2,000 points to purchase or upgrade to the basic grade. Martial Artist Rank 1, Student or Basic Level or Rank. Experience/Fame Points, 269/5,000. Upper limit of stored points is 5,000 before upgrade. Tips: fight more opponents and spread your fame. Right now you are weak and unknown, but one day you might be able to become famous in your area. If you cannot defeat certain people within your area, travel to another location to issue challenges to spread your fame further, and then return when you are stronger. As a basic rank martial artist, her skills were just at the level of an apprentice of a dojo or a low-rank fighter within the world in terms of fame. Some people may know of her, and her skills may be good for those of her age, but she still had a long way to go before she would be able to grow more of an influence for herself. In her street, she was somewhat known now, but outside few people knew of her unless they had by chance got to witness one of her duels. There was a problem in finding more opponents her age who did not use Electro within her street. So with every passing day, she had to expand her range in order to find a new opponent if she wished to complete the 25 duels won in a row achievement. She could not defeat the same person twice and then earn the wins in a row just to get the achievement, thanks to the rules and restrictions stating that she needs to beat an individual once and then defeat the next opponent afterwards. The same opponent will no longer count as someone that can be included on the achievement. Although winning another duel can provide some points, it would not register the opponent's loss to her a second time in a row on her winning streak. Many possibilities exist once a person puts in an effort to learn, but when assisted by a system, the world was opening up to Alicia in new ways she never thought possible in her previous life. Now she had a small family, a friend, and also many people to look out for within Zoe, but she could also learn many things with the assistance of the system. Using berries and herbs, she began to make several different color pigments and paints and began to ask her parents for some additional blank sketchbooks so that she could continue to master her drawing skill. Within the street, she had sat with her sketchbook, and a mink was in front of her sitting opposite her. Next to Alicia, she had a small sign saying free portrait sketch or painting. In order to improve her drawing skills further, she decided to occasionally bring her sketchbook out and draw or paint people's portraits and gift them the finished product for free. Although this would not help to increase her experience or fame points by doing so, it did help her build up her drawing skills mastery slowly. After completing the portrait, she passed it to the mink opposite her. Although the portrait looked simple and lacking in skills, it still displayed the mink's main features and looked a little cartoonish, so the mink left with it satisfied. Her drawing skill was drawing nearer with every passing drawing or painting that she did, and when she was improving it, she was able to slowly improve her navigation skill. While doing her daily activities of challenging some people to a duel, she began to gather information from her surroundings and also asked her parents to teach her the basics of Electro. Although she could get a better teacher, she decided that it was best to learn from her parents first. Most minks can use Electro, and some have greater mastery than the others and know how to use it to develop their own form of fighting style, but her parents did not seem that tough. Luckily, she was still young, and what she could learn from them was the basics that she still did not know. As for anything else that she wished to learn, she could learn it later when she has found a suitable teacher for herself. Within her home, she returned to her room that was full of various sketches, books, and drawing tools. She put away her things and came to the backyard where her mother and father were waiting for her. Her mother spoke first. "You have finally come home after causing so much of a commotion within the street, as usual. We have been waiting to begin the lesson on how to summon your Electro and how to control it." Her father then nodded as he stood beside her with his arms crossed over his chest. "Let's hurry with the lesson. Your mother has been waiting for you." Alicia looked a little guilty and lowered her head. "Sorry, Mom. I was just finishing one of my portraits before I returned." Her mother sighed and then replied calmly, "Next time you make an appointment, make sure to be on time for it. You need to learn to keep one's word." Garchu. As if a flip had been switched, her mother turned from stern to loving all of a sudden and began to hug Alicia and rub her cheeks against Alicia's cheek. Alicia nodded obediently and stood there taking the sudden display of love from her mother and replied with the same action. Garchu. Meanwhile, her father stood back looking a little envious, so he jumped in and hugged his two favorite ladies of his family. Garchu. A little while later, the family separated and her mother began to speak once again. Users of Electro can channel electricity through parts of their bodies in order to shock anything they touch. This power can also be channeled through weapons. This technique grants extra damage to attacks, giving the opponents electric burns and paralysis. All minks can use Electro, including infants and the elderly, and it is pretty common knowledge among us minks. The inability to produce Electro is a sign of not being a mink. So far, we have delayed teaching you how to channel and use it, but since you have begun to show more signs of wishing to improve your fighting skills, we felt that it was time. Her father added, "By transforming into Sulong, minks can also emit electricity from their body constantly and can perform stronger attacks. In order to initiate the transformation, a mink must have a clear, unobstructed view of the moon, being unable to undergo Sulong should the moon be covered by clouds, a roof, or whatever else like a hat, which is why many minks are seen to wear hats most of the time. Sulong is said to be the true form of the minks, a race whose members are born with natural fighting ability. The Sulong transformation exponentially enhances the existing skills of a mink. In some cases, their agility and jumping ability would be enhanced, while others their strength and charging ability would be enhanced." Her mother added, "However, this form has a weakness and drawbacks when used at a cost for gaining the true form of the minks and taking on a wild appearance. Due to the fact that Sulong can only be activated when a full moon appears, being roughly every 30 days, usage of it is extremely limited." Her mother continued, "This transformation is very dangerous for minks, as unless they are sufficiently trained, they will lose their minds completely and attack anyone near them, even friends and allies. In addition to its dangerous effects mentally, the Sulong state is generally known to have a short lifespan due to being extremely taxing on a mink's physical body, as the mink will expend all their energy and die after just a single night of usage. It would be best not to use it, but if you do, it must be when you have control over it and your life is in danger." Alicia nodded and then thought about it. "So, basically, if I want to live a long life, I should not recklessly use my Sulong form. If I cannot learn to control the form, then I may attack both allies and enemies during my loss of control." Electricity began to show on her mother and father's body and then travel towards their hands as they showed it to Alicia. "This is how we channel and use Electro. We can use it to attack or even increase our speed." Alicia remembered this scene from watching the anime and reading the manga. Whenever the minks channel their Electro, they would send it to their hands and send out a punch, or send it to another part of their body like their legs or feet to increase their speed of their steps, or send out a kick. They began to display the steps in how to channel the Electro along with the feeling that came with it, and also use their Electro to gently trigger her own Electro to activate. After feeling the Electro activate within her body by the stimulation, she began to slowly remember the feeling that she had, so that she could use it again. Her mother smiled as she watched her daughter grasp it. The next step is to channel your Electro and send it to a point to gather at. Most send it to their hands as we have shown you, but it doesn't have to be the hands if you decide otherwise, but it would be best to begin with 1 point for now, and then you can increase the number of points where you can gather your Electro at. The day passed by very quickly as she had begun to practice her control over her Electro with her parents until she became tired and hungry. A month had passed by, and within Alicia's family's backyard, she sat on the ground while channeling her Electro through her body. Slowly she had grasped the feeling and had gathered the Electro to 1 point on her body. She chose her main foot as the place to gather her Electro first, which was her right one, so that she could push herself forward with it, but also attack with it sometimes. She stood up and held the Electro in place and pushed her foot down on the ground, and then took a step forward. Just as she took the step, the electricity exploded underneath her feet, which propelled her forward. As she cleared a small distance, she landed once again, but immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground. Several attempts afterwards, she had slowly begun to grow familiar with taking one step forward and slowly began to improve how she made use of it. After remembering many techniques from different mangas, she found that there was one type of technique that helped to move at a fast speed and clear long distances very quickly. After thinking about it, she had thought about One Piece's world government techniques like the moonwalk or shave, and how to make an alternative version to suit her use of Electro, so she decided upon Bleach's flash steps and ho-ho skills. Flash step, the most important skill for any Shinigami to know, but it is still unclear as to how a Shinigami is able to use ho-ho. But it's likely that it's to do with the Shinigami's ability to walk on air using spiritual energy. By collecting and solidifying Reisher beneath their feet, a Shinigami is able to successfully walk on this air, and thus able to freely move about and stop themselves from falling. Meanwhile, flash steps is a technique that allows a Shinigami to move faster than the eye can follow. The one thing that a Shinigami must learn, and is the focal point of the technique, is that of speed. Considering this technique is focused on speed, the ability to use Shuinpa relies solely on a character's ability on how fast they can travel from point A to point B in the least amount of steps. Both training and skill, therefore, determine how fast a Shinigami can travel. Those who have little skill using this technique and haven't used it for extensive periods of time are understandably slower than more advanced users, as it takes them more steps to get to a different location, and usually become winded during a shorter amount of time. Of course, there are also other versions that are more advanced. Senko, a special type of Shuinpa that causes the user to appear behind the foe's back. This allows them to directly attack from behind with a swift strike. Depending on the level of the user, the attack may be executed with such speed that the opponent may not be able to tell which direction they are being attacked from, and those observing may find it impossible to see the attack even being used. Finally, a more advanced movement is the cicada movement that is so fast that it leaves an imprint or afterimage behind. The mastery of using ho-ho can be enhanced and improved through concentration and training. After remembering how the techniques are used, she began to use her Electro in a similar way to how the Bleach characters use their Reisher. She let the Electro build up under her foot, and as she lifted her heel up, her forefoot pressed down on the ground with all of her weight and pushed herself forward as the Electro exploded underneath her forefoot. Just as the flash of lightning exploded under her foot, she disappeared from her current position and reappeared a short distance in front of where she stood. Alicia stepped upon her left foot as she landed. As she landed, she was able to keep her body stable, and then stepped on her right foot once more as her Electro was being channeled towards the bottom of her feet once more. Again, she disappeared from her current position and reappeared landing on her left leg. Her first step was a little unstable, and she almost fell to the ground, but she kept practicing so that she could gain more familiarity with her Electro and make it into her own technique. She was able to cover a small distance quickly, but her technique and control over it was still sloppy. It took some time to charge up and control the Electro to combine it into her flash step movements, so there was still a delay between each flash step that she used. While practicing like this is helpful for her to gain familiarity and increase her speed and evasion abilities, she still required the knowledge of techniques of the One Piece world, like the world government skills that she needed in her skill set. Each of the Rokushiki seems to focus on certain aspects of physical perfection in martial arts: Soru or shave for speed, Rankyaku or tempest kick for kicking strength, Shogun for arm strength, Jeppo/Moonwalk/Skywalk for jumping agility, Kami for flexibility, and Tekai for endurance and durability. Although she could not care for the arm strength, flexibility, or durability abilities, she did want to learn the other techniques, but she first had to come in contact with a Marine or world government member who had been training in it. For now, she could only learn the basics and slowly increase her mastery of what she knew until she met someone who she could learn them from with the help of the system. Once she had learned those abilities, she could combine them with her Electro to make an improved version of them. If she used Soru or Shave, which increases her speed with just pure physical leg strength, and technique, then Electro added would only serve to make her difficult to catch or hit. Reincarnation or Tempest Kick would give her more range with the wind blades that are sent out with a kick of her leg, so it would be an additional ability to add to her Electro, and if possible she may be able to learn how to fire off her Electro too, along with the wind blade. As for Jeppo or Skywalk, which helped her jumping ability and provided the ability to step on air, the combination of it with Electro would also improve the original ability, so that she could move at a faster speed while in the air. Each ability would prove to be very useful if it was used right in combat and would help in close and long-range type combat. For now, though, she had to use what was available to her and experiment until she gets it right, and then slowly develop some special. Although the basic leg martial arts did provide her with a way to train herself and the various forms used in combat that would best suit her body type, but advanced techniques of certain groups or individuals can only be learned directly from that person or someone with a certain mastery of the special move. For example, the certain usage of special abilities or superhuman strength to develop special moves, or unique fighting styles like the world government and Marines special martial arts techniques. Ones that have been developed to suit an individual's body type after consuming a devil fruit like Luffy's stretching abilities or his other techniques that he developed, or even Sanji's ability to light his legs on fire called Diable Jam, where his kicks become explosive. In order to learn them from the individual, she needs to be able to find them when they have already reached a certain mastery of the techniques, but also have the suitable body type and conditions to be met to be able to learn it from them. For now, she could only focus on building herself a firm foundation while still young and level up her main profession. Since she had some spare points and was able to now purchase some basic skills too, she wandered around the village and then came into contact with one of the retired people that were once a part of the Guardians, so they had a couple of their own abilities. Although she could not learn his advanced skills because it was more suited to their own body and fighting style, she could purchase some of his basic or beginner skills. After browsing through them, she decided to purchase the upper body martial arts skills from him, starting from the beginner skill and then the basic mastery once she had mastered it during her many duels with others and training diligently. During combat, after learning the upper body martial arts skill, she learned how to better block punches, dodge them, or change the direction or them so, while attacking with her legs, she would not get hit by a direct punch or kick thanks to her upper and lower martial arts mastery. She was also able to learn how to better train her whole body rather than just her lower half thanks to the combination of the two of them, so she would not suffer from having a weak upper body than her lower half. While she was training, she had also gained a greater mastery of her skills and had improved some of her stats by another point. Name: Alicia Lucine. Race: mink kangaroo. Birthplace: Zoe, Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job: martial artist rank 1. Secondary professions or talents: leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6+2+1. Agility 7+1+2. Stamina 8+1. Intelligence 4+2+1. Spirit 8+2+2. Infant stage, so stats are reduced to half. Hockey, not applicable. Skills or talents. Electro, active racial talent, 9% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent, 32% mastery. Basic leg martial arts, gain talent and knowledge, 84% mastery. Basic navigation, gain talent and knowledge, 79% mastery. Basic cooking, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to media. Basic science, gain knowledge and experience, 89% mastery. Basic math, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Basic scholar, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Basic programming, gain knowledge and experience. 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Basic drawing, gain knowledge, 11% mastery. Basic upper body martial arts, gain knowledge and experience, 18% mastery. Weakness, very hot or dry environments. Sulong risks of going out of control or weakened afterwards. Martial artist rank 1, student or basic level or rank. Experience/fame points, 1596/5000. Upper limit of stored points is 5000 before upgrade. Tips: fight more opponents and spread your fame. Right now you are weak and unknown, but one day you might be able to become famous in your area. If you cannot defeat certain people within your area, travel to another location to issue challenges to spread your fame further, and then return when you are stronger. Meanwhile, many things had changed within the month, which allowed her to gain many points even when she had not been able to complete the 50 or more win streak achievement, due to there being a limit to the opponents she could face within a certain range of her home that did not know Electro and those that she had not fought before. A month's time was more than enough for her to gain many points and still be able to purchase not only her basic upper body martial arts skill, but also upgrade her beginner drawing to basic grade after she found someone with the skill in the neighborhood. After a lot of practice, her skills began to slowly improve, and she was able to also increase her experience or fame points again, so that she could begin to look forward to upgrading her main profession when she has mastered her basic skills. Thanks to her talent in lower body martial arts and her main profession's boost towards her learning ability of related things, she was able to master many things a lot faster than the other skills in her skill set. However, her other talent did allow her to master her drawing skills and other related things to navigation better. Although the speed of her navigation-related talents were not as fast to master as her martial arts, it was still increasing at a fast pace, so long as she was emailed diligent in her training. As for other skills from other main or side professions like swordsman, sniper, grappler or wrestler, ninja, guard, and assassin, she left them as they are and did not purchase any of them because they did not fit her chosen fighting style. As a martial artist, she wanted to focus solely on building up her body and her leg techniques rather than learning another skill that may interfere with the way she had chosen to fight. After finishing her daily tasks, she looked over her beginner skills and chose to purchase a beginner wild survival guide. Although it did not provide much, it taught how to track, counter-track, how to find food and water in different types of different environments, and what to bring in order to ensure survival in those environments. After a month of gathering information, Alicia was able to find the location where Pedro usually trained, so she decided to attempt to find and meet him in person. Just like in the anime or manga, Pedro usually trained on his own within the forest area, waiting for his turn to venture out onto the sea. He had been greatly influenced by the pirate king Joel D. Roger and wished to gather a copy of each of the poneglyphs within the possession of some of the 4 emperors, but his failure to do so led him to be captured by Big Mom and lost most of his crew, his eye, and also most of his lifespan. Although Alicia couldn't tell him of a future that would happen that she wasn't supposed to know, she could provide him with several hints to steer him from making any rash decisions that would harm him and his crew. After finishing reading through her beginner survival guide, she also purchased several other things like a beginner climbing/parkour skill, a beginner concealment/counter-tracking skill, along with a beginner tracking/detection skill, so that she can practice them once she enters the forest while she looks for Pedro. Upon entering the forest, she began to slowly put to use her detection and concealment skills. She walked as lightly as possible and kept on the lookout for tracks of any wild animals or another mink's tracks. From time to time, she would use her climbing ability to jump up high onto a thick tree branch above that could support her weight and peered through the forest from above. She sat up there and took out a small sketchbook from her backpack and began to draw a small, basic outline of the forest that she had entered along with the path that she had traveled. Even now, she was using her navigation talent to the best of her capabilities and continued to train it even during a journey through the forest. The beginner survival guide also provided a couple of tips and additional help towards avoiding dangers in the forest, and it was also slowly gaining a higher mastery as time passed. By doing so, not only did she get to gain a greater mastery of it, but she would also be able to keep track of where she has traveled and draw a map of the forest and mark where there would be greater risk or poor terrain for traveling through, or places she had already traveled to and had failed to locate Pedro. Many days passed, just like this, along with her usual routine of challenging people to duels, training, and drawing portraits on the street. Alicia had a busy life which was very eventful, and her name was becoming known by many people and slowly spreading even further within her small community of minks. Some of the stronger minks who had retired began to take notice of her too, which helped to increase the amount of her daily points. After diligently performing her duties, she found herself regaining some of the points that she had lost from what she had spent on her basic skill upgrades. A week ago, she had been at 1,396 points, but managed to raise it quickly to 2,479 out of 5,000, which showed her increase in popularity. Although Alicia did not know who her biggest supporter was that provided her with many points per day, she was grateful for them, and she could make a guess at who it could potentially be. If she continued to earn 1,013 points or more per week, as she had done, then it would only take between 2 and 3 more weeks until she could upgrade her system once again. Within the forest, Alicia moved cautiously through every part that she traveled through, and when she reached a new zone, she went up high to get a better view. She continued her routine of searching for Pedro and marking her map that she had drawn of the forest area, showing that he wasn't located in those parts yet. 13 years before the start of the series, where Luffy first set sail at the age of 17, Pedro leaves with the Nox Explorer Group, or pirate crew, in search of the Poneglyphs, and after 10 years, he would gain a large bounty on his head, but also have to return to Zoe after suffering on Big Mom's Island. This meant that at her current age, she might have already missed him, or if she hadn't yet missed him, then if she did not hurry to find him, then she would not get the chance to receive his training before he leaves for another 10 years. A determined look appeared in her eyes as she went deeper into the forest, but unknown to her, a pair of eyes were watching her movements quietly not too far away. The figure seemed to have been watching her movements for some time now, and continued to wonder what she was up to. Avoiding any of the danger zones was something that she had done for a while now, in order to not sink into a swamp or get attacked by a wild animal, but now she had something that she wished to do. She continued into one of the danger zones in search of her target, but all of a sudden her concealment skills did not allow her to remain unnoticed by a certain wild animal within the forest. A large wild boar approached her as it noticed her presence very quickly and began to become aggressive, displaying signs that it was about to charge at her. Faced with the danger of being gored by the boar, Alicia got herself ready to battle with the boar as it began to charge at her in a straight line. Armed with no weapons and an immature body, she could only rely on her martial arts, her speed, and her Electro right now. So she began to channel her Electro to the bottom of her foot right away as she was put in a life and death crisis. Just as the boar was about to hit her body, she stepped at an angle and then disappeared and then reappeared a little to the side of the boar that missed its targets, and then channeled her Electro once again. This time she grasped how to continue to send the Electro to her foot without too much of a delay, so when her left leg touched the floor and she had landed to the boar, she performed a side kick aiming at the side of the boar as it was passing by. The Electro exploded on the bottom of her foot as it made contact with the boar, but because of the lack of experience with using Electro in real combat, she was not able to best position herself and land a perfect or strong kick. Although the kick itself was not damaging to the boar, its thick skin did get damaged and burned by the blast of Electro and stunned it for a short time. The amount of Electro she had used wasn't deadly enough to kill it, but only stun it for a short time, so it began to shake off the effects very quickly. However, Alicia did not wish to see that happen, so after completing her side kick, she turned and moved her body towards the boar's body, which had lost its footing and lay on the ground, and quickly channeled her Electro once again to perform an axe kick downward at its head as the Electro gathered at her heel. The moment her heel was about to come down, the boar suddenly shook off the effects and was beginning to become aggressive again as it climbed to its feet and tried to attack kick at her side. Just as the axe kick came down, it partly made contact with the boar's head, and the Electro exploded on the side of its face, blowing up one of its eyes and scorching the side of its face badly. It fell to its side on the ground from the impact, which made Alicia lose her balance a little as it knocked into her, but she was able to stabilize herself with her tail once again. Although she could damage this beast, its skin was too thick to kill right away, and it had a large amount of vitality, so it was quick to recover from her Electro's stunning characteristic. One hit each to the side, and to the side of the head with kicks powered by Electro did help to damage it a little, but not a lot, though it was enough to provide her with the chance to channel her Electro once again. The greater the crisis, the more focused she became, and she knew that it would recover faster this time, after being stunned for the second time. So she worked extra hard to charge up a powerful attack, and stomped down on the side of the head of the boar. The explosion of Electro passed through the part in of its damaged eye and traveled through to its brain, which killed it upon being exposed to the stronger summoned Electro this time. Alicia took out a carving knife and stabbed it into the back of its head right away, just to make sure that it is completely finished off and would not rise up again. She looked around and then sighed as again she would be unable to locate Pedro, so she began to drag the boar's body with her towards the safe zone. In the safe zone of the forest, she began to remove some cooking tools like a small pan, chef knives, and other things like spices and herbs from her backpack, and she began to cut into the boar's dead body and remove the meat, leaving only the bones behind. She then set up a fire and began to place the meat on the pan while adding spices and other things to season it as it was cooking. Before long, the smell began to spread to a place not far away and attracted an unexpected guest who had witnessed the battle and her actions afterwards. For a first kill, Alicia was having a little bit of a struggle killing an animal for the first time, but she knew that perhaps one day she may have to kill someone. Although she was taking the path of a martial artist, which required her to win a battle with her opponent, she would have to kill certain people who wished to relentlessly pursue her, or that may be harmful to innocents. Although the protagonist Luffy did not kill and relied on his fist to settle problems, he usually left his opponents to go back onto the seas once again. In some cases, they changed a little and did not do anything major or dangerous, but other times they would seek revenge or move on to their next plan to gain more power or a new foothold within the world. Although Alicia was not a seeker of justice or a criminal, she still had certain views of the law in her previous life, which she upheld, so adjusting to this world with loose laws and a messy hierarchy would take some time. Although she did not wish to become a target for the world government, human traffickers and bounty hunters, her race made her valuable and wanted by the government the moment she became known throughout most of the world for her actions, even if it was just challenging dojos, known martial artists, pirates, and so on. Even Pedro's Nox Explorer crew were given a wanted poster and named as pirates with no way to fight back or tell the world that they were not pirates, so it was likely that the same may happen to her one day. Suddenly a gulp was heard, as the mink hiding not too far away was tempted by the smell of the cooking boar meat. During the battle, Alicia had heard the sound of someone who was about to leap into the battle at any moment several times, when she almost missed her first attacks and would be countered had she not responded fast enough. Although she did not know if they still remained watching, she decided to risk it and cook the meat in the safe zone that she had marked. After hearing the person watching her from afar gulp, she knew that she had been correct. There are minks who have high concealment skills or many, but she remembered that Pedro was able to conceal himself from even Luffy, who had observation haki. So Alicia was able to have some guesses that the person watching her had very high skills and could be a member of the Guardians. If she was correct, then she may have found the right person that she was looking for. She looked towards the location of the sound and spoke. "You can come down and have some. There is plenty to go around." All of a sudden, a speedy figure descended down from a tree and made its way towards the fire and sat down near her. There was a large, male feline mink with spotted fur, white ears, and long, wavy blonde hair. After seeing that he was a jaguar mink, she smiled as she took out an extra plate and placed the meat on each plate and began to eat her own portion. Pedro began to devour his very quickly and then looked up expectantly for more. Alicia started cooking another couple of pieces of boar meat and repeated the process that she had done before. "You must be Pedro. I have been looking for you before you left, as it is rumored that you will be leaving soon." Pedro looked at her, took back his plate, and began to slowly eat his food this time. "Why are you looking for me then? Not to ask to come with me, right?" She knew that when Pedro was 6, he was denied to join the Pirate King's final journey because he was too young. So right away, he would say no to her if she asked, so instead she said, "Before you leave, I would like to ask if I can receive your training in order to prepare myself for joining the Guardians or set off on my own journey one day. I promise that I will work hard to learn what you teach." Pedro thought for a while and then answered, "I can teach you so long as you do not get in the way of my own training." I will teach you Electro further so you can master it at a greater speed, but also spar with you so that you can toughen up a bit, and also teach you a thing or two. But first keep the food coming. Many people who get beaten up and experience a battle against someone stronger than them are able to learn from their mistakes, much like how Garp trained Luffy, and also Kobe, who grew at a fast rate, and later became famous individuals in the world. The Guardians had their own unorthodox style of combat, but their core abilities relied on their concealment and tracking skills so that they could find enemies within the forest and monitor or ambush them. Alyssia's eyes lit up with excitement upon being given a chance. Thanks, I will work hard. Pedro nodded as he ate his meal, then spoke. We only have about a month until I leave, so from tomorrow you must meet here every morning to join me in training and sparring, but I will also teach you how to improve your Electro and concealment skills. We need to work on your kicking, movement, and jumping techniques most of all, and perfect them while increasing your fighting experience. Alicia began to eat once again, while looking over what was cooking. She felt that she had been successful in her task, and she would soon be able to receive training from someone with more experience than herself. This meant that she also did not require the help of the system to make additional steps in her martial arts or other abilities before upgrading them, which would help to reduce the cost a little when she does decide to upgrade her skills to a higher grade and purchase the upgraded knowledge that comes with it. The main thing that she had to learn about when her body reaches the right conditions is how to use or unlock Haki. The strongest people in the world possess Conqueror's Haki and are able to develop their own way of using it to fight, like knocking weaker people out, or more experienced users are able to coat their body or weapon with it along with their armament Haki to provide her with a more defensive or offensive abilities. One thing that she knew about the Conqueror Haki users was that they had large ambitions and a strong will, just like Luffy's dream to become the Pirate King, Zoro's dream to become the strongest swordsman in the world, but also the four emperors who had their own ambitions to either rule the world or bring down the world government and knock them from their current position. Thanks to the system, she could learn many skills, but unlocking Haki would take training and lots of experience, but also a strong ambition or dream that could potentially lead to her unlocking Conqueror's Haki. Alicia made the decision to follow the path of her chosen main profession and aimed to become the strongest person or martial artist in the world. Just like the position as the strongest swordsman is owned by Hawkeye Mihawk, she wished to claim a spot at the top for herself, even if it means clashing with the four emperors, the Marines, and the world government. At the age of 4, she had decided upon what her dream was and what she was going to work towards, and it all started with getting a teacher for herself so that she could prepare to enter the Guardians and slowly upgrading her system. As for how her ambition would change the flow of the world, she did not yet know, but as the strongest martial artist in the world, she was bound to shake up a thing or two. The month passed by rather quickly, and another day of training was taking place within the forest. Several flickers lightning flashed within the forest, and the figures of Pedro and Alicia moved between the cover of the trees. Sometimes they appeared up on a branch of a tree, and then the next moment back on the ground. Alicia had worked hard on her flash step and had also made an improved version for jumping, which she named Flash Jump. An explosion of Electro underfoot along with her kangaroo leg strength allowed her to jump up high, so she began to develop and hone her technique along with her flash step. The combination of her flash step and flash jump allowed her to move from place to place and jump up high while utilizing her concealment and tracking skills. While she was moving from cover to the next hiding place, she tried to keep track of Pedro, also did the same with his own abilities, and they both did their best to lose the other, but also keep track of their opponent until they could stealthily attack the other. Suddenly, Alicia lost track of Pedro, and she moved to cover once again, while looking out for him, but suddenly a flash appeared behind her, and she was tackled to the ground from behind. Although she had not improved her stats that much during this time, she had gained an extra point in her stamina thanks to the difficult training and sparring she had been put through and endured. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed the back of her clothes and pulled her up from the ground and spoke. You have improved a lot during this month, but you have a long way to go. All I can do for now is to introduce someone to you so that your training can continue while I am gone. Alicia dusted off the dirt that was on her clothes and then stood up straight. So, you will be leaving very soon? Pedro was silent for a while, but he nodded to confirm that he was leaving. Alicia thought for a while and then said, Good luck out there. I am sure that you can make a name for yourself out in the world, but be sure to be extra careful. If you meet someone you cannot afford to offend or defeat, then do not go plotting anything against them until you are sure it will be a complete success. If you cannot accomplish something right now, then get stronger so that you can handle any problems that may come up later. The failed attempt to get a copy of Big Mom's poneglyph resulted in losing his crew, an eye and most of his lifespan, so hopefully he would take her words to heart and not attempt to infiltrate one of the 4 Emperor's main bases, even though he knew that if he did so there was a big risk of dying. Hopefully this time he would think more carefully and cautiously before following through on such a plan in the future. Maybe her advice may not be taken to heart, but perhaps it will be enough when the time comes. He has to think over the risks involved before he acts. Not long after, Alicia was referred to Cat Viper to be taken in and instructed by him personally after Pedro asked a favor of him. Not only was he a skilled user of Electro and really strong, but he was also a user of observation and armament hockey. So to be able to beat or survive a battle with an Emperor's direct subordinate was worth her taking him as her master. She had received many points per day for receiving the tutelage of a master every day, but now that Pedro was leaving, she needed a new teacher. Cat Viper just so happened to be a much better fighter, and also he would provide her with more points. Just 2 weeks after being under Pedro's tutelage, she had upgraded her system, main profession, to level 2, while unlocking the intermediate or medium rank skills and knowledge that was available for purchasing. Her leg martial arts had reached a much higher mastery than basic rank as she continued to train in it. Although her mastery was higher than the knowledge that she had been provided for the basic rank, she was still able to make progress, as someone stronger than her continued to provide her with tips on how to improve herself. The same was true for her concealment, detection, and climbing skills, which had been stuck at the beginner rank and had been quickly mastered. As she continued to fight and play tracking games with Pedro, her mastery increased past the beginner rank, which she had purchased, which led her to not have to spend so much points the next time she has spare points to purchase the next rank of her skills. Name: Alicia Lucine. Race: mink kangaroo. Birthplace: Zoe, Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job: martial artist rank 2. Secondary professions or talents: leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6 + 2 + 1. Agility 7 + 1 + 2. Stamina 8 + 2. Intelligence 4 + 2 + 1. Spirit 8 + 2 + 2. Infant stage, so stats are reduced to half. Hockey, not applicable. Skills or talents. Electro, active racial talent, 19% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 0% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent. Basic leg martial arts, gain talent and knowledge, 133% mastery. Basic navigation, gain talent and knowledge, 91% mastery. Intermediate cooking, gain knowledge and experience, 75% mastery. Basic science, gain knowledge and experience, 90% mastery. Intermediate math, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to expert. Intermediate scholar, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to advanced. Intermediate programming, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade to expert. Basic drawing, gain knowledge, 37% mastery. Basic upper body martial arts, gain knowledge and experience, 71% mastery. Beginner survival, gain knowledge and experience, 112% mastery. Beginner climbing, gain knowledge and experience, 132% mastery. Beginner concealment, gain knowledge and experience, 143% mastery. Beginner detection, gain knowledge and experience, 149% mastery. Special moves or unique skills. Basic flash step. User steps forward and disappears, then reappears a short distance away. Requires Electro or similar ability to utilize. The better the body attributes and Electro mastery, the better it can be mastered and used. Beginner flash jump. User jumps into the air or towards a higher platform to climb up to higher ground. Requires Electro or similar ability to utilize. The better the body attributes and Electro mastery, the better it can be mastered and used, but practice is still required in order to upgrade it to a higher realm. Note: User will be rewarded by system for creating their own moves or skills, and also for upgrading them to a higher rank. Practice hard. Weakness. Very hot or dry environments. Sulong risks of going out of control or weaken afterwards. Martial artist rank 2, medium or intermediate rank. Experience/fame points 5,426/50,000. Upper limit of stored points is 50,000 before upgrade. Tips. You have improved, but you are still far from being the best out there. Keep up the hard work, challenge stronger opponents, take on a master, and spread your name throughout the world. Many of her skills had surpassed their original beginner or basic mastery, and had been upgraded to the next realm without her needing to use her points to upgrade them, while some of them remained as they were after the upgrade. The 100 to 200% mastery skills were upgradable, and the cost to purchase it would be reduced depending on how much she had mastered, but although it stated that her skills were a certain rank, they were in fact one rank above. An example of the system upgrade would be 1 at 150%. The price for the upgrade to the next grade would be halved. The biggest change in the system was the special move category, which came up after she had come up with her own unique technique. The system rewards using one's own creativity to make new things from experimenting with the knowledge that has been given. For example, a martial artist or fighter profession can come up with special moves. Cooks can come up with a new recipe of their own. A musician can write their own music, and also a scientist can invent something new. After lots of practice, her flash step had reached the level of basic grade, and after some experimentation, she had created another special move, which rewarded her with additional points for creating 2 beginner skills of her own, along with upgrading one of them on her own. The points that she had earned were being saved until she needed them to purchase something or to upgrade the system once again. Now that she was being referred to a teacher of high skill, she did not need to rely on the system to purchase the knowledge and experiences to help her learn the next stage of her skills, but that did not mean that other skills did not need to be purchased to help increase the speed of her training. The skills that required more time to study, she wished to use her points in order to learn them with the help of the system, like her navigation, drawing, and science skills. She also thought of a big problem that would come up later that would cause her to be unable to leave the island, and that was her lack of wood or metal crafting knowledge, which could prove to be useful. Although she did not wish to go down the route of human modification like some of the scientists in this world, she could walk down the route of developing a weapon or tool for herself with her science and metalworking skills, but the woodworking could help her with building herself a temporary ship to get her to a place where she can meet a more experienced shipbuilder. The weather science route was also available to her if she was able to run into the right people to learn it, just like Nami. Suddenly, many ideas flooded her mind, and her creative spark was lit. The time came to say farewell to Pedro as he was lowering his ship down into the water below. Many minks worked together to hold onto the ropes and lowered his wooden boat down Zanesha. The country of the minks, which was on top of a giant elephant's back, as it used its very long legs to walk through the waters of the New World. It made it difficult to locate the direct location of the mink's home without a Viver card to locate it. Lowering the wooden ship from such a high place was a difficult task if Zanesha was still moving, but also it needed to be lowered carefully so that it did not get damaged before the crew head out on their journey. Everyone on Zoe worked together to make sure that Pedro left safely and helped him lower his boat while. As the boat was lowered along with the crew, many people shouted their wish for the crew's safe return. Meanwhile, Alicia shouted downwards, "Good luck out there, and return safely, master." Just as the ship was leaving, someone took a final look back towards Zoe before continuing on their journey. As Alicia watched the ship grow smaller in the distance and disappear, she felt something touch her shoulder as she happened to catch sight of a certain individual who she was scouting. A small figure of a female rabbit mink was within the crowd of those who were watching the ship leave. However, before she had a chance to approach the rabbit mink, she was interrupted by someone else. In front of everyone, one of the masters of the island had appeared behind her without her even detecting it and spoke. "Pedro asked me to watch over you while he is away, Naya. Now you may call me Master Naya." It was rare for Cat Viper to appear during the day, but it seemed as if he was only here to see Pedro off and accomplish the request that had been left behind, but the others who saw him were surprised that he had shown up. Ever since their return, Duke Dogstorm and Cat Viper had become suspicious of or angry with each other because of the death of Kazuki Odin and the knowledge that there could be a traitor among the red scabbards who served him. In order to not meet each other again, they decided that Duke Dogstorm will operate during the day, while Cat Viper will only come out at night. Those that followed their wish to follow one of them had begun to either join the night or day faction, while most of the civilians kept to their usual routines. The Musketeers that formed was Duke Dogstorm's daytime organization, and the Guardians that formed was Cat Viper's nighttime organization that were both formed in order to protect Zoe and build up their own group. During the raid on Wano, Duke Dogstorm lead a team of around 200 minks, while Cat Viper lead an unknown number, but it was probably a similar number of fighters. Alicia thought about the two factions, and she had decided to join the nighttime group in the future because of their more varied combat styles as opposed to Duke Dogstorm's group, which focused on swordsmanship. Alicia timidly looked up at the large fat cat mink and timidly called, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Cat Viper inspected her with a large smile on his face. Good Naya." Truth be told, he already somewhat had the intent to recruit her early into the Guardians and train her, but Pedro had already beat him to it. He had kept an eye on her as her fame increased, but she was still too young to join the Guardians, so he was thinking of taking her on as an apprentice. Unlike others, he did not tell anyone about her or her talent for martial arts and Electro because he did not wish for his rival Duke Dogstorm to find out about her talents and steal her from him. Cat Viper nodded happily and continued, "Come to Whale Forest where the Guardians protect during the day, Naya, and I will introduce everyone to you, Naya." Although they generally operate during the night, the Guardians still guard the Whale Forest during the day, so Alicia would be able to find them and join them for training. She quickly bowed and then ran off saying, "Do not worry, I will be there early tomorrow." Very quickly, Alicia ran towards the location that she had last seen the small rabbit mink and caught up to her. Carrot had a dreamy look in her eyes after watching Pedro leave and looked towards the sea filled with excitement and yearning. In her heart, she had took Pedro and his crew as an example of how she would be in the future. She wished for excitement and adventure in new lands and on the sea with a crew of her own, so Pedro was like a hero or role model to her. In order to satisfy this dream, or at least become strong enough so that one day she could go on to an adventure of her own, she would go on to apply to become a musketeer, but their style of combat did not suit her. After training with Pedro, she mastered her Sulong form to be able to enter the form without losing control of herself, but also ventured out of Zoe, along with Pedro and the Straw Hat Pirates to Big Mom's territory, but also to Wano after Pedro's death in Big Mom's territory. Alicia approached her quickly and observed her expression, then her eyes lit up. "I knew it. She wants to leave one day too, so perhaps I can use this to my advantage." She cleared her throat and walked towards Carrot, who was looking out to sea. "Hello, my name is Alicia. Would you like to join my group in the future and set sail one day, just like Pedro?" Did she feel shameless for poaching the Straw Hat Pirates' potential crew member and maybe even affecting the story's flow of events? Maybe just a little, but how could she possibly let go of someone who would have such high combat power in the future? If she was trained earlier, then she may even turn out even stronger than what she was in the original manga. Although Tristan was showing good potential for combat, she most enjoyed learning about medicines and different types of treatments, so although Alicia wished to bring her along, she would not be the second mate on her crew. On a ship, there is often a shipbuilder or repairer, sniper who can shoot the cannons, helmsman, navigator, chef, doctor, a lookout, a second mate, or even as someone to handle smaller chores. Tristan would take up the role as one of the main fighters in her crew, but also her doctor, while Carrot would most likely take up the role as the next strongest crew member, so she would be the second mate. Carrot turned to her with a look of excitement. "Who are you? That sounds fun. When are we leaving?" Under the age of 20, she left Zoe and was still an emotional and naive mink who yearned for adventure, but was very caring towards those she liked. Alicia could see this naive side of her straight away, so she took advantage of it right away. "Yes, I am Alicia. Pedro was my master, and he has left. When I grow up, I will follow in his footsteps and leave on a ship just like him, exploring the world. I hope that you can become my second in command on the ship." Of course, you must be strong enough to hold that position, so first you must duel me in order to find out your strength and potential. Carrot nodded excitedly and agreed. I will join you. I will accept. Garchu. Chomp. Suddenly, she jumped on Alicia, who was caught off guard, and gnawed on her ear in a playful manner. Suddenly, Alicia remembered once more that Carrot had the habit of gnawing on things, including people, and was very quick to jump on a person affectionately. Then she remembered how to handle her and calm her down, so she patted her head gently until she was released from her tight grasp and teeth that were nibbling on her ears. Let's begin the duel. As someone who is around the same age as her, or maybe a little older, Carrot should have the ability to use Electro a little, so Alicia remained cautious as she said. And let's begin. As the duel started, Alicia received the system notification as usual, but she had no time to be distracted. She began to channel her Electro to her leg quickly and stepped forward. The next moment she appeared before Carrot and channeled the Electro into the bottom of her other foot, which had landed on the ground, which pushed to the side. Just as she disappeared, a kick was sent towards her abdomen in the place where she had previously stood. Carrot used a low-powered Electro kick to send her further away, so that she had time to channel her Electro into her feet better to help her increase her movement speed some more. Although she did not expect Alicia to channel her Electro so quickly, she was quick to adapt to the battle and adjusted her strategy. Alicia had also trained her instincts and gained a lot of experience, so she was quick to react and adjust her movements before she was hit. She flashed to the right after sending the Electro to her left foot and lower leg, then landed on her right foot, which channeled another small amount of Electro. She did not yet use her right foot, but instead stepped in further towards Carrot with her left leg, and then aimed a sweeping kick towards the back and side of Carrot's left leg. Carrot's greatest strength is her jumping ability and her ability to stay in the air for a longer time, so even if she had yet to figure it out, Alicia still targeted her legs first to interrupt her rhythm. The Electro sweeping kick landed on Carrot's leg, which made her lose her balance, just as her other foot was coming back down to the ground. Her left leg went numb from the Electro, then she fell to her knees because her right leg could not support herself from falling. She used her hands to stop herself from falling forward further and began to try to shake the numbness from her leg. Meanwhile, Alicia stood over her and waited for her to recover. Just as the numb feeling was over, Carrot climbed to her feet again. She looked very excited to be able to find a strong opponent and took up a fighting pose once again. Let's continue. As Electro users, their resistance to Electro was already quite high, so she was not stunned for a long time and recovered quickly. Rather than taking the offensive, Alicia adjusted to be on the defensive against Carrot, who was attacking her again and again. Sometimes she would avoid her attacks and stay on the move, but sometimes she would redirect an attack away from herself, until finally Alicia had analyzed Carrot's current level of skill. Although she had high agility and battle sense to be able to improve in such a short time during their battle, she still lacked a combat style of her own to suit her body type and special traits. Since Alicia knew of her future style of combat ahead of time and had the assistance of her system to provide her with lots of knowledge, Carrot's path would become much smoother in the future. She walked towards Carrot, who was on the ground, and helped her up. You did well. So do you wish to join me? Carrot got back on her feet and dusted off the dirt on her clothes. I would love to. Garchu. Right away, she jumped on Alicia excitedly and chomped down on her ear. Meanwhile, Alicia let out a small sigh, then patted her head gently so that she would calm down. After making arrangements with Carrot, she went to go meet Tristan, who was helping out with several small tasks at the goat doctor's place of work while also reading some of his books in her free time. As she entered, she had thought a lot about her future path and the mink's individual traits. She needed more knowledge of their physique so that she would not harm. The perfect person to find for that was the goat doctor, who had inherited that knowledge. Upon coming close to him, she looked through the skills and knowledge that he had, and she looked towards a section that caught her eye. Mink Biology Expert / Master Grade. The study biological life, but targeted towards the mink's body and their abilities, including the reason behind why Sulong shortens the body's lifespan when used. After studying science in school, where she learned the necessary knowledge that was available for chemistry, biology, and physics. Although Tristan was taking the route for chemistry and biology to assist her medical profession, Alicia chose to learn more about biology and physics to learn more to assist her two main professions, but also to figure out how to overcome the Sulong form's main flaw. With the help of the system, she used up her points to purchase the knowledge available to her to the basic level for biology from the doctor. As for the other knowledge, she needed to find the right person to help purchase the skills needed. She bought the basic science, biology, skills and knowledge necessary to upgrade her science to the next level, but also the beginner and basic mink biology specialty knowledge. As she was there, she asked the Go Doctor, "Is there anyone with knowledge of building tools that can use energy of any kind?" In order to master some kind of engineering or metalworking skill, she needed to find someone on Zo. Perhaps her solution was also in making an object that could regulate and amplify her Electro so that she does not waste the Electro that comes off her body. The Go Doctor thought for a moment and then replied, "There's an old house where the elderly monks are staying. Lindbergh used to visit him often and learn from him before he left many years back." She took out a map of the area that she had drawn, and then the doctor pointed towards where the old man should be located. When she was leaving, suddenly Alicia remembered that there was indeed such a character. He was a mink who was a main member of the Revolutionary Army and seemed to have his own types of tools or weapons to assist him in combat, which looked to be very steampunk along with the way he dressed. Any wasted Electro that is discharged from the body would be stored and put to use in other ways, which Alicia found to be interesting. If she developed a weapon for Carrot or Tristan in the future, then she could begin to think about making herself something to help with reducing the burden while in her Sulong form. After buying and upgrading her biology skills from the doctor, her points fell to 3376. The beginner mink biology cost 50 points, while the upgrade still cost around 1,500, since it was special and rare knowledge in the world, while the rest that was spent came from purchasing the remaining biology knowledge that she lacked for the basic skill. After thinking about it some more, she decided that she may come back later to learn more skills from the Go Doctor. Even if she had a high mastery of physics and biology later, she could not let her chemistry fall too far behind. She did not need to be an expert, but she still required the knowledge to assist with different experiments. Although she did not wish to turn herself into a cyborg, it did not mean that she could not take another path in order to improve her strength and find a way to overcome the Sulong form's flaws. The scientists in the world that are famous in the world are Vegapunk for his advanced weaponry, mechanical inventions, and his devil fruit research, but there are still people like Judge, who is Sanji's father, who has come up a way to enhance the human body and grant superhuman abilities. Judge also came up with a way to invent a power suit for his children so that they could regulate and control their abilities better. There is also Caesar Clown, who focused more on chemical gas weapons and had some experiments on gigantification and the fake Zoan devil fruits. Finally, there is Queen of Kaido's crew, who was a part of MADS with Judge and Vegapunk. He had found a way to apply their own research to his body, which he had turned into a cyborg and applied several powers to himself, but he was mostly known for his name. His nickname was Pestilence because of his knowledge of many types of unique or ancient diseases and how to cure them, but instead of being someone who helps others, he chose to use them as weapons. Even in a war, he released them in a crowd which affected even his own people, which showed how dangerous of a person he was. In order to not get caught off guard by one of these people in the future, she had decided that her overall science skills needed to be of a high enough rank so that she could learn their skills and counter them if it was needed. After leaving the doctor's place of work, Alicia found herself at the old man's home. Upon meeting him and inspecting the home of him, she knew that she was in the right place. Many gadgets and mechanisms were within his home, and also many tools were laying around on his desk or on the floor around his workplaces. Next to the old man was a young and small female monkey mink who was tinkering with several of the things while the old man occasionally gave her pointers. The old man noticed her presence and spoke up. "I'm not taking any more apprentices right now, so it is time for you to leave if that is what you are here for." Meanwhile, Alicia was already close enough to him that she was able to see the available skills and knowledge that she could learn from him, so she looked at the ones that caught her interest. "I do not mind not coming to learn, but is it okay if I can come to experiment occasionally?" If she got the opportunity and later showed off her fast rate of learning, then she may be able to change his mind. The skills she saw on him were advanced science, physics, advanced engineering, learning how to build roads, bridges, vehicles, and other machinery. Expert energy science, learning how to generate, manipulate, and store different types of energy. Advanced metal forging and crafting, learning how to use different types of metals for different purposes. After purchasing the beginner grade of each of these skills, along with the basic physics knowledge that he possessed, she went back home to slowly digest most of her newly bought knowledge. Her points reduced by around 200 points for the beginner skills and the basic physics skill, which left her remaining points at 3176. Thanks to her two talents, she found that she was more talented in learning physics and energy science rather than the others she had bought, so she was able to digest the new knowledge very quickly. After overlooking everything in her memories from her previous life, she remembered that she did not even need to learn woodworking in order to build a ship, so long as she had enough materials and the know-how on how to make a ship of some kind with the knowledge she gained from here, so all she needed was the shipbuilding skill to assist her to do so. As her drawing abilities were rising every day, it was becoming more and more useful as she learned more skills that needed it, like engineering, shipbuilding, and navigation. The next day, she visited the doctor once again to learn the basic chemistry knowledge, so that her whole science skill was now completed and fully available for her to study. Instead of taking on a job to earn some currency and train her body, she instead began her apprenticeship under the Guardians and Cat Viper. She was quickly put through difficult training to train her body, mental resilience, but also how to operate as part of a team. For the next 10+ years, her schedule would be very busy as she began to work on her new skills, raising her system ranking, and also collecting the materials and knowledge for to begin her journey on the seas. Tristan continued to work on her medical, herb, and chemistry knowledge under the apprenticeship of the Goat Doctor. Kara continued to receive the guidance of Alicia every day and began to develop her own style of combat along with Tristan. Alicia also taught them how to use flash step and flash jump that she had made so that they could better make use of their own traits. Although Kara did not pick up any other skills, she did spend most of her time training so that she could become the second strongest mink on the crew. Meanwhile, after a couple of visits to the old man's place, the old man warmed up to her and allowed her to visit more often, which led to her making friends with the monkey mink. After getting to know her better, she invited her out to train with her, Tristan, and Carrot, so the trio became a quadruple. Nika, the female monkey mink, had a smaller body than the others, but was very agile and had very good climbing abilities, so Alicia recommended that she learn how to shoot. Under the tutelage of the old man, Alicia assisted Nika with learning from the old man how to develop a type of gun that can utilize Electro and either develop special Electro bullets or a laser type of weapon. After a lot of experimenting, the old man became interested and began to take part in the project and made many suggestions while teaching them what they were missing. Many years later, 2 short-range Electro pistols were developed, and a sniper was made which had a couple of different types of special bullets. The more they experimented on certain things, the more they gained a better mastery of the knowledge, but also Alicia was getting more practical experience in order to upgrade her skills. Soon, several types of grenades were being developed by the 3 of them, which had the ability to blind, stun, and explode with the use of Electro. In between developing the guns and other types of weapons or traps, Nika continued to work on her evasion, concealment, tracking, close-range shooting, and long-range sniping skills. A prototype gauntlet was also developed for Tristan and Carrot to use. Carrot had the shape of her hands with extending spike-shaped metal nails like her original ones from the manga, while Tristan had one shaped like a boxing glove. The prototypes worked well with Electro users and did not get in the way of their combat style, so Alicia began to name them Electro Regulating Gauntlets, or ERG-1 for short, for their ability to conduct Electro, but also control and store some of the Electro in small batteries. Alicia gained a lot from this project, so she began to develop her own pair of boots or greaves to assist her if she needed it. Although she was a pure martial artist that did not require the assistance of weapons or armor, the world was not so forgiving to someone who was unprepared, so having the additional tool would help her to stay alive and avoid wasting her Electro. Since she used the same design and technology as the gauntlets, and the name was Electro Regulating Greaves, she kept the short name the same and named it ERG-1. From the age of 4 to 16 began her journey earning points and upgrading her system. After she joined the Guardians as an apprentice, her fame shot up and many more witnessed her duels as she began to challenge more difficult opponents day by day. Even Duke Dogstorm had heard of her name and came to witness her fast rate of growth, which helped earn her 200 points per day, along with the points from others that known her for her martial arts skills. At first, she was earning 5 points per duel won, because of her opponents being around her age and inexperienced, but as she challenged stronger opponents, she started gaining more points with her 5 wins a day. Around the time that she turned 10, she was already well known within Zou by many minks who have a large population, which is at least over 200. Around 200 were trained warriors of the Minx Guard, or army, who took part in the raid on Wano, but many others lived within the other small towns or areas while others lived within the main city. Whale Forest is located on Zanesh's nape of the neck, and nearby is the Guardian's residential district. Karua City is located on the back and is protected by the Musketeers, but there is also the Right Trump Forest, Right Flank Forest, Right Flank Fortress, and the Deep Dark Swamp on the Large Elephant, so it should be able to accommodate a large population of minks, which could be around 500 or 600, but maybe even more. After living on Zou for so long, she eventually found out that they usually have sent out explorer teams to bring back knowledge or materials since ancient times, so they are never lacking in knowledge from the outside world, which made it easier to acquire materials to use during her experiments. In a year, she earned more than 18,250 points just from winning 5 duels a day. In the same year, she earned more than 36,500 points just from Cat Viper remembering her for her martial arts. From the 1 point per day per person, she earned more than 28,470 points, and from the 10 points per day per person, she earned at least 208,050 points. In just a year, she had earned 291,270 or more points just from having her fame spread and from keeping up with her 5 duels per day, and that did not even include her achievements that she had completed and the points that she earned while being under the tutelage of Cat Viper. After earning enough for to upgrade her system to the next rank, she found herself at the stage where she would need some time to upgrade it again, so she was left with the 241,270 points remaining out of the now 500,000 limit until the next upgrade. Within a year, her system had grew quickly because the place she chose was full of warriors. Even the normal citizens who barely trained their bodies could overpower many strong opponents, so Zou was probably one of the best places to start out on if she wished to quickly earn points in this specific route. The 241,270 points was just a rough estimate that was the result of adding together the points from the 5 or so daily duels won and the people that had continued to remember her for her martial arts skills, but that still did not include many other points that she had earned throughout the year. She had 3 people under her direct tutelage who she was helping to walk on their own martial arts path, so the progress they made and the achievements or fame that they had would also be a small part of her own achievements as she is their teacher or master. There are also the points that she had earned from achieving win streaks, learning from a master, and achieving impossible feats like beating someone outside of her age range. So from the time spent earning those points in the first year, she began to push most of her points into upgrading her beginner and basic skills as much as possible. With Zhou's long history, they had many records available and minks with unique skills that she could learn, so anything she could not learn from purchasing them from the minks with points, she spent extra time reading over the records to help increase skills like her navigation. During her time teaching her 3 crew members martial arts to suit themselves, she found the path for each of them. Tristan preferred a boxing type of combat and focused on becoming a qualified doctor. Carrot preferred to use her hands' nails to scratch and stab her opponents, but also made use of her speed and ability to stay in the air to launch attacks from the air like kicks, grappling moves, or even biting, which showed that she had a bit of an unorthodox style of fighting. Nico was smaller in size and not as strong as the 3 of them, and much preferred to spend her time on her physics and mechanical engineering studies, so Alicia only taught her how to use the flash step and flash jump along with the basics of concealment and tracking, but also pointed out a direction that may suit her better, which was the role of the ship's scientist and sniper. The strongest out of the group quickly became Carrot after she had surpassed Tristan after a month or so of training, followed by Tristan, the next strongest in the group, and then Nika, who was the weakest. Their group became even stronger as time passed, and each of them began to focus on their own specialty, and soon after they began to gain a little of a following from the younger generation of minks that looked up to them. As they kept busy, 12 years had already passed, and Alicia turned 16. On this day in another year, Straw Hat Luffy will set sail on his journey and begin to recruit his crew members. In order not to delay the journey any further after many failed experiments on making a suitable ship, Alicia, Nika, and the old man finally managed to put together a worthy mechanical ship that should be able to pass from the New World into the Grand Line. Although it was not perfect and could still be tweaked, it was finally tested and it had been prepared to counter many unexpected situations. The New World is too dangerous of a place to start out even for them, so they need to quietly pass through without provoking any of the four emperors or anyone else. For now, she wishes to lay low and journey around the world while learning new skills or unique skills with her overflowing points, but it was unknown if she would be able to have a smooth journey once she sets out to sea. 700,000 or more berry reward or purchase price was no small number for just one mink to appear on the slave market, and there are always many mercenaries, bounty hunters, or illegal groups that would wish to profit from the sale of herself or one of the minks that was joined. By the end of the second year, the system had already been upgraded to the next rank after receiving 300,000 or more points in the same year, and it set a new limit for 5 million, which was now the master rank. As to what lay beyond that, it could only be described as something else entirely out of the scope of the world's boundaries, so it was unknown if it could even be surpassed, but points would still begin to grow over time and reach that limit. Just as the limit would approach, the best decision to be made was to now focus on purchasing new skills or purchasing the knowledge in how to upgrade what she has, which was estimated to be around 41,270 of 5 million, which were quickly used before or after the upgrade. After completing the beginner knowledge of her new skills and purchasing their upgrades, she purchased the Science Intermediate grade after buying the knowledge from 3 different fields, which cost 20,000 points on its own, which put her down to roughly 21,270 points. 2 basic special types of skills were purchased, which took a further 6,000 points, which reduced her to 15,270 points, which was even further reduced in order to upgrade her navigation, drawing, and engineering skills. As she trained under the Guardian's leader Cat Viper, she quickly found that her skills and stats were rising at a rapid rate, but she had also began to get a greater grasp on her race's passive skills. While visiting the old man's home, she also worked on her engineering and electro science skills along with her science skill, so that she could upgrade them quickly. Name: Alicia Lucine, age 6. Race: mink kangaroo. Birthplace: Zoo. Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job: martial artist, rank 4. Secondary professions or talents: leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6 + 4 + 1. Agility 7 + 3 + 2. Stamina 8 + 4. Intelligence 4 + 3 + 1. Spirit 8 + 3 + 2. Infant stage, so stats are reduced to half. Hockey: not applicable, needs to be unlocked naturally. Skills or talents: Electro, active racial talent, 39% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 10% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent, 79% mastery. Intermediate leg martial arts, gain talent and knowledge, 88% mastery. Intermediate navigation, gain talent and knowledge, 37% mastery. Intermediate cooking, gain knowledge and experience, 77% mastery. Intermediate science, gain knowledge and experience, 20% mastery. Expert math, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery. Advanced scholar, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade. Expert programming, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery. Intermediate drawing, gain knowledge, 38% mastery. Intermediate upper body martial arts, no purchase knowledge, 35% mastery. Basic survival, no purchase knowledge, 64% mastery. Basic climbing, no purchase knowledge, 76% mastery. Basic concealment, no purchase knowledge, 86% mastery. Basic detection, no purchase knowledge, 87% mastery. Beginner metalworking/forging, gain knowledge, 78% mastery. Basic engineering, gain knowledge, 23% mastery. Beginner shipbuilding, gain knowledge, 57% mastery. Special/unique knowledge/skill. Basic electro science, gain knowledge, 17% mastery. Source: minks. Basic mink biology, gain knowledge, 14% mastery. Source: minks. self-created special moves, or unique skills. Basic flash step, 82% mastery. Basic flash jump, 34% mastery. Weakness, very hot or dry environments. Sulong risks of going out of control or weakened afterwards. Martial artist rank 4, master rank. Experience/fame points 0/5 million. Upper limit of stored points is 5 million before upgrade. Tips: your fame has grown and you are receiving lots of praise. Do not let it get to your head and neglect your training. Fame is one thing, but that just means there may be many wishing to challenge you for your title. Just as Alicia had turned 16, 10 years had passed since she had upgraded the system to the master or expert rank. In those 10 years, her fame further increased with every person she defeated or her limits were overcome, and the points she earned continued to increase once a Duke Dogstorm, the Musketeers, Guardians, and the other stronger or influential members of Zoe began to take notice of her so much, so that the previous 300,000 points per year, which resulted in 3 million points, was nothing but a bare minimum of what she had earned in those 10 years, especially after being noticed by the strongest people on Zoe and challenging them multiple times. Her navigation had hit a wall after being stuck at the intermediate grade with no suitable teacher around her, but she was able to access several documents about various past journeys on the seas by minks of the past, so she was able to make up for some of the knowledge she was lacking, but could hardly be called an advanced navigator unless she gained more experience on the seas. She was able to upgrade her science, engineering, metalworking, shipbuilding, drawing, and also her 2 unique skills to the intermediate or advanced rank, but she began to save her points when she was getting closer to the time that she would be leaving Zoe. Her martial arts, detection, concealment, survival, and other skills were learned mostly from direct tuition from her master and the Guardian's strict training, so she did not need the system to upgrade them with points to the intermediate or advanced grade, but if she was stuck at a wall or felt that she was missing something, she used some points to buy the knowledge of what remained, which was reduced thanks to her overall progress, so it did not cost her much. Her greatest progress was in her leg martial arts, which had just entered the expert rank with training alone thanks to her talent, which also made her flash step and jump skills take a big leap forward after lots of practice and perfecting. The greatest change of her, however, was her ability to make full use of her stats that were restricted due to her immature body, and as her secondary professions were being upgraded, her bonus stats also increased a little to match her mastery bonuses for making progress in her chosen talents. A few months ago, she had also unlocked her hockey after repeatedly getting knocked down by her master and getting up again. She was forged to become stronger, and her will become tougher and unrelenting until she finally collapsed as she released a wave of Conqueror's hockey, signaling that she had reached the stage where she can begin to learn hockey. So she purchased the beginner knowledge to begin studying what she needs to know, but most of all, she needed more practice. Cat Viper was very shocked that she had the same type of hockey as his master Kazuki Odin. So although he could not instruct her on it himself, he began teaching her about observation and armament hockey. Alicia had gained greater control of her Electro and Sulong form after training with Cat Viper, but so had Carrot and Tristan. Although Nika had gained greater control of her Electro and found her own path as a sniper and scientist, she still could not keep herself under control under the full moon. Name: Alicia Lucine. Age: 16. Race: mink kangaroo. Birthplace: Zoe. Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job: martial artist rank 4. Secondary professions or talents: leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 6 + 14 + 4/40. Agility 7 + 14 + 8/40. Stamina 8 + 16/40. Intelligence 4 + 11 + 2/20. Spirit 8 + 5 + 4/15. Hockey. Beginner observation, gain knowledge, 84% mastery. Beginner armament, gain knowledge, 79% mastery. Beginner conqueror, no purchase knowledge, 2% mastery. Skills or talents. Electro, active racial talent, 100% mastery. Sulong, active racial talent, 77% mastery. Beast instinct and sense, passive racial talent, 100% mastery. Expert leg martial arts, gain talent, 3% mastery. Advanced navigation, gain talent, 4% mastery. Intermediate cooking, gain knowledge and experience, 83% mastery. Advanced Science, gain knowledge and experience, 78% mastery. Expert Math, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery. Advanced Scholar, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery, upgrade. Expert Programming, gain knowledge and experience, 100% mastery. Advanced Drawing, gain knowledge, 56% mastery. Advanced Upper Body Martial Arts, no purchase knowledge, 13% mastery. Intermediate Survival, gain knowledge, 47% mastery. Advanced Climbing, no purchase knowledge, 55% mastery. Advanced Concealment, no purchase knowledge, 45% mastery. Advanced Detection, no purchase knowledge, 49% mastery. Advanced Metalworking/Forging, gain knowledge, 11% mastery. Advanced Engineering, gain knowledge, 23% mastery. Intermediate Shipbuilding, gain knowledge, 68% mastery. Basic Battle Tactics, gain knowledge, 94% mastery. Intermediate Long Staff, gain knowledge, 49% mastery. Basic Medicine and First Aid, gain knowledge, 42% mastery. Beginner Fishing, gain knowledge, 77% mastery. Basic Shooting/Sniping, gain knowledge, 25% mastery. Basic Swimming, gain knowledge, 14% mastery. Special/Unique knowledge/skill. Advanced Electro Science, gain knowledge, 17% mastery. Source, minks. Advanced Mink Biology, gain knowledge, 14% mastery. Source, minks. Self-created special moves or unique skills. Advanced Flash, step 37% mastery. Intermediate Flash, jump 96% mastery. Intermediate Kanga Drop, 59% mastery. Intermediate Kanga Heal, 55% mastery. Intermediate Kanga Round, 57% mastery. Intermediate Kanga Spear, 60% mastery. Basic Kanganado, 78% mastery. Basic Staff Vault Cartwheel Kick, 53% mastery. Weakness, very hot or dry environments. Sulong risks of going out of control or weakened afterwards. Alicia went through many changes during her many years training on Zoe, and one of her achievements was creating a style and special moves that suited her body. Kanga Drop was developed based on various wrestling and kicking techniques around a drop kick, but hers in particular made use of her tail strength, which she had continued to train along with the rest of her body. Instead of using a sideways drop kick and turning her body to land on her front, she focused on perfecting an attack, which is used to get the most out of her leg power and the support of her tail. So she chose to work on her front drop kick while using her tail to catch and stabilize her body as the kick lands on her opponent or misses. Electro is also sent towards the soles of both of her feet to deal a devastating blow, and this skill can also be used along with flash step or jump. Kanga Heel is focused on her axe kick and reverse kicking techniques that require reverse spinning or just a forward high heel kick, and Electro is focused primarily on her heel and sometimes the back of her lower leg after it is used to gain momentum on her spin or moving forward. Kanga Round are roundhouse type of kicks using the front of the lower leg, foot, and toes to attack the opponent's low, middle, or high points, so the Electro is focused there. Kanga Spear was also developed using front, side, and back kicks with the soles of her feet, so Electro is focused on the soles of her feet for this special move. There is also the Kanganado, which uses a Taekwondo roundhouse and karate crescent kick while performing a tornado kick in the air, which can be used with or without Electro, and the same with her staff vault cartwheel skill. Each of her abilities had been developed to suit her body and make best use of her tail to keep her stable and under control of her balance so that she could attack, defend, and counter when an attack has missed her target or she suffers an unexpected attack. Although they had yet to be perfected, they began to show great promise for the future path that she was taking, but she knew that certain special skills needed to be found and purchased before she could work on them further to make them on the level of being highly destructive skills. After gaining a greater understanding of mink biology and electro science, she had also gained a greater understanding of her own body and Electro, so her control of it had reached a point where she could control and use it freely, but there were still some racial limitations that were still in place. A lot of the electro that was discharged from her body was often wasted, and she found out the cause of her Sulong form's flaws, which result in a reduced lifespan. A racial or biological limitation had been set in all minks so that they could keep themselves from going animalistic, but also so that they do not have very short lifespans. If Sulong was their true form, then very few minks would be able to stay fully conscious and in control of themselves in a human-like manner, but thanks to that limitation, they remain docile unless they are provoked. In Sulong, they are constantly releasing electro and high amounts of it, which draws a heavy burden on the body and the body's stamina or vitality, and if it continues to draw upon the body's limit during that time, it will begin to affect the body's lifespan or cause small internal damage to the body. If this was permanent, then the minks would be highly flawed and would probably walk towards a path of self-destruction because their lives would be very short and attack anything near them. In order to deal with this evolutionary flaw or hidden card of the minks, most minks tend to avoid making eye contact with a full moon so that they do not transform into their true form without those limitations in place unless they have control over it. Another example of this limitation would be the human body's physical limiter in the brain that holds back a certain percentage of its true power so that it cannot be damaged. In the brain's subconscious act to protect the body, some power is withheld, and in some cases those on some form of drug or under hypnosis tend to exert more power than they were previously capable of after cutting off that part of their brain that is acting to protect the body. The mink's biology and brain protect the body by creating this limitation, and upon looking directly at the full moon, that limitation is released, unlocking their true potential, just like a switch has been flipped. If it were any other race, they might have died upon using this type of large power boost a couple of times, but the minks are able to handle it because of their extremely quick recovery rates and a strong metabolism. Alicia's physical stats had grown a great deal over the many years of training and had surpassed the halfway mark and approached the body's limitation of growth before unlocking hockey. Around 25 stat points is the human's physical limit for each stat once practiced to the extreme, before later adding on hockey or a special type of technique like the world government's shave, iron body, etc. But there are certain individuals or monsters who have surpassed that stage over many years of training or because of their monstrous physique. For example, someone like Rob Lucci, who was considered a genius fighter and possessed destructive physical prowess and abilities along with his leopard devil fruit. Only after his defeat to Luffy, who used Gear's second and third to defeat him, did he focus on developing his hockey further. Although Alicia was training for many years and was very talented while possessing a strong metabolism, she had yet to reach the level of Lucci was capable of producing. After Luffy defeated Blueno and Lucci, he was given a bounty of 300 million, so Alicia could estimate her physical body and fighting skills to be at the level a little below that without the use of Electro. Although she had created her own special moves, they were still in their superficial and conceptual stages where they had yet to be perfected to the level of Lucci's use of his finger pistol that he had developed to suit his devil fruit form. As for the system's limit of stats, it is based on the highest stat people like the admirals, warlords, and 4 emperors who are considered monsters in their own way. Even someone like Doflamingo would be estimated to be somewhere in the 30s for his strength, agility, and endurance. She had also learned some additional skills to the basic or beginner grade, but was not too focused on ranking them up, but they may prove to be useful in the future along with the additional staff and shooting skills. 2 months ago, within Whale Forest on Zou, a large figure was seen flickering through the forest area and constantly putting heavy pressure upon their opponent. Cat Viper did not go easy on Alicia and continued to put her under greater pressure because he found that the greater she had to endure, the faster her growth speed was when it came to progressing with her martial path. Even without the use of Electro, Cat Viper still had the upper hand in the fight because of his fast speed that made him difficult to hit, but there were times when Alicia was coming close to hitting him, so he had no choice but to not slack during their sparring anymore. She stood motionless in place and focused on her surroundings as he leapt from tree to tree in order to ambush her, but her senses had been honed over years of training her detection ability, so she was able to keep track of him. For years she had suffered under the cat, but while doing so she had been forged into a tough warrior mink who would be ready to leave Zou soon. In a couple of months, Zanesha would reach the closest that it could get to near the red line before it changes its route again, so she wished to leave at that time. Her pointed kangaroo ears perked up as she listened intently for any signs of movement, even if the tiniest change, when all of a sudden she changed her stance to perform a roundhouse kick after turning her body around to gain more of a spin on her kick. Just as her kick was about to land on the cat, he cleverly jumped back to avoid it and could not help but show a look of approval. If it wasn't for my observation hockey Naya, I would have been hit Naya. He used this miss of an attack to exploit an opening on her quickly and break through to her, but before he could do so, his observation hockey told him to wait patiently. His move became as if he was stepping into the fight, but stepped back at the last moment when the roundhouse kick landed, but continued to spin in a circular motion, and this time her other leg was lifted up into the air as her heel was going towards his head if he had stepped forward. No longer willing to give her any more opportunities, as he knew that her gaps were lowering as her skills improved, he used his observation hockey to his best abilities to find a chance to break through her defense with his fast speed. After missing her 2 defensive sweeping strikes on her opponent, she fixed her position and was still on the defensive thanks to the pressure that he put on her like a predator stalking its prey. Her left leg landed behind her as the other was placed forward facing her opponent, but just as she was about to push herself forward to hit him, as he had stopped before getting hit by her previous hit, she closed the gap with a front kick with her left leg brought forward. If it was another opponent, it may have landed, but against a hockey user, she had no choice but to risk it and not use feints because her opponent would know of her intentions and exploit that moment to turn the tables. She had no choice but to be straightforward with her attacks and go all out without having any tricks, as she had learned this lesson many years ago through many painful experiences. Either she could find a way around it, or she could master the same hockey so that she could also read her opponent's movements just like they are reading her. Sadly, reality would not allow her to land a hit again, and the cat narrowly avoided the kick and moved within her defenses. He swiftly dealt a heavy punch towards her stomach, which sent her falling back like many other times, but this time she was able to change her stance after her front kick with the help of her tail. As she brought back her left leg, her right leg was lifted to guard with the knee and shin as her body weight was supported by her tail. Surprisingly, she blocked the attack with her leg instinctually after experiencing the cat's devastating punch several times before and began to counter after blocking, but before she could bring her other foot sweeping back to restrict the cat or hit him, as it came back, he had already moved to attack her only support. He moved quickly before she could gain a firm footing and attacked the tail, keeping her balanced, and as she fell back, landed on top of her with his claws at her throat, smiling widely. "Nice try, Naya. You have gotten better, Naya." Like many times before, Alicia had walked the road of defeat and built upon what she lacked so she could overcome her tougher opponents, but this cat was one of them that could never be underestimated. However, even the firmest wills can be shaken if beaten down enough times. If anything, right at that moment she did not feel satisfaction for blocking his attack, but instead felt unwilling to lose yet again. She lay there with the cat above her, who had once again won, and that feeling of not wanting to give in to the impossible odds against her sparked something. "No, not again. I must win. If I cannot even last that long, then how am I ever going to reach the top of the world? Get up, body. Up, up, up." The weight of the cat pressed her body down, and his claws at her throat made him the winner, but suddenly he felt a change in the air and noticed Alicia's fiery eyes of determination and struggle. Suddenly, a shockwave-like presence spread out from her body, which made others instinctually not wish to approach her, kneel, or collapse while in her presence. Some young minks that were training nearby got swept up in the feeling and collapsed to the ground while losing consciousness, while the others felt a heavy pressure on their bodies for a moment. After releasing a wave of Conqueror's hockey, Alicia passed out too after unlocking her ability to use hockey and from exhaustion after fighting and training for most of her time in the forest. Looking at her sleeping body, which had no idea of what she had just done, Cat Viper whispered, "It is just like Master Odin Naya. To think that one of my own people would possess the disposition of a King Naya." He looked a little troubled over what had happened, but he knew that such people were a rarity in the world, and they would either die early or would go on to do great things. He had no choice but to accept the reality in front of him. Now that she has shown potential Naya, I will have to teach her what I know of armament and observation hockey Naya, but I cannot help her with that Naya. What a shame, Naya. Hopefully she can find someone when she leaves Zoe to teach her further Naya. Little did he know that she had unlocked her haki, and now she could purchase the knowledge necessary for to train in her haki from those that have a high mastery around her, but she still needed to meet a conqueror's haki user when she leaves. Cat Viper picked her up and carried her back to her home to rest. After unlocking her haki, she will feel a little drained, Naya. It would be best if she gets some rest for now, Naya. The next morning, Alicia opened her eyes and then closed them to check something. The system no longer showed not applicable on the haki panel, but instead showed the haki that she could train in, purchase knowledge of, or upgrade to the next rank, which also included the option of Conqueror's haki. Upon seeing this, she shut and opened her eyes several times before getting up on her bed and bouncing up and down while cheering happily. Aha! Finally, her long, stubborn pursuit had paid off, and she had unknowingly awakened her haki skills, but also acquired the very rare Conqueror's haki. Present day on Zoe, on the edge of Zenesha, stood many minks who were helping to lower a large ship that looked like it could be lived on by up to 7 or more people down into the water. The ship was mostly made of wood and metal, but there were still many parts which had been fitted properly with wood or other materials to avoid slipping over the wet floor while and for other situations at sea. It had the same shape and similar design to the Perfume Yuda, which is the ship of the Kuja pirates with a water wheel at both sides at the back. The ship was a smaller design but big enough so that it also had enough space for a small crew to live in, which had a meeting room or lounge, which was also used for cooking and other things, men's room, storage room, cannon deck and anchor room, but also a bathroom. After much trial and error, but also considering the cost to build it, she decided to only partially help build the ship and request for it to be built with the help of others. She helped mainly with the metalworking and other engineering-based jobs, but her main focus was on helping design and equip the cannons on the ship with Nika and the old man, and also adding other appliances to help with their daily life. Alicia knew that she wasn't exactly the richest mink in Zoe, even with her job as a guardian, so she had no choice but to not go with her idea of building a metal ship, because she still lacked the skills and knowledge to be able to produce a more modern ship, but also the funding needed to make it. Among the many minks who lowered the ship into the sea, a tall figure was among them. Much like the female shape of One Piece that was overly curvy and thin, the teenage mink had a similar body to Nami pre-time skip, but had longer and slightly different shaped legs like a kangaroo, but not as obvious as she was still a humanoid beast person. Strangely enough, her form had not changed from what she had chosen from her character creation menu and would not be changed no matter how much she seemed to work out. She expected that with enough training she would become more muscular, but it seemed like her power was being contained within her fixed body shape, much like how Luffy barely shows any physical changes besides adding on some extra muscle definition throughout the manga. So she concluded that she had a weird physique that only changes as she grows to fit what she saw during the character creation. Her curvy black hair had grown past her shoulders, and on top of her head was a dark gray fedora hat with a white stripe on it, flat top, and a neck strap attached to it. On the hat there were 2 parts where her long, pointed gray ears came out and pointed upward. After getting a grasp on Sulong, Alicia began to wear a hat to cover her eyes during a full moon, but soon it became a habit to carry or wear a hat at all times. On her body was a sleeveless white tank top, black shorts that went down to the middle of her upper leg, a pair of knee and elbow protectors, and a pair of black slip-on shoes. At her waist was a small attachment with small parts hanging by her waist which seemed to be parts of a staff, but on her back there seemed to be an additional attachment, which looked a lot like sheathed blade attachments. While she had focused solely on her leg martial arts, she was not yet fully confident in dealing with many opponents at once without practice who intended to capture or harm her. So she began to work on her staff skill, changing between different configurations and also learning shooting in her free time. The staff was long but could be separated into 2, and at the ends it was able to use different attachments, so she began to experiment with it. One attachment was to better make use of blunt attacks while channeling her Electro into the staff, but the other focused more on sharp attacks. The Reaper-like blades could be fixed in place on each end while the staff is spun, or one could be used while the other attachment was on the other end, but the balance would be affected. So she found that she preferred to only use the Reaper attachments when she wished to split the staff in 2 so she could dual wield them. She named this staff the Black Electro Staff after it had been modified to better suit using Electro, and tried to train in both uses of the staff with each attachment, so that if she was up against many enemies she would have a weapon to better defend herself from their many swords and spears. She could choose between using the blunt attachment to knock out or injure her enemies, but if she needed to kill or injure her opponent badly, then the Reaper blade attachment was also there. Tristan, and Nika had grown up over the years, but many things remained the same about them. Carrot was wearing clothing a little similar to Alicia, but on her shirt was a cartoon picture of a carrot, and she had also carried on her back a backpack which was full of carrots and other useless junk. Tristan was dressed a little more conservatively and carried a bag full of her medical tools and supplies. Nika was the smallest of the four of them and was barely even half of their size, so in the crowd, she was barely noticeable as she watched the boat being lowered with a studying gaze as she carried a bag full of tools with her and had a small version of a sniper on her back and little pistols at her waist. By them, there was also another two male minks who had wished to follow along with their journey, but were on the weaker side of the crew compared to the four of them. One was a dog mink named Clifford and a bear mink called Archie. Both of them possessed Electro and the ability to fight, but their specialties lied elsewhere. Clifford had an interest in swords while Archie had more of an interest in shipbuilding or repairs and wishing to be a helmsman of a ship one day. It took some time to lower the ship safely, and when it was about to reach the bottom along with their future supplies, everyone began to say their goodbyes. Suddenly, Alicia was attacked by her parents who looked a little sad to see their daughter leaving on her own adventure without them. Garchu, stay safe out there, my child. Her mother also joined in as she rubbed against her daughter's cheek with her own. Protect yourself well, my daughter. Alicia, who had grown used to these attacks by now, could only smile helplessly and reply, Do not worry, Mom and Dad. I will do my best to return to you unharmed. The two parents eventually released her from her grip, and she saw Cat Viper, who was off in the distance with the Guardians who were waving to her. Acknowledging their presence, she bowed to them all to express her gratitude for their help to make her what she is today, and set out on her journey as she climbed down the rope towards the ship along with her companions. Not long after they had landed on the ship and released the ropes to set sail, Alicia began to order Carrot, Clifford, and Archie around. Carrot, your job is to be the lookout, and Clifford, your job is to make sure everything is ready and secured with Archie, and then Archie can begin to take up the position behind the wheel. Tristan and Nika, you make sure to check our inventory and weapons. Alicia took out a bag as she entered the lounge and took out several globe-like things with different name tags on them that she had brought along from the Minx collection to help with her journey. On some of them, the names were recognizable to the eyes of many One Piece fans like Fishman Island, Alabasta, Water 7, and Sabaody Archipelago. Although some of those places were sensitive for the story's original timeline, being messed with it did not mean that she could not visit there quietly on her journey around the Grand Line. After they set sail and left Zoe out of sight, Cat Viper returned to his home and found a letter among his documents. A smile was on his face as he knew who it was from, but as he read it, his face became serious. On the letter it read, Master, I hope that you will make up with Duke Dogstorm over the past events and forge a stronger Zoe that is not divided by factions. Also, from what you had mentioned about your past, I have come up with a theory. Among you lurks a traitor which you all know, but would not dare to identify, because all of you scabbards were so close, so you cannot possibly guess, so I will do it for you. For such a person to be able to deceive everyone, they must have superior acting skills. Those that possess such traits sometimes have an artistic side to them of some kind shown, but sometimes they also use certain ways to hide that side in their own way by downplaying their true skills. If there is such a person within the scabbards, then I hope that I have helped to identify them. Best of luck, Master. After reading everything, Cat Viper's eyes glinted with a look of betrayal as an image of a person appeared in his mind. It couldn't be. If so, then we have all missed it, Naya. We have been so blind to the truth, Naya. Why would he do it, Naya? After thinking for a while, he made up his mind and went to see Duke Dogstorm to report what had been discovered from an outsider's perspective. From this day onwards would spark the Minx revival and the two leaders' crazy quest to grow stronger, so that they could avenge their master and strike down the traitor. It was not long until Pedro returned to Zoe with his crew after giving up their pursuit of the Poneglyphs and deciding against raiding Big Mom's Island just to get a copy of one. After he gave up on the idea after receiving Alicia's reminder, when the time came he wished to witness the new generation and how they affect the world, so he decided to continue his journey for a little while longer before returning home with his crew. So not long after Alicia left, he had returned to help Cat Viper with what he had planned for the future. In between the West and North Blue, Fishman Island, and the other side of the Reverse Mountain is the New World. The only ways to get through to other seas is to have a connection with a warlord, marine, or the world government if someone wishes to pass through legally. Other methods would be to get a ship coding and travel through Fishman Island under the Red Line, travel back through the Reverse Mountains path against the strong currents, find a way to scale the Red Line or Reverse Mountain, or to simply risk going onto the calm belt where many Sea Kings are. After hesitating many times, Alicia came to the conclusion that it was far too dangerous to be traveling to Fishman Island right now, because of the changes that were taking place there, but also she did not possess the right tools to be able to cross or climb between the seas like Germa do. The next decision to make was which sea she wished to visit first, but soon she remembered a place that would suit her for training, so she navigated the ship towards the West Blue. In the calm belt, many dangers lurk underwater, and without sea prism technology, she would have to risk it to pass through with her crew. However, that did not mean that she was unprepared. The ship was able to slowly and carefully travel through the entrance of the calm belt and came to a stop because there was no wind hitting the ship's sails. However, all of a sudden, Alicia shouted, "Start the generator!" An electro and wind turbine-powered generator started up, and soon the water wheels at the back of the boat began to rotate and gather up momentum, pushing the boat forward. Seeing that it was working, all of the minks on the crew began to jump towards each other to Kan-Gar-Chu, but suddenly a warning voice yelled towards them. "Do not lose focus yet. Stay on alert, and do not forget to get the weapons ready in case of an attack." Some of them had already ran to arm the cannons and large harpoon guns that were on the ship, while others quickly went to get their own tools to help fight when a problem comes along. Alicia could be seen equipping a pair of protective metallic boots that came up her lower legs and stopped a little before reaching her knees. Throwing caution to the wind, she played around with the dial on it and turned it to max setting right away, and then began to equip her staff with her side blades while separating the staff into two halves. Carrot also equipped herself with her own pair of Electro gauntlets, while Nika was looking over the weapons and checking her sniper and placing a special bullet in the chamber. Meanwhile, Tristan and the two males of the group assisted with steering the ship and arming the ship's defenses. Right away, Carrot climbed up high on the lookout to keep watch for any signs of activity, but so far the only sounds that could be heard were from the boat paddling forward through the calm belt. The dials on the gauntlets and greaves had several settings on them, which were set to adjust the voltage release from her Electro to stun, knockout, or kill for a human or medium-sized beast, but also there was an additional feature to amplify the Electro to a higher level to take down much larger creatures. The ship continued to travel at a steady pace through the calm belt and was reaching more than halfway through until they were about to enter the West Blue. Suddenly, a change took place around the ship, and then the calm and still sea began to show movement as a large beast appeared. A large serpentine Sea King appeared, which looked to be between the small or medium size for most Sea Kings. It had large teeth and a large body capable of destroying many large ships. Knowing the behavior of the Sea Kings, she began to give orders. "Keep a distance and go around it. I need someone by the generator ready to change water wheel speed to maximum right away. Try not to provoke it." She knew that they relentlessly pursue their targets and destroy them, but they give up when faced with a stronger strength or will. They also possess the ability to communicate with each other and have intellect of their own, so if she provoked it, then she would either have to escape or defeat it quickly so that other Sea Kings would not be called by it to help. It lay there quietly on the top of the water far away as Alicia and her crew went around from a distance and continued to pass by, but just as the ship was getting some distance from it, and they sighed with relief, a change happened. The serpent raised its head from the water and looked towards the ship that was leaving, and its eyes locked onto it like it had found its prey. It raised its body up from the water and raised its head as it was looking in the ship's direction, and then suddenly dived forward in a straight line, chasing towards the ship. Carrot, who witnessed its strange behavior, immediately yelled from the lookout, "Danger! That big snake is coming our way. I thought we were safe." Alicia closed her eyes in order to compose herself. Then she suddenly opened her eyes with a look of clarity. "Full speed ahead. Our goal is to outrun it and reached the west blue. Just as the mechanism was switched to its highest setting, the ship began to pick up speed and put some distance between them and the Sea King. The Sea King did not give up its pursuit of the ship and increased its speed while slowly gaining closer with every passing moment. In the sea, it could be seen on the top of the water, making a serpent-like movement as it swam with half of its body floating above the sea and its face facing towards its target with its large mouth wide open, revealing its large sharp teeth. Carrot jumped down looking a little fearful and shouted, "It is getting closer." Alicia looked towards the distance and then back at the approaching Sea King, then decided the next course of action. "Man the cannons. Me and Nika will take aim, and the rest will help with firing and reloading them while one stays to control the steering." The minks began to move swiftly as the dog and rabbit mink helped with the back cannons of the ship, and the bear mink was at the helm of the ship, keeping it going towards the west blue. Alicia aimed the cannons along with Nika and spoke. "Use ordinary cannonballs for now. First warning shot ready to fire in 3, 2, 1. Alicia made full use of her sniper skill, high spirit-based stat, B-sense, and newly awakened beginner-grade observation hockey to sense the changes and movements of the large serpent and aim the cannon. Fire! Bang! A cannonball was released and flew towards the serpent-like face of the Sea King, but it landed just a little in front of it and splashed it with water. The Sea King, instead of feeling intimidated or warned to back off, became more irritated and ignored that it was almost hit by a cannonball. Alicia sighed as she spoke. "As intelligent creatures, I figured that they would realize that we wish for no trouble and back off after the warning, but instead it has been provoked further. It must be of a lower intelligence than the much older or larger Sea Kings out in the world. Nika, adjust your cannon slightly to the left and be ready to fire in 5 seconds. Help me reload my cannon and set it up for another shot." Although her control over her observation hockey was non-existent and she had yet to be able to use it upon command, she still tried to train and hone it during certain times of combat or danger. Now was also a chance to better get a chance to combine her stats and various skills and physics knowledge together so that she could make a more accurate shot from afar and hit the target after her warning shot, even if her observation did not always work. The time had passed, and suddenly there was another bang as the cannon fired another shot. This one was not a warning shot, but instead hit the target directly. The force from the shot and the heavy cannonball made the Sea King stop for a moment until it shrugged off the pain and the small injury caused to its body, then began its pursuit once more. Instead of a warning shot this time, they were aimed to slow down its movements or make it give up. It raised its head and let out an intimidating howl to the sky, and just as it did so, Alicia had taken aim with her cannon while guessing its next move. The ship was still moving at a high speed and getting closer and closer, but around 10 minutes were still required to get to safety within the West Blue. Another shot was fired upon the Sea King, as it had not given up chasing them, this time hitting it in the side of the face before bouncing past its head and falling into the sea. A determined look appeared in Alicia's eyes, and she pushed herself to the limit of concentration. Up a little more and fire in 10 seconds. Reload my cannon and be ready to fire as soon as possible. This pattern continued for another 7 to 8 minutes as they got closer. Sometimes the cannonballs hit dead on the target, and other times it barely hit but only left a small scrape on its body as it hit its side, and then passed by. The serpent's eyes were now red with rage as it was going berserk, chasing them down. Luckily, they were able to create some distance each time they hit it dead on with a cannonball, so it was not close enough to cause damage, but it once again let out a howl, but this time it sounded a little strange. Almost like guessing its intentions, Alicia grit her teeth and yelled towards the helm. Set the power beyond its limits for the last couple of minutes and go into overdrive. I don't care if it is damaged. We can fix it later. She fired off another cannon and then said, "I think it is calling for help. These final minutes will show whether we are able to survive or we will be destroyed, so I want your full support." With each passing moment, the serpent was getting closer, and it continued to ignore the injuries that it was taking, but its cries began to attract several larger Sea Kings that were emerging from under the sea. Feeling a sense of crisis, her mind turned quickly and then shouted, "Do not aim for the big ones. We cannot afford to provoke them further even if they chase us. Just aim for the serpent and keep it away. Nika took aim once again and got more adjusted to how the cannons were working and no longer needed Alicia telling her how to adjust her shot. As her cannonball hit the target and made the serpent falter a little again, she gave a cheeky monkey grin and spoke. I estimate that this is our victory. Alicia shook her head. Never use your calculations to determine things we have yet to understand. Do not lose focus until the end. She took aim once again and fired another cannonball. The cannonball supplies are depleting. What do we have left? Tristan checked and came back to report with slight worry in her voice. We are running low and almost out even after just this short journey. What do we do if we run out? Alicia retorted. It's worth it if we can hold them off and get across the calm belt in one piece. We may have to ready the harpoons if it gets any closer. Carrot grinned as she watched the large sea creatures chasing them down with a look of excitement in her eyes instead of fear. I wonder if they are tough. Nika turned to look at her for a moment as if looking at an idiot and replied. They can stand up to a cannon with their thick skin or scales and shrug it off. And that is just the small to medium-sized serpent that has been chasing us. I would not dare to imagine the power and endurance the bigger ones would be capable of. I have to test to see if my bullets would pierce them later, though. If they can't, then I need to improve them. The crew all were surprised by the Sea King that it continued to chase and endure so many cannonballs. Even Alicia, who had knowledge of this beforehand from the manga or anime, couldn't help but watch these creatures in wonder and fascination. The larger Sea Kings continued to chase behind, but they seemed to keep a certain distance so that they could try to assist the serpent to avoid the cannonballs a little better and help him catch his prey without taking its kill or chance at revenge. Alicia, who saw this, couldn't help but think, so there is honor among Sea Kings? Or is it just them teaching the weak how to hunt? Not that she cared about any of that, so long as it gave her the chance to escape without their interference. As the ship went past its maximum capacity, it sped up and continued towards the location of the seas, where she could see more frequent changes in weather and a more chaotic sea that was not as still as the calm belt. Another order was given. It's the final challenge. All we need to do is pass this final moment. Bring up the sails once again and get ready to enter the West Blue. As if sensing their impending victory, the big Sea Kings had a look of boredom in their eyes, and they gradually lost interest in the chase, so they slowed down a little. The serpent continued to move forward in pursuit of them, even after losing his support, and howled again. However, the Sea Kings seemed to ignore its cries for help and looked on as it began to leave the calm belt along with the ship. On the calm belt underneath the water, several large figures were seen swimming by each other, but nobody but a select few people could understand their words as they spoke. One large Sea King with a body shaped like a pufferfish released several air bubbles and communicated with the others. The young ones are always full of energy these days. Another large Sea King with a body shape like an eel responded. Just leave them to their games. We must stick to our duty and wait for our king to awaken. We must not get distracted by the small changes in the world no matter what. If some fools wish to waste their lives on a reckless pursuit, then let them do so. All we can do is guide them, and if they do not listen, then there is nothing that we can do. Another large goldfish-shaped Sea King agreed with its words. We shall await our king and remain in the calm belt until the time is right. If the young ones cross that line, then there is nothing we can do to protect themselves anymore. He is on his own now. Suddenly, there was a silence, as if they all silently agreed, and then they separated, no longer paying attention to the chaos that was happening above sea. In the hierarchy, or the Sea Kings, the much larger ones are the most intelligent and wisest of their race, but the smaller or medium-sized Sea Kings were a lot slower and quick to anger. This led to them being difficult to control and attacking many ships that journeyed on the calm belt over the years, giving the calm belt the reputation as a dangerous place that should not be crossed unless fully prepared. However, today a ship had passed through even after getting noticed around halfway through the journey, thanks to a combination of luck, indifference of the larger Sea Kings, but also a bit of skill and tactics. It was certainly an experience worthy of putting into the crew's logbook. Meanwhile, back in the West Blue, just as the generator had overloaded, the wind picked up and the ship began to move without the need of additional support. The serpent had many wounds on its body, but it still chased after them, even without the support of the larger sea kings that seemed to be supporting it. It began to thrash around in the water as it was getting closer and closer to the ship, but all of a sudden a scream was heard as it was drawing closer. Fire! Suddenly a long metal harpoon pierced into its body, and attached to it was a chain. It yelled out again as it was dealt a harsh wound that caused it a lot of pain, but suddenly another shot was fired which entered into its upper part of its body near its head. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Keep the chains tight, but do not let it get close to the ship." All of a sudden an electric light flashed, and several figures appeared to step onto the chain that was between the ship and the Serpent Sea King. The first to flash across and arrive by the serpent was Alicia, who jumped up from the chain and stabbed her Electro, charged scythe, bladed staffs into its body very easily. She used her scythe like an ice pick or mountain climbing gear, and used her momentum to stab at its body, then jump further up it as she climbed or jumped towards its head. With each stab or jump, Electro dealt additional damage to its body, especially after being boosted by her ERG-1, which had amplified her Electro damage from the lower half of her legs. Meanwhile, a gunshot was heard, and a clanging noise followed as a bullet hit its scales. Nika looked at the bullet wound on its body and commented, "It hit and went through, but too shallow. I need to choose my target more carefully." Right after, she aimed upward and waited for an opportunity, while nearby the figures of Carrot and Clifford appeared as they ran across the chain, while Tristan assisted with anything on the ship, as she knew that she would not be needed, and if anyone was hurt, then was her time to put her skills to use. Carrot's ERG-1 activated the claw feature, and she began to pierce its body as she climbed up its body, while releasing as much Electro as possible, which highly damaged the outside and some of the insides of the Sea King's body. Clifford began to try to slash and pierce into the body of the big sea serpent with his Electro, but he was unable to inflict a deadly enough of a wound that could help, as he had yet to reach the realm of a master swordsman that could cut steel. A sudden change of the serpent's body hit him and caused him to fall back and nearly fell into the sea, but luckily he was quick enough to grab onto the chain and then retreated with a look of defeat of his face. "I am too far away from those monsters. Where is my bone?" Tristan gave him a quick check to see if he suffered from a wound, but he did not take that big of a fall, and it would recover with a little rest. However, she still said to him, "Do not take it too harshly. They have all trained hard in their own way to get where they are, so just focus on your path, and one day you will find you have made progress." Tristan learned early that although she was growing in strength and was one of the 4 monsters of the group, she was still the weaker one, or at least somewhere near the bottom of the group in terms of fighting capabilities. Carrot and Alicia had high physical skills while Nika had her technology, so she had to train just as hard and hone her skills as a doctor, just so that she would remain useful to the group. But even now, she felt that it was best to be there in case of an accident or as a backup when something bad is about to happen. Back in the fight between the 3 of the 4 main crew members and the sea serpent, Carrot and Alicia continued to climb up its body and attack it with Electro. Just as they reached the top, Alicia put away her weapons and looked towards Carrot, who responded with a small, cute smile, as if she knew what was coming. On top of the serpent, the 2 of them kicked off the ground at a different angle and position, so that Carrot's feet were facing upwards as she kicked her legs with all of her strength. Just as she did that, her feet came into contact with Alicia's, who did the same and used that force to push herself up into the sky and begin to spin in the air above the serpent, while Carrot used her feet to force her body back towards the body of the serpent's head, as she charged up her Electro into her ERG-1 that amplified the damage output, and used her strongest Electro-charged attack as she speared her body towards the top of its head. The attack seemed to have done a great deal of damage, but the attack was a little shallow to be able to completely kill it, so she was shook off the head as it tried to devour her during its struggle against them. Just as Carrot felt the hair on her body stand up as she detected her life in danger, the sound of another gunshot was heard. This time the serpent let out a shriek as its eye was pierced by a bullet, and during that moment the flow of the battle changed. In the next second, a thin rope was thrown out towards Carrot, who was falling into the sea, and pulled her back towards the direction of Nika. Just as this was happening, the serpent wished to get revenge on Nika and Carrot, who caused it pain, but before it could do so, it was already too late. Several flips forward gained a lot of momentum and power, along with Electro powering the kick, and suddenly a heel came into contact with its head as the sound of a cracking skull could be heard. Then the second heel landed on around the same position as her other leg continued with its rotation and momentum from the fall. The two blows exploded with concentrated electro and physical power combined with the power of the fall and rotation of the axe kicks, which caused great damage to the top of its head and spread the electro deep into its brain, killing it. Just as it fell into the sea, Alicia quickly caught the rope that was thrown in her direction during her fall towards the sea. That was a tricky opponent, but it cannot defeat a team of minks. Good job, everyone. Let's begin cutting it up and making it into something delicious. As for the rest of it, we can try to drag it toward the closest island to sell. Sometimes she was glad that her choice was a mink, and other times she would regret it for various reasons. But today was not one of those days, as it helped her collect her crew members and had strong fighting prowess and instincts. Much like the Diable Jam version of Sanji's normal Kankase attack, Sanji uses Skywalk to get high up in the air before tumbling down with his leg outstretched, gaining speed by spinning, and then slams his heel on the top of their head. Alicia used her own version of this move that instead dealt 2 heel strikes, as one landed first and was followed by the other to the head of the serpent, while her tail helped a little with her landing and keeping the second heel strike from losing too much power after the first one had landed. It also helped that Carrot had done some damage to its head beforehand, and it was distracted by the sniper piercing its eye, which helped her land the fatal attacks. The crew began to have a large meal with Sea King meat and stored some of it away for later, while the rest of it was dragged towards the next island. Finally, in the West Blue, Alicia could finally put her navigation skills to work in a better way rather than relying on a log post to find her way towards an island. For now, her experiences were low, and she could only go off what she had learned, so she took out an ordinary compass and kept on a straight path, putting the calm belt behind her until she comes across the island. The West Blue, like its sister seas, comprises almost entirely of ocean, with scattered islands and a border with the Red Line. It is known to be the birthplace of the Straw Hat Pirates Nico, Robin, and Brooke, the Emperor, Red-Haired Shanks, current warlord, Gecko Moria, and one of the future members of the worst generation, Capone Beach. Other notable pirate crews from this sea include the Rumbar and the Hapo Navy. The West Blue is also known for having a strong underworld scene due to the presence of 5 influential mafia organizations known collectively as the 5 Families of the West. Although it was not known for being the strongest of the 4 blue seas, it did produce many strong or interesting characters, and very few islands were named or given a proper backstory within the manga or anime, so Alicia decided to behave cautiously. Upon arriving smoothly at the docking area of the first island, many people came to look towards the ship as it was pulling a large creature behind it. Right away, a merchant came forward and began to talk to Alicia, who was leaving the ship. This time she had properly dressed so that her body was covered up thoroughly, and she kept a sniper on her back along with the staff parts attached to her leg. After the battle, the ERG-1 was partly damaged and overloaded with Electro, so it needed to be repaired. It was made with inferior metals and techniques, so it was expected that it would be damaged or be overloaded after using the amplification setting, but the situation required her to use it so that her crew were not harmed. For now, she also needed to lay low and not display her true skill set, so she restricted herself to her staff and sniper skills if they were even needed. She arrived off the ship and met the merchant, who was eager to ask questions. "Where are we?" The merchant put on his professional attitude and began to get to business. "Welcome to Lost Camp. How may I be of service to you today? Is that a Sea King I see? Are you looking to sell it? How long since it has been killed?" Alicia took a breath and closed her eyes as she witnessed many flashing skills available around her, and she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the outside world is more diverse in skills compared to Zoe. Even this weak man has a brokering, trading, swindling, business management, etiquette, and acting skill that is past the basic grade, and some of them are even at the intermediate grade. Suddenly, her mind fell into confusion, and then she suddenly remembered one island that barely had a mention in the story but was attacked by pirates after Whitebeard's death. A picture was beginning to form in her head of the West from some of the skills she had seen and some basic information that she knew. This island had many hidden forces, just like other places in the West Blue, which either sided with the nobles and royalty, the pirate factions, the navy, the independent armies or royal armies, merchants, and also the underground big families. This meant that she was walking into the middle of a silent war zone that could erupt with the right motivation. However, while she was free, she decided that it was best to play along with the merchant as she quickly bought the beginner skills for etiquette, swindling, brokering, trading, and also acting. Then she began to adjust her posture a little. Although inexperienced, and although she did not have time to read through the skills in her mind, she still had her experiences from her past life when she worked many part-time jobs, so she was able to watch his movements and mirror them a little. Pleased to meet you. It was only killed recently, and some of it has been harvested and kept away, but there is still lots of meat left along with its bones and other parts. Suddenly Archie yelled down with a face like he was betrayed. Boss, you cannot do this. Can't we at least keep some of it? Suddenly a sly smile crept on her face, which went unnoticed by the merchant as she spoke again. It seems that it would be difficult to sell. After all, you should know that many like to keep their trophies. The merchant instantly knew that this person was not someone to be tricked, and he could not be on the winning side of the deal if he tried to use his usual tactics to get what he wanted. Follow me, and let me introduce you to Lost Camp. Let us discuss this over some food. Alicia nodded as she followed him. All right, let's go. Alicia left the other crew members on board the ship for now so that they could arrange the Sea King to be pulled out of the sea. Archie and Nika were busy making any repairs to the generator, the ship, the cannons, or any of the other tools, but Archie seemed to be mostly interested in a certain part of the serpent's body, which was the head. Clifford focused on his swordsmanship on the desk of the ship after his failure to pierce or cut through the serpent's scales and deal it a deadly blow while Tristan was studying in the lounge and Carrot was asleep in the lookout. As she followed behind the merchant and entered into a small restaurant, she began to close her eyes every now and again to view the beginner skills that were available to her so that she could get rid of her fast increasing points, which was always close to reaching the limit. Ever since a couple of years ago, her yearly points had grown to a whole new level after many of the musketeers, guardians, old and retired veterans, and other important or influential people within Zo had come to notice her talents. After every day, she still received many points that came from many young or non-combatant minks that gave 1 point per person, 10 points for those who had a decent control of Electro, which was way more than 200, but 100 points per strong mink that had trained diligently or was a member of one of the forces on Zo, which was numbered to be around or over 200, so she was receiving a high number of points per day. Thanks to this, she always seemed to have points to burn, and she couldn't help but imagine how fast she would earn points once her influence was spread among the Blues, the Grand Line, and the New World. Now that she was in a city, many professions were around her out in the open being used by ordinary citizens. Since the beginner skills were a maximum of 200 points, and the basic skills were at most 2,000, then the intermediate skills were at most 20,000. So she was able to use her overflowing points to buy anything that was around her that she lacked or needed to have additional help upgrading. Even the various business skills from merchants or businessmen were split into different sections like acting, swindling, brokering, trading, negotiation, advertising, bargaining, etc. Now there were skills from other types of roles like a barber, fisherman, clay, wood, or other types of craftsmen, cooks, and other types of roles that have their own type of specialty of knowledge focused in one area. For example, some of the restaurants focused more on a fish and other seafood, while others mainly sold meat, rice, soup, or noodle dishes, but she still was unable to find that many with enough skill that could be considered as a unique or special skill. So she just purchased whatever was available to fill in her missing parts of knowledge for a cheap and discounted price, since she had already reached a rank higher than most of these people on some or a lot of her skills. As for the others which she lacked or had only begun to learn, she bought the beginner or basic version. Perhaps because of being around the minks for so long and growing up getting used to their honest and friendly disposition, she had forgotten a little of the outside world that awaited her. Suddenly, she was reminded about the darker side of the world, or the gray areas that could be exploited if she remained as she was. Knowing that this was the West Blue where the underworld families have control, and Gang Beej is causing conflicts among them and earning lots of treasure and money, she was once again reminded of several things as she was faced with many skills that showed up during her journey to the restaurant. One or two people that passed by her had skills in pickpocketing, sleight of hand, or misdirection skills, and as she continued, some were shown to have leadership skills focused in the tyrant category, along with a decent understanding of torturing or killing techniques using a knife or other small handheld weapons. Their mastery of the skills were not high, so they must have been small group leaders in charge of a small amount of people. It was like the system could give her an insight into a person's life and let her read what kind of life they had been living. There was even a homeless man on the street with the skills for begging and acting pitiful, but he also had the skill for swindling and information gathering, so she knew that he may part of one of the groups to lure a person in or to point out potential easy targets for looting. There was also a pitiful-looking girl holding a basket of flowers who had small tears in the corner of her eyes as she pleaded for people to buy her flowers, but the problem wasn't there. It was that her skills were showing that she had skills in luring, acting pitiful, and telling heartrending stories. The luring part caught her eye, and a chill went down her spine. Sometimes there will be a child who is suffering with a sick parent or sibling, and the eldest child, or someone capable of earning money, must go out early to provide for the family. Then the trend often follows as followed. The family is ignored and dies or falls into debt with the wrong people. Or their so-called story is in fact a lie which has been made up, so when a person is deceived and wishes to lend a helping hand, they are lured into a dark place and robbed. Although that child may have their own difficult story, Alicia did not wish to interfere and get involved with the undercurrents of the island. She was no hero and never seen herself as one. If she decided to save someone, then she would have to save another, or she would feel obligated to save the next, and before she knew it, there would be a large line of enemies chasing her out of the island before she can even complete her task. Being honest with herself, she was glad that she left the rest of the crew, who had zero experience dealing with the outside world on the ship. They both ordered a fish dish and began to eat when more of her face was revealed. Although the merchant frowned upon seeing her true features, but he quickly disguised the look on his face. He was experienced in the world and needed to use this opportunity to get the Dead Sea King, so he was on his best behavior. Are you on a journey as an explorer or something else? Is that your real face, or is it some kind of mask or modification, if you do not mind me asking? He was also aware that there were numerous weird races out there in the world, but there was also many different kinds of devil fruits. So he tried his best not to judge the person opposite him too early and risk losing the deal. She knew that he was fishing for information while making the deal, so she came up with a story beforehand just in case. I am traveling with my crew as explorers, but we were being chased down by the Sea King and had to take it down. We are Zoan devil fruit users. We just prefer to keep this form. There are many types of races and variations of devil fruits. So she was able to come up with such a story, so that she was not identified as a mink along with her crew. Although it was a poor lie, she was able to deceive those people with lacking knowledge about the mink race, as it is not highly spread information within the world except some large underground or slave organization that knows the information about the minks and their purchase price. Even if she was recognized for her appearance, her main characteristic that would expose her as a mink is Electro, so she held back from exposing it in public. Enjoying her food, the discussion began, and they talked over the price of the remains of the Sea King. The merchant finally finished the deal after some back and forth. I can get in touch with some business partners and convince them to help buy the body for 15 million berries, but which part do you wish to keep as a trophy? The price was settled after considering the difficulty to take down such a large Sea King at sea, so the price was settled at around 15 million after removing a part of it, and some of its meat previously, which was still quite generous of a price. If it was whole when it arrived at the island, and was sold that way, then it may have sold for more, even surpassing a bounty of one of the highest bounties in the East Blue that was 20 million belonging to Arlong, who was of the Fishman race. Alicia already had some idea of what her crew would keep and what they would do with it, so she answered calmly. The upper half of its skull is enough along with its upper teeth. Its scales, eyes, and other parts one do not need. The merchant's eyes shone and immediately got up and shook her hand. Then it is a deal. After finishing the meal, he spoke again. I will help you to get settled, and if you need any other help during the time that I arrange the Sea King to be dismantled, just ask. I will get you the berries as soon as possible. Thinking about her loss of inventory during the battle, she responded. I need a place to replace my ship's cannonballs, but also I need some information about this island, and if possible a map of the West Blue. I will also be needing information on any talented individuals that may have some unique skills or usefulness, or any local martial arts halls. To level up her skills any further in a direction that best suited her, she needed more access to people with talent who had worked on their skills, but also had a variety of styles or knowledge that could be helpful in perfecting her current skill set. An example would be her leg and upper body martial arts. So far, she had been pushing through the ranks on pure instinct, learning from the mink's wild fighting style and the basics that were provided to her, but she knew that there was not just one path, and she may have strayed away from what she was meant to be a little. The basics that she learned at first were front, side, back, and roundhouse kicks, but as she got more skilled, she began to adjust them to high, middle, and low kicks for various moves. She then moved on to more advanced kicks like the axe kick, crescent calf, reverse roundhouse, spinning heel, and vertical kicks that she knew from her previous life's knowledge that the system had tried its best to organize for her, but there were also others that required her to master them while in the air like the scissor and flying kick. Although she had the basic forms built into her body and gained familiarity with them, she still needed to experience the collection of many styles of martial arts so that she could perfect her basics further and further refine her style to what was most suited to her rather than blindly pushing forward with each battle, because eventually she would hit a wall that she could not cross. There was also the problem that the mink race were not a race that had highly advanced bodybuilding techniques and practices because they were born strong from birth or focused mainly on their speed and instincts. There was still a lot that she could learn from the humans of the One Piece world who started out weak, but so many of them have such a huge influence over the world and have built themselves into someone strong, even if it means visiting various martial halls, so that she can make up for her missing parts on her style that needed more balance and flexibility to add to her current strength, agility, but also her high endurance to better suit her female body. A shortcut to that would be to learn the Kuja Pirate Crew's martial arts, but as the saying goes, no martial art is perfect, and it depends on the individual. So rather than taking their direct path towards their style, she would rather develop one that suited herself more. Only after perfecting her own leg-based martial art style for women could she truly call herself a master. The merchant thought for a while and then responded, "That kind of information might cost you, so I will take it from the promise payment if that is fine." During the day, she visited many different places, ranging from places where scholars or highly intellectual people visited, local blacksmiths, weapon or tool stores, and any other places that had strict military presence, while buying a large amount of information and skills to patch up the gaps that were missing. If a skill or knowledge is learned from one person, then there will always be faults or missing things that someone else may know. So, if she finds that person, then the fault could be corrected after gathering it after the system identifies the problem. In the past, she only had access to Zo to do this, so her options were limited, but now she could travel the world and meet many people from different cultures with differing knowledge or skills that could fill in those errors or missing pieces. Even her science skill could be said to have a couple of errors that need to still be corrected because of some of the missing information on some materials, herbs, and other things that she has no direct experience with that are not a part of her previous world. The berries that the crew received were spent on fixing up the ship and buying anything that was missing. Alicia was enjoying her time browsing the weapon shops and looking at the different styles of staffs and guns in their possession. Even in Logue Town, the weapon store, there sold many types of weapons, but even the cheap sword barrel had a price range of 50,000 berries per sword, while the weapons behind the counter were shown to range from 1 to 5 million berries per weapon, which were believed to be as better quality items. Thanks to the difficulty to kill a Sea King and their rarity of appearing on the market after being coveted by the Navy, world government, and the nobles, the crew had a lot of spending money. After purchasing a couple of different styles of guns and rifles and their bullets for her and Nika's research purposes, she picked out a couple of different shapes of staffs of high quality and asked the shopkeeper, "Who made these? Is it anyone local?" Although she was not an expert in forging and metalworking from what she had learned on Zo, she still had an eye for high-quality products, especially when there was a higher price tag on it. There were some skills that needed a lot of studying and experimentation, which made them easy to master, but others take too long to perfect the timing, control, and use of various materials for skills like blacksmithing to forge different types of weapons, armor, or other tools. If it was another skill that did not require so much time and patience, then she would gladly put her time into learning it earnestly, but truthfully, she did not have the talent for it. And even with the system's help, there would always be some kind of fault with her final product. Her and Nika's specialty was in engineering, energy science, and physics, so although repairs could be made and things could be built, they would not be the most sturdy or high-quality items unless she found someone to properly forge the parts from the design so that the final product does not break apart during a battle. The old man at the counter inspected them and spoke. "Don't even think about it. I had a hard time getting hold of those myself. Some of them are from the island's best forger, but he is tied up with the royalty of the country and cannot escape from his duty to produce weapons for their army, but some slip through to some of the higher-ranking noble families or the black market. The others are brought in from another island, but I have their information in the back if you need it. So if I approach such an individual for his skills, I risk offending the royals, just as I have settled down here temporarily. I can't have them complaining to the Marines and risk a bounty on my head." Alicia nodded and then replied, "All right, that would be a great help, thanks." Alicia thought about it again and came to the conclusion, "I really need a character like Frankie who is good with building things and has knowledge in many different areas, or at least someone with high forging skills." After a couple of days, her crew had bought many things after her weapon purchases. Nika bought many different types of books, ores, minerals, and other types of materials like some gunpowder to develop her weapons further in research. Carrot bought many clothes for herself and the others as she visited many clothing stores. Tristan bought any books containing techniques or methods to deal with various diseases, poisons, or injuries to enhance her usefulness to the crew in times of need, along with some herbs and other tools. Clifford bought 2 swords to replace his badly damaged and old sword that he had carried for a long time, while Archie bought some wood, nails, and other tools to help make some repairs and modifications on the ship. On the ship, the sound of hammering and the busy crew members working on their own things. After working out at a high intensity, Alicia could be seen in a yoga-like pose, stretching and bending her body in different ways. As she finished, she wiped her face with a towel and headed out of the room to check on the others' progress. On the ship, there were many types of new things, but now there were even different types of weights for training, but the biggest change was the front of the ship, which had been modified a little. The top half of the Sea King's head in its skeletal form was now put in place on the front of the ship, exposing the large teeth in a clear view of those that have a view of the front of the ship. Instead of the design of the 2 snakes on the front of the ship like the Kuja pirates, her own ship now had the top half of the skull from a Sea King, which had a crack at the top of it from Alicia's kick. Suddenly, there was a commotion nearby, which distracted her from the status of her crew members. A large group of pirates were approaching the ship with a look of greed in their eyes. After the sale of the Sea King, many would be tempted by the large amount of berries that it was sold for, and her crew would become targets of such people. There were factions split into different categories among them, too. One group believed that her crew had taken down the Sea King with their own skills. Another group believed that they must have a high-grade weapon capable of killing Sea Kings, while another believed that they just so happened to come across its dead body by luck. If the first was true, then she and her crew were dangerous and should not be provoked, but if the other 2 were true, then there was little risk of their deaths if they tested out their theory or let others do it for them, because they believed that Alicia and her crew would not risk using such a weapon in front of so many people on the island that could also cause the surroundings heavy damage. The first people who approached was a small-time and greedy group of pirates with a low bounty who believed that their opponents were either lucky to get the Sea King corpse after its death, or it was already heavily wounded, so it was easy to finish off with cannons, so they felt no threat from Alicia's crew. Looking at them below as they tried to climb aboard the ship, Alicia yelled, "Everyone get ready to fight. No use of special abilities, and practice your physical skills or use of weapons. If possible, subdue, but if you cannot help killing them, nobody would care." As their cover was that they were Zoan Devil Fruit users, they could not use their Electro in public, and killing many people would create a bad image even if they were pirates. She took out the couple of different staffs that she had purchased and chose one to wield while the others got themselves ready for combat in their own way. Suddenly, a declaration was heard from the ship by the pirates who were climbing on board. "We challenge you pirates to a duel. Name yourselves and accept if you dare." Angered by the challenge, their captain yelled in a rage. As the Blood Axe Pirates captain, Vic Goa, "I accept your duel, but do not think I will spare you. If you want mercy from me, you will be asking the wrong person, ah ha ha ha. Man, kill them all." On board the ship, Alicia was seen resting her body on the upright staff while looking down at the approaching pirates, and she let out a sigh. It is time to earn back some points and gain more fame. She looked at the side of the docking area where there were many onlookers in the dark, and her eyes turned cold. Keep sending them. It will only feed me more. A big smirk appeared on her face as her crew appeared behind her one by one, waiting for the arrival of the pirates. The leader Blood Axe arrived on board the ship, first followed by his men, and kept a distance. In one hand he had a long wooden axe, and in the other he had a pistol like the typical swashbuckler stereotype, but instead of a sword he had an axe. As he appeared in range, Alicia closed her eyes briefly as her crew members approached the intruding pirates, and she scanned through their skills and began to quickly tell the system to purchase anything related to blade, staff and axe type of weapon mastery, and anything additional body skills. After a long time of using her staff and Reaper blade attachments, she found that she was still lacking a proper foundation in that area, so she needed to gain more from her opponents who had more varied weapon skills outside of Zoe, who seemed to focus on a specific type of swordsmanship that did not suit her. One of the skills that caught her eye was the acrobat skill that focused on balance, flexibility, agility, strength, and stage presence. Although the skills weren't high in this area among the pirates, they did have the basic experience of fighting on board a ship while on the water, which gave them a better control of their bodies and balance. As someone who had been living on an island all her life, she had not come into contact with the acrobat skill, but her climbing and jumping skills were constantly being improved, so when confronted with the pirates, she was still not at much of a disadvantage, even if they had more experience with combat on board a ship. While she opened her eyes, the system began to purchase everything specified, even if it had already been bought from someone else. The small amounts of experiences one person had that filled in the system skill page was being reconstructed with the parts of the others that were purchased with a minuscule amount of points. Nika climbed up high on the ship and began to fire from a distance at anyone with a gun to provide some support. She adjusted the small top hat on her head that was about to fall off after firing a shot, and then reloaded her gun once again. Just as she did that, a pirate was shot through the arm and dropped his pistol on the ground while wailing in pain. Tristan went hand-to-hand with several of the weaker pirates that had sticks or bats of some kind or fought unarmed, and made use of her boxing-focused fighting style while using her footwork and flexibility to maneuver through her opponent's attacks while throwing out a punch. 1 second she would avoid a weapon strike and then move to block a fist with her guard up and then respond with a knockout punch before moving around again to avoid another attack. Carrot, who had a more free and wild style of fighting, jumped into a crowd and began to kick an opponent, which she used to vault herself towards another or to avoid an attack. Archie, who had a tougher physique but did not have much of an enjoyment for combat, entered the battle by using his large body to break their formation with a slap from his palm towards the nearest person, which would either knock them out or over. After completing his job of breaking them up, he picked up a nearby pistol and began to fire it towards a nearby pirate. Clifford held his 2 new swords as his tongue was hung down the side of his mouth when he opened it to yell, "Get them! Let me test these sword out on you guys." Suddenly, he clashed against the first person that he met and parried with one weapon while striking with the other. The pirate was put on the defensive very quickly and grit his teeth as he continued to get pushed back by Clifford's quick swordsmanship. It did not take long before his concentration wavered, and he was cut, which made him drop his weapon. He was then kicked to the ground, and Clifford continued to meet another opponent as he was focused on either defending himself or disarming his enemies. Meanwhile, Alicia was in the middle of the battle as the pirates' numbers continued to increase. She vaulted herself into the air with the staff and appeared above the captain, who raised his pistol to aim at her. Her instincts screamed danger, but after many experiences and using her knowledge she had gathered, she carefully examined the pistol and where it was pointed towards. Suddenly, she lifted the metallic staff in front of herself after predicting the path of the bullet and thrust it forward to meet the oncoming bullet before it reached her. This knocked her off her original position while the bullet was either stopped or changed the direction where it was supposed to go. It was a risky decision, but it had saved her life and saved her from injury, but now she landed away from her intended place of landing. Several pirates surrounded her, but instead of waiting for them to come and get trapped by them, she moved forward with her staff and waved it downward towards the first person that she came to, hitting them in the face after breaking through their wooden weapon upon contact. Someone appeared behind her, but her senses were sharp. Even without experiencing a lot of combat where she was outnumbered on Zoe, her beast instinct allowed her to stay vigilant and sharp. She changed the grip on her staff and turned it so that it was thrust backward toward the chest of her attacker, which broke through to hit his ribs, knocking him off his feet. As she pulled back the staff, she sighed with many enemies around her. It is too thick and heavy. Hey Archie, throw me another staff and get a new one if I need it. Choosing a weapon is a difficult task and needs careful consideration so that it suits the individual. Alicia was taking these steps while testing the shape, length, thickness, and weight to find out what best suited her. Even with her meager staff skills that she had picked up and learned recently, she still knew how to feel if she was comfortable using a certain weapon. After entering the weapon store, she picked a couple of cheap or medium-quality staffs of different designs so that she could find out what best suited her. Once she knew the specifics, then she could make additional plans on how her own staff should be changed or modified to fit her better. Just as another round of gunshots went off, the captain was disarmed, and Alicia rotated as she swung the staff around to hit the approaching pirates near her and made them back off, but some of them were damaged by the heavy swing and the power that was behind it. After discarding the staff, she jumped up to catch a simple pole-like staff, and, as she was coming down again, she struck it downwards towards someone who wished to attack before she landed, but after wielding it a couple of times she felt that it was too thin, light, and it also had less of a firm grip. She swung it again up and down towards her enemies, and sometimes to the side or behind, eliminating one or many pirates at once who were on the weaker side and poorly armed, but she still felt uncomfortable and yelled, "Continue!" This time the staff landed after she blocked a sword slash from the side with her staff and kicked another enemy to her other side. Just as her kick landed, the staff fell by her, and she pushed the staff in her hands towards the opponent's sword and pushed him back. During this break, she discarded that staff and picked up the new one to begin blocking oncoming attacks, sweeping and thrusting away her opponents or using her staff to balance her body while in combat. Sometimes she would add a kick to her combinations while she was slowly gaining a little more familiarity, the more that she would switch between a new staff and continue to fight and integrate her previous experiences and skills into her body and the staff to enhance her combat prowess. A look of excitement appeared in her eyes as she had found the one that best suited her among the many of them. The style and shape of it was designed mostly for acrobatics, spinning and vaulting using high jumps, leaps and long jumps, but also in various other ways during combat to attack and defend, but there are also techniques that require the staff to be spun around. The basis of staff spinning is to use your hands and body to move a staff around. However, this staff design seemed to flip that all on its head, literally. The design seemed to use the staff to flip, twist, and roll her through the air, and even up slash along walls, so it quite suited her current skills that she had learned, but also the new acrobat skill that was being stored in the system. It felt super light, but was proven to be extremely durable and flexible. The staff has an extra steel weight and a rubber ending on each side for better grip on the ground and to protect the staff from abrasion, but there were always going to be other options to use besides rubber, so that it could conduct Electro freely. There is also a step point on the staff to help some parkour movement. The more she used it, the more familiarity she gained with it, and she was able to put more ideas into practice that she had came up with in the past or remembered from several more famous staff or polearm users that also use kicking as a focus, like Saya the Hapo Navy, who also has high acrobatic skills, and also Virgo, who has a similar style of combat, but uses a bamboo type of staff and is more focused on the marine style of combat, which is more polished and specialized towards the 6 styles. After combining her lower body skills with her staff, parkour, or climbing and acrobat skills, she may be able to figure out her own path, but for now she could only copy various moves that she had seen from the manga. Copying the basic concept behind the move used against Lao Ji, she vaulted herself up into the air towards the captain of the pirates suddenly, and got some air for a little while. The sudden approach caught the captain off guard as her heel descended down onto the top of his head suddenly. Previously, after his failure to shoot her, he was targeted by Nika from afar and was wounded. As he tried to enter the fight, he was fired at many times until he dropped his axe and lost a lot of blood. Just as he regained his fighting spirit after quickly wrapping his wounds, he was caught off guard as a heel descended from above and came down upon the top of his head. The strike was powerful enough to knock him out, but even kill him if she hadn't held back a little. Right away, many ideas came to Alicia's mind on how to modify her staff and what kind of attachments to make to it, along with the shape, length, width, and what kind of materials should be used. However, instead of dealing with her many ideas and things that were swirling around in her mind, she had to focus on the present situation as her crew were grabbing some ropes to tie up the badly injured pirates. Alicia sighed at their naive thinking and ordered them all. Check their clothes, mouths, and even their shoes for any hidden knives or objects, and take away anything of value they have on their bodies. Get the location of their ship and be ready to hand them over to the locals for a reward. 1 or 2 of them must have a bounty on their head, even if it is little. Although she knew that they were small-time pirates with an overused name, they still may be worth something if handed over to a place that collects bounties, whether it is a marine post or a broker that handles it for others. Alicia had an eye-for-an-eye mentality when it came to these pirates. If they wished to rob her, then she felt that it was fine to do the same. Their treasures may be found or stolen from others, but once they lost to her and her crew, they became her property. It would also serve as a warning to others that she is no pushover. Right as the fight ended and the crew cleaned up the mess that was created, Alicia stepped towards the side of the ship and looked down to the people below with a provocative look on her face. Anyone else wish to take up the challenge like these people? It was not her being arrogant, but she needed to establish her position so that she could make use of the system to gather more fame and points, but also warn off anyone who thought it would be a good idea to follow the pirate group who were defeated. If she took a weak stance, more would come later, or would try to play some tricks in the dark without knowing the consequences for their actions. Many had grown used to their criminal lives, and only really were careful around their superiors, law enforcement figures, or those in power, so when a newcomer arrives, they make many mistakes offending the wrong type of people. The more experienced of them have learned to hide in the dark and watch how everything plays out before they make a move, like a serpent hiding and waiting for their prey to show weakness. Now that their crew were unharmed even when outnumbered, they began to pay more attention to Alicia and her crew members, but still remained cautious and waited to see if a chance presents itself. However, they did not expect their next course of actions. Alicia held a map in her hands which had been marked with an X and left the crew while running, followed by Archie. Archie was suitable to bring along to carry heavy items and look through the ship for anything of value, but Carrot, Tristan, and Clifford were most suitable for defending the ship. The combination of those 3 were more than enough to handle ordinary humans that only had some fighting experience against ordinary people and other low-level pirates or marines at most. Even the less experienced Clifford and Archie could handle many people on their own thanks to their high agility and beast sense that allows them to adapt to many different situations. Taking down a mink is not so easy of a task unless dirty tactics are used, or the other party is someone with the kind of fame to be known as a supernova or of a similar bounty or strength. Even if that was true, Alicia did not feel comfortable leaving the ship alone or with too few of her crew on board, as she went elsewhere, even on this island, because she did not know what hidden forces might be hiding here. After arriving on the ship, she couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust. Truly, the pirate life sure is one that was never really explained in great detail. This hygiene problem is really serious. So much for the glorious life on the seas and looking all flashy like the Straw Hats. Archie looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" She shrugged in response. "Nothing. Just the smell and mess on the ship of these pirates is so bad." With her beast sense as a passive, it was something that was always on, but it became more active during combat situations. So now that she had stepped on the ship, her sense of smell was able to pick up the foul smells of the pirates. Mole, urine, smelly feet, and body odor irk. She turned to Archie and pinched her nose while talking. "Hurry and get this over with. After this, you can pay someone to clean the ship so that it looks and smells presentable. We may be able to make some extra berry from the ship if it doesn't have so many faults." Archie looked a little happy. "Boss, can I fix it up a little? I promise I will not put too much of our savings into it." She looked towards him and then replied, "Good idea. If it has too many faults, they will only lower the price down further, so do what you can in the next couple of days." Archie smiled foolishly. "Thanks, boss." She sighed in response. "Let's get to work." Some time passed, and everything was dug out from every corner or place where someone could hide their secret stash and put in a large carrying crate or bag. Several large bags of jewels, weapons, and berries were inside, which showed that they had a successful pirate life, or were successful in some jobs that they had been given in the past. She looked over everything carefully before separating them into different categories. Sell the jewels and weapons. They are useless, but keep the few navigation and logbooks and any other books or information that they have collected. What a shame. They have no devil fruits. I could have sold it for a high price. Would a small-time, but quite large-sized pirate group have a devil fruit? Probably not, but there was always the small chance that they were lucky enough to encounter it or steal it from someone on their travels, so even if the chances were small, she would not mind acquiring one. Many people wanted to own a devil fruit to make themselves powerful without having to put the effort into building their body up through hard work and would pay large amounts for it. So it was one of the world's money-making opportunities that paid a large sum of berries besides hunting pirates with a large bounty. Alicia already had a mink body type with a superpower-like ability called Electro and also a cost-effective and situational Sulong form to use, but even then she continued to train hard. With the current advantages that she had and the weaknesses of the minks, she did not wish to add a devil fruit power to her body to create another type of weakness in exchange for a power that may disrupt all of her training and martial art style that she was developing. Many devil fruit users tend to develop their fighting style to suit their devil fruit abilities, so if she ate one, then what she had learned and ingrained into her body would have to be changed once again. After finishing what she had set out to do, she began to walk back down from the ship. She arrived at the bottom of the ship and arrived on the dock where a man began to question her. "I am sorry, but what are you doing with that ship? I don't think it is yours." Alicia shook her head and responded calmly. "This ship belongs to pirates. They attacked me and my crew to steal my ship and belongings. I asked if they still wished to fight, giving them the chance to back out, but they did not listen and wished to even kill me. In exchange for their loss, I have claimed their belongings, including this ship, and I will also claim their bounty later." The man looked shocked after hearing their words. "Don't you know that this is illegal?" Alicia shrugged. What they had done was illegal. "I am just defending myself. After they have been captured and will be turned in, their belongings are ownerless, so it cannot be considered stealing." The man looked like he wanted to argue further, but he closed his mouth and stormed off angrily. Lawless bunch. All of them. Perhaps like many people who had heard about the newly ownerless ship, this man wished to try his luck and get some valuables, but he was a step too late. There may be some legal actions that the island officials could take to claim the ship and the belongings for their own, but before they acted, most underground forces may act first and claim it for themselves through various methods. Sadly, Alicia had already stated her claim and had already took everything so that it was ready to transport to her ship. As she saw him leaving, she closed her eyes for a moment and then smirked sarcastically. "A thief and a murderer lecturing me on morality and law. How funny." Even during her interaction, she never let him get close, and her guard was up, so that was probably why he left so easily. But as she closed her eyes, she saw his skill set, which showed several skills ranging from knife skills, theft skills, assassination skills, and misdirection skills. After she opened her eyes, she had already purchased the misdirection and theft skills from him before going back to the ship. She got a piece of wood and began to write on it. "New owner, Alicia Lucine. The sake of the ship will be brought up in a couple of days. If you wish to challenge this, then come to my ship and settle the ownership by duel, but you must put something at stake to gain something." Then she picked up some of the bags with Archie after she had placed the piece of wood in a place that many could see from the dock. She looked at Archie, who had several crates in his hands full of different things, and asked, "Do you think they will understand me well enough?" Archie looked at the sign before replying. "You just want to create a chance to fight, don't you?" Alicia immediately retorted, "Not at all. I mean, it would be good to fight some more, but this is my way of warning them from approaching the ship and claiming ownership. If they want it, then they must come to me and offer up something in return so that the exchange is fair, but if they want to fight for it, then I want something from them if they lose. After another 1 or 2 attempts from someone foolish, many will give up and just use fair means of getting the ship." Archie sighed as he said in a quiet voice, "She has not changed. Now she is just getting worse and finding ways to disguise herself better. Battle maniac Alicia of the mink tribe. She hasn't changed at all." Suddenly a kick landed on his stomach, which pushed him back a little and made him have to steady himself, but also the crates that he was carrying. He was lucky that more force wasn't used, or he would have dropped them all, but he suddenly heard a chillingly cold voice. Do you want to say that name again? She heard me. A cold sweat went down his back as he pleaded. I'm sorry, boss. I promise I will not say it again. Please forgive me. Alicia did not even look at him and continued walking while saying in a tired voice, Fool. It doesn't matter. She had been living a life full of duels, training and learning with the help of the system to improve her strength in martial arts, but also earn many points to support her needs, but that also came with a certain cost. She earned many nicknames and rumors over the years that made her consider giving it all up and going into seclusion because it was too embarrassing, but over time she learned to grow a thicker skin around her crew who she was comfortable with. She was open to some jokes and name-calling, but when her past was brought up and the nicknames were mentioned, she couldn't help but scold or hit on occasion, but she was never really so rough with them that she could hurt them. While they were continuing on their way, Alicia suddenly removed a pistol from her waist and pointed it towards an approaching man with a vigilant tone of voice. So you came back. The man looked shocked at her sudden response as he thought that he would not be noticed. Strange. I even found a chance to change my clothes and wear a human skin mask. How did she recognize me? Your smell? As if knowing what he must be thinking, she responded, and then threw a rope at his feet. Remove everything from your body that is dangerous or of value and tie this to your wrists and ankles. Do not leave it loose, and do not make me ask you nicely twice. The man frowned and then began to follow her orders as the gun was pointed towards his heart. He had no choice but to tie himself up and wait for instructions, but inside he was screaming. Damn, this is asking nicely. This crazy girl? Although Alicia had said that it was his smell that gave him away. That was true, but she also recognized his skill set, which was still fresh in her memory, so she was identify him as the same person, but in disguise. He most likely knew that he had been exposed during the last meeting, so got changed in disguise so that when she lets down her guard, he could approach while she was carrying the goods back and stab her. Once he had dealt with her, then he could pick up her bag and run away before the other person has a chance to respond. Unfortunately, he had met the wrong opponent and got caught. She looked at the mask on his face and couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Human skin masks, how revolting. Even making yourself look like a kind adult male, just so you could get close. The underworld and their methods are starting to show their hideous side already. She pointed the gun at him and then calmly ordered him, Keep walking towards my ship. You know where it is. If you try to flee, then expect no mercy from me. As she was watching him follow her instruction, she couldn't help but think, should I also hand him in for a reward? He must also have a stash somewhere. Money just keeps dropping from the skies. First a sea king, then a pirate cruise ship and treasures, and now a thief or assassin's secret stash. The world is looking so good right now. If the thief knew her thoughts, he would probably vomit blood. Arriving back on the ship with the thief, Alicia noticed a couple more people that were tied up, so she could help but turn her head towards the docking area once more and further beyond there. Like a predator that found her prey, her eyes locked onto someone who was hidden in the shadows far away. She did not even wait a second before her legs ran towards the edge of the ship and launched herself through the air, landing within the docks, creating a loud noise as she landed. This created a commotion among the many ship owners or workers there, but most of all it frightened many people who were watching behind the scenes. She ran very quickly and began to disappear from most people's views as her concealment skill began to be put to use. Even if her shooting and sniping skills were not that high, she still had her science knowledge and other skills in her possession, so she was able to guess some vantage points that could be attacked from if it was from a distance. As she stood on her ship and noticed something wrong, she knew that certain individuals had yet to give up, so she began to search for any vantage points around the ship, but found a couple of spots that seemed to be a little strange. A combination of her concealment and climbing skills with her physical capabilities and jumping power allowed her to quickly escape their sights and make her way through the island quickly. She climbed up to the top of one of the buildings and ran at full speed, jumping across to another building so fast and stealthily that nobody seemed to notice her presence or hear her footsteps. As she reached her destination, she jumped down into a building window and kicked the woman who was stood with a carefully positioned rifle aimed towards her ship from afar. Just as she lost sight of Alicia, she began to feel uneasy as she kept looking for her, but as time passed, she wished to leave quickly for fear that she was exposed. As she went to pack away her rifle by the window, a pair of legs appeared in her sight, as the feet came into contact with her face, knocking her unconscious. A cold look appeared on Alicia's face as she looked towards the woman on the ground. Perhaps it was their intention to target her, who was the captain of the ship's crew first, so they were waiting for their chance to fire upon her, but there was always the chance that someone would act differently and fire upon her crew from afar. Her crew were experiencing new things every day, and these days were important for them to grow and experience the world, but just now these people had touched her bottom line, which was using hit-and-run tactics and unfair means of assassination that could harm her innocent crew members. If they used other methods, then it could serve as a lesson for her crew, but shooting from a distance with a rifle from a vantage point before running away to avoid being found was considered a possible threat to their lives, and if they succeeded while she was away, then she may have not been able to find the culprit. She took the rifle from the desk that it was positioned on by the window and looked at it calmly before throwing it aside, and began to look for something that could tie the woman up. After tying and gagging the woman and blocking the exit to the door, she jumped back up out of the window and flipped back up to the roof before moving in another direction. This time she jumped down onto a balcony while knocking out a middle-aged man who also had a similar type of gun with the same style and look. She looked around the room and then tied him up doing the same, but this time she tied him up in a bedsheet and put him over her shoulder before heading towards her previous location with the rifle on her back. While she landed back in the room, she could tell that like the other, these were rented rooms of hotels, so there were no valuables owned by the two assassins. She clicked her tongue as she tied their bodies together, and then proceeded to pick up the other rifle and began to carry the bodies down from the window together as she made her way into a back alley. She continued to walk with the wrapped-up assassins most of the way unnoticed as she stayed in the shadows, but as she had got closer to the docks, once more she was noticed by many people. Someone approached her and asked, "What do you have there? I think you are acting suspicious." Alicia smirked and then pointed to her own nose and asked, "Me? Suspicious? Sorry, but you are very wrong, sir. I have just done a good deed and apprehended 2 snipers that wished to assassinate my crew members." Let me think. Then her eyes lit up and she took out a card and passed it to the man. "Do me a favor and I will pay you for your hard work. Find this person and ask him to come to my ship. Tell him Alicia Lucine is asking for him." The man paused for a moment, but after remembering there would be money involved, he moved quickly. "I will bring him right away. Don't worry." As he left, she walked towards the ship as the crowd parted for her, as if they were avoiding a plague. So couldn't help but think, am I truly that scary? Most of it was attributed to the fact that she was carrying a human-shaped thing on her shoulders that was wrapped up, but there was also her unusual appearance that helped to attract more attention and make people avoid her. As she reached the ship, she couldn't help but get on her knees and pray. God, dragons, giant elephants, or whatever form of religious figure that exists in this world. Seriously, I didn't mean to show off my strength. I just wanted to lay low, but why did you have to force my hand? You are so mean. The original plan was to lay low and not show off her power on the first island that she arrived on, but upon being angered, her feeling won over her rationality, which made her go into action right away. Many people may have saw her jump from the ship, which was not too bad, but to be able to lose sight of her, for some people may cause warning signs that she is dangerous, and now she has shown up with 2 assassins a little later after reappearing. If they didn't know that she was dangerous before then, now they definitely knew. Meanwhile, her crew members were either ignoring her antics and focused on their work, but in the lookout, Carrot was laughing while holding her stomach. Hey, sis, Alicia is so funny." Alicia looked up at Carrot and got off her knees, then untied the fabric-wrapped assassins from each other before making sure that they were bound properly and had nothing hidden on their bodies. Back to work. First, interrogate these 2 and the person I had brought earlier. Hey, Nika and Archie. Is it possible to build a fighting ring on the deck of the ship if we have the money for materials? Nika looked at her and calmly analyzed the pros and cons in her mind before responding. If it is for a 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 battle, then we can set up one easily, but it is any bigger, it will take up too much space on the ship. Don't tell me you want our ship to become a site for your daily games? Archie had a look of despair on his face and was about to make a comment, but held it in after remembering the kick earlier. It should be easy. Do not worry, once I am done with the other ship, I will get to work on it as soon as possible. Good, make sure nobody escapes and always remain vigilant. Nika, you need to be on lookout with your sniper and looking for possible vantage points. You missed some, and it almost cost us this time. Those two newly joined people had rifles pointed towards our ship and may have been there for quite some time. Alicia nodded as she went towards the ship's lounge to close her eyes to begin absorbing the newly gained knowledge and skills. As the crew were busy with their own things, Alicia continued to go through her skills and slowly filter through some things that interested her, like the misdirection, acrobat, and various changes that had taken place within her lower body, upper body, and staff-based martial arts, but also the blade or sword skills that could be used with her side blade attachments. Although she did not have a direct path, it was opening up to her slowly, but she knew that she was still lacking in many places, even if she had slowly practiced the basic kicks that the system had provided her when she first entered the world. At first, she had an advantage over her enemies because she was able to use low kicks to knock her opponent off balance, but as she got older, she found out that most high-level fights usually end after a couple of blows, and if it is a long fight, then mostly attacks are targeted at the chest, neck, and head to deal a deadly blow to the enemy, but also brief exchanges of blows between the feet, shin, the back of the legs, or fists, but also in some other cases the head too. After remembering the very few finishing moves and general lack of lower kicks besides the odd sweeping kick, she focused mostly on moves that attacked the upper body. Now that she was learning acrobatics to adjust her balance, she was doing things like handstands on the ship, but also cartwheels and various types of flips, so that she could use various moves much like Sanji, the master of the black leg style, and Boa Hancock, who also uses several moves that require those skills. In a fight between powerhouses, there would also be many exchanges of blows with Haki, Iron Body, and many other techniques or Devil Fruit abilities that would help to protect their body better. So the idea of weakening the lower half of her opponent's body instead of going to a knockout or damaging kick would be a waste of time. She also had her tail to keep her balance and control, or stop her spinning when needed, or even push herself to spin faster, but that also was something that could be explored further in ways of using her tail to attack or hold on to her enemy too at times when her enemy had dodged an attack. Then if a staff was added into that, she could add vaulting and staff spinning to it, but also use the staff to defend herself from weapons if she did not yet have control over Haki or another skill to protect her body. This is one of the reasons why she has been so desperate to leave Zou. They may have strong fighting abilities, but their ways are too freestyle and wild, so she could not learn from many of them, since they all had a different body types and ways of fighting that may not suit her. Human techniques suited her better for not only strengthening her body further, but because of some of the additional types of techniques that can be learned. Once she has enough skills, then she can begin to rank them up and then stack them up to create her own killer moves. After practicing for a long time, she went to cook some of the Sea King that she had stored away and came out with several hot dishes. Eat up, everyone! After a long day of training and absorbing the new knowledge, she did not forget to look through some recipes that she had acquired from several cooks on the island for various fish dishes and put it to some use. After reading many books on Zou and slowly learning more practical skills, her intelligence stat continued to increase, which gradually made memorizing things easier, but her thinking and problem-solving skills were also increased. So unlike when she was younger, she was able to memorize things and remember them more clearly, but also be able to put them to use without having to always check the system if she had made mistakes like before. As the cooked fish meal entered her mouth, she began to close her eyes in delight. This is some good stuff, especially when cooked properly. I can see why this is so coveted by those in a high position. Its nutritional value must be huge, and if the Marines or agents are eating this regularly, then they will definitely become strong if they train diligently. She quickly made a mental note to one day defeat another Sea King, but for now she should just enjoy what was gained and increase her strength, so that if one day she does step back onto the calm belt again, then she would be ready to face whatever may dare to approach her ship. Meanwhile, her crew had no idea what she was talking about or thinking, but continued to devour the meal with a delighted face. Not too far away, many pirates, a thief, and 2 assassins who had been tied up smelled the food, and their stomachs began to grumble, but Alicia ignored them. After the meal, the broker showed up outside of the ship once again and stood waiting to be let on board. Alicia allowed him on board to let him see the situation, and he couldn't help but frown. He took a breath and then spoke calmly. I'm guessing that you have unknowingly stepped on someone's toes this time, even if it is to your fault. There are a couple of options, but first I would like to hear what your true goals are and when you will be leaving. Alicia casually shrugged her shoulders and then replied, I am a martial artist who is looking to enhance her skills and test myself against different kind of opponents, but our crew are traveling together for our own goals, or even if it is to just support me and keep me company. So we could be called martial artists or explorers. I should be leaving in a couple of days and heading to my next destination. The broker thought for a while and then locked eyes with her. Are you really that strong? Alicia nodded, and then the broker spoke again. I do not know what kind of martial artist you wish to be, but from what I have heard you are doing, you will need your own set of rules to abide by. Do you perhaps know of the Davy back fight? Don't you think that you can do something similar, but not as extreme as taking others' crew members from them if they lose? Alicia's eyes lit up as she had suddenly remembered that part in the story that was hosted by the annoying Foxy with his slow fruit. You mean like a mixed martial arts battle? Or do you mean something more Colosseum-based that can also use various weapons too? The broker nodded but said, something like that, but I am sure that you can set up a prize to be won if you can afford it, and to enter they can pay a certain amount of berries. Just like the strength test or arm wrestling challenges in festivals. Everyone can join, but barely anyone can beat the person who is to be challenged unless someone strong comes along. An example would be the ship and the message you left there. Many people would be interested in trying to win it from you and would hire skilled fighters to challenge you. This could also let you gain more things, but if you can hold out until the day of an auction. I can arrange the auction to be in a couple of days to a week's time, and I am sure it will sell for a decent price. Alicia nodded after hearing the words, then looked towards the pirates. I can hand in the pirates to someone that would pay for their bounty, so if you can arrange that it would be great, but those 3 I would like to keep. How about we do this? I will keep them and interrogate them for now, and when the day of the auction comes I will deliver you 3 mystery boxes to sell. The broker looked at her in confusion. Mystery boxes? Alicia smirked and then replied in a calm voice. A thief and 2 assassins. They must have a private stash or 2. If I put the locations on a map and some riddles on how to get it, then a treasure hunt can begin for those that purchase it. As for whether they will profit from their purchase is up to chance. That is why it is a mystery box. All you need to say is that inside the boxes is the map, which is marked for somewhere within the island that belongs to someone who has stashed away everything they have earned from many years of work in their career as an assassin or thief. This will save me from going to claim their things and making an enemy out of someone if I unknowingly enter someone's territory. Perhaps she had been influenced a little by the programs where people purchase a garage or luggage bag that has not been paid for or claimed in a long time, which lead to the idea. Even if she abandons the idea of getting their private stash, it did not mean that she would not be able to profit from the situation. Perhaps someone had something stolen by the thief, or the assassins had took a token from their victims that people wanted back, so once they heard who the boxes could belong to, they would wish to buy the boxes for the chance to get their hands on it, but there would always be others looking to make a quick profit. The broker nodded with a serious face. That means that you have to hold on to the prisoners until you have sold the boxes, so that that person who has bought it can find it in time, or at least get a head start. Alicia smiled and agreed. Of course. They will be kept safe on board until a day after the auction. Then I will turn them over to collect their bounty, even if it is small. The broker revealed a small smile as he adjusted his monocle a little. Then that should prove to be an interesting event. What made you think of such a thing? She could hardly reveal that she had seen similar things in her previous life, so instead she put on a mysterious appearance and answered. There are always those that get enjoyment from gambling on something even if they do not win big, but if they do win big, then their whole life could change for the better. The broker shrugged and then said, If you can prove your worth, then I wish to invest in you. How old are you? What are your specialties? Where do you plan to go next? A mysterious smile was on her face as she answered. The journey is no fun if everyone knows the destination right away. I am 16, and I'm mainly focused on leg-based martial arts, but I do have a little skill using a staff and gun, but it is hardly worth mentioning right now, but it is more than enough to beat people of their level. The broker began to make calculations in his mind and weigh the pros and cons, then looked at her seriously for a while. You have impressed me. Give me some time to arrange some things with my connections, and I will get the word out about the rules of the challenge. What about the ship? Is it being sold as it is, or is it being fixed up before the sale? Alicia looked towards Archie, who was now gathering his nails, hammer, and some other materials. He is going to fix the ship up, but if possible, please hire someone to thoroughly clean the ship's insides for me before the auction takes place. Those pirates weren't exactly the most hygienic bunch. The broker nodded as he was almost ready to leave, but couldn't help but ask, "What about the rules?" Alicia thought about it for a while and replied, "I think it'd be best if we set up a prize for challengers. They can pay a small amount if buried to enter and have a chance to win the overall prize money. Let's just do it so that whatever they pay is put back into the prize if they lose. The more challengers and losers, the higher the prize and more that want to win it. As for the more high-stakes version, let's just call it the mixed martial arts wager. I put up something that they may want, but they must wager something of equal or similar value to be able to initiate the duel, and the winner takes all. There can also be a private betting booth set up for spectators if someone has the patience to do that." The broker's eyes lit up, and he became more sure of himself and his decision. "I'll get to work right away. If possible, you need to name your ship and get everything ready before people arrive. Are weapons allowed or not?" Alicia shrugged as she answered, "It doesn't matter. If I have an opponent who uses a weapon, then I will use my staff, but if not, I will fight with purely physical strength." The broker nodded before waving as he left the ship. "I will spread what you have said to various places, and will get several slots for the underground auction for you." The crew members waved back to him as he disappeared from their view. Nika looked towards Alicia and frowned. "Is it going to be a problem, or is this something good?" Alicia shook her head and sighed. "To be honest, I never saw things going in this direction at first. But it works in my favor, so I cannot say no. It will help me meet many hidden talents in the most unlikely places, but also let me practice and gain more familiarity with my techniques and work out where my flaws are. Even if it does attract a lot of attention, we have much to gain from it. And if I can keep winning, then we can earn a lot of extra expenses while warning off others with ill intentions." Nika nodded after hearing her explanation, but then said, "But what you are really saying is you get to fight to your heart's content, and the rest is just a bonus." Carrot, who was listening to the conversation, giggled after hearing Nika's theory, while Tristan rolled her eyes and said, "Do we have to participate too?" Alicia glared at Nika, then at Carrot before answering, "It is up to you if you wish to do something similar." Carrot's eyes lit up as she yelled, "Yeah, I will join in too." Tristan's eyes became firm as she decided, "I will too." Alicia thought about it, and then said, "Fine. But you must have a separate cash prize than the one that is used for me. All you need to do is accept the payment, duel, and put it into your own cash prize box, which will be rewarded to the person who happens to beat you. As for those that wish to attempt to play dirty and try to steal from us," she looked towards the thief and assassins nearby and coldly spoke, "they will experience the same as these people will. Tristan, I want everything about their life, their crimes, and where they have hidden all of their wealth before the time of the auction comes. If they lie, hurt them, or use your abilities as a doctor to make them talk." Tristan scowled as she said, "I thought I was here as a ship doctor, not an interrogator." Alicia shrugged. "Who else but you knows more about the human body here? Even if you can heal the body, you also know its weaknesses and most sensitive parts. I trust you are capable of completing the task." Tristan let out a sign in response, and then walked to the prisoners and grabbed one by the back of their clothes to drag them into a room one by one. "Fine." The one who had been grabbed first was the thief, who had visible fear in his eyes as he tried to yell for mercy, but it was already too late as he was gagged and dragged into a room. Tristan appeared in his view and looked down at him while taking out a syringe that contained an unknown liquid. Captain always has a weird way of looking at things, but still. Oftentimes her uniqueness is what makes her and us all find new ways to improve ourselves, even if the tasks are sometimes a little challenging or not in line with our thoughts and worldviews. Then her eyes turned cold as she looked down at him oppressively. "But towards you, who try to hurt my captain? I wonder how this solution will turn out this time." She injected it into the veins of the thief, who began to show confusion, rage, fear, and then shock and pain on his face. Tristan took out her journal and a quill, then dipped in some ink as she spoke. "I wonder if this experiment will be a success. I got the ingredients right, so let me know how you feel. She removed the gag on his mouth, and then he screamed, well, what is? Tristan smiled and wrote down something and said, "Good, you were still able to communicate and stay awake. The dosage should be right. Good. Next test." She took the feathered side of the quill and slowly brought it closer to the man's face, and as it came into contact with his skin, he began to scream. "No, please stop." Tristan's eyes lit up as she noticed his change and wrote in her book again. Patients' sensitivity levels have rose to the stage that a simple feather touch could cause them high irritation or pain. She closed her book and put it aside and held the quill before him, getting closer to his skin again. "Tell me everything about you, your crimes, and where you have hidden your valuables, or I will continue until you spill everything." The thief looked up and his eyes showed clear hostility towards her and spat in her direction. "If I give that up, everything is over for me. Let me go, you evil beasts." Tristan looked at his ugly appearance and then sighed. "I was being generous giving you the chance to escape this, but it seems that I have no choice." She lowered the feather towards his skin once again, and his screams continued for a while before he eventually spilled every secret that he had kept over the years, whether it was murdering, robbing, or being involved with other unpleasant activities. After he had given all he had to give, Tristan gave him the cure and sent him to a place to be a prisoner on the ship for a couple of days to a week. Then she moved on to the next assassin, and then the next who confessed everything more willingly after hearing the screams from outside. Meanwhile, Alicia, who had heard everything, couldn't help but shudder after hearing the screams. Truthfully, she did not wish to handle the dirty work and passed it off to Tristan, but who would have known she would do so well that it was actually quite frightening. Her words were genuine about Tristan knowing more about the body than anyone else on the ship, but how was she supposed to know that she would suddenly unlock a skill in torturing and information extraction? From now on, she would make sure that she does not get on the bad side of the ship's doctor. While arrangements were being made for many different things, Archie went to work on the ship after buying a couple of extra materials. After her declaration and word had spread, rather than having her crew targeted, she had become the main target for everyone's dissatisfaction. So many had no choice but to target her first if they wanted to relieve their anger or gain something from her. She got another wooden board and set it up on the side of the ship, saying, "One-on-one duels. Winners will get a reward. The starting reward is 10,000 berries if you beat the captain. To enter and have a chance to win, you must pay 200 berries. If you lose, the berries will be added to the reward, so the more losers, the higher the prize becomes. Captain can be challenged using weapons or unarmed combat." Then she wrote on some others. For example, Tristan and Carrot's prize reward was at 8 and 9,000 to start, and challengers were restricted to unarmed combat. Clifford had one too, but it was a weapons-focused duel that had a 3,000 reward. Nika preferred to keep out of it after some thinking, since she usually was busy with her experiments and making or fixing things. So at the moment, she was building a small tournament square flooring that was able to fit on the ship's deck without taking up too much space and getting in the way while they are sailing. While Alicia suggested a steel cage type of arena or boxing ring type of design, in the end, they both settled for a simpler design that was kind of like the World Martial Arts Tournament from Dragon Ball, but made with sturdier materials. Suddenly, Alicia raised her head and joked, "Maybe we can hold our own tournament with a big reward for the winner?" Nika, who was working on the design and getting a list ready for materials to be purchased, replied, "Do not even think about it. Be content with what you have." Alicia thought about it for a while and agreed. If she kept going the way she was, then the ship would be turned into a moving tournament arena or gladiatorial arena, with even the viewers' stands at the sides. Before long, she would have to build or buy a much bigger ship the more her fame grew. For the current size of her crew, she could barely split the jobs between the whole crew just to keep the ship running smoothly. So if it was any bigger, she would need a much larger crew to handle the work required to maintain, protect, and steer it. The size of the ship was perfect for their needs at this time, and the journey had just begun, so there was no way she would discard it after taking so long to have it built in Zoe. While she was dismissing those thoughts, an image popped up in her mind of herself, wearing similar clothing to Foxy and laughing strangely that sounded like "Eef-if-if-if-I-fi." As soon as that image popped up in her head, she had the urge to beat herself up and make herself forget even thinking in that direction. Although her plans did have ways to make her profit and gain more fame and practice with her skills, she wasn't going around challenging and tricking people into playing her games, and then taking away people's pirate flags and crew members. She would only challenge known martial artists or martial halls, but if people came to her for a duel, she needed to set an entry or wager so that not everyone could take part, and she won't be overworked every day. With the addition of the other crew members taking part in the fights, Alicia had a way to also push some challenges to them when she needed to do her own thing without being disturbed. An hour later on the ship, two figures could be seen exchanging blows one after another. A muscular man was knocked back after having his punch come into contact with her foot. Many times, she was lowering her original speed and strength to match her opponent, so that she could integrate what she had learned from the system after correcting some of her faults. Most of her basic kicks were slowly beginning to take the forms of Taekwondo, and also putting in some extra movements that involve some acrobatic handstanding kicks that are inspired by capoeira and other martial arts. Taekwondo is characterized by its emphasis on head-height kicks, jumping and spinning kicks, and fast-kicking techniques. In fact, sparring competitions award additional points for strikes that incorporate spinning kicks, kicks to the head, or both. To facilitate fast, turning kicks, Taekwondo generally adopts stances that are narrower and taller than the broader, wide stances used by martial arts such as karate. The trade-off of decreased stability is believed to be worth the commensurate increase in agility, but if she is able to adjust it to incorporate her jumping and acrobatics, then she would see much more of an improvement. Slowly, she was incorporating the principles of reaction force, concentration, breathing control, equilibrium, mass, and speed a little better than she had been doing previously. She was slowly changing her front, side and back kicks, and adding in some variations like a snap front or side kick and a spinning back kick. She was also adding some variations of inward and outward crescent kicks, hook kicks, and knee strikes into her arsenal and slowly perfecting them. She had some ideas of her own for her style, but she needed to get rid of her own bad habits and some of the deeply ingrained fighting styles that she had gotten used to over the years. Before she reaches the next destination, she had to get closer to her own style of martial arts so that she can begin to perfect it to add on additional skills of techniques on top of it. Many of her techniques before had used the flat of her foot in her side, back and front kicks for a push kick, but after finally settling on a direction, she decided to add a variation of using the ball of the foot to extend her reach for various kicks, but many of her other kicks were focused towards attacking with the heel, sole, instep, and ball of her foot, but also the foot sword that used the outer edge of the foot. She wished to focus more toward having a much longer reach, but also have more powerful and penetrating kicks rather than one that only pushes back her opponent. After the man was knocked back, he tried to launch another punch after another, but he was blocked by a variation of kicks. Perhaps it was her beast sense that also played a major role, but there was also her talents that allowed her to adjust quickly after every battle, so she was able to put many of her insights and what she had learned from the system into practice. She was able to keep her balance on board the ship while in combat better with the help of the acrobat skill, as she used her kicks to counter her opponent's fists with various combinations. The man did not back off or give up, but as Alicia got used to the rhythm of the fight and no longer had a use for him, a front snap kick broke through his guard and came into contact with his chin, knocking him out. After it was over, she turned to a nearby woman who stood nearby and said, "I'm sorry, but your fighter is lost. You can leave the berries here, since you brought them before the wager was set. It is a pleasure doing business with you. If you still wish to own the ship, then you must visit the auction." The woman looked down at her best fighter from her organization, and then back at Alicia and the other crew members while weighing her options. She then turned to the guards by her side and ordered in a cold but also angry voice, "Pick him up and take him away. Let's leave this place right away. Never mind. It's just a ship. It isn't worth the trouble." She did have the thought of causing a scene or attempting to renegade on her promised wager, but her best fighter had just been played around with, and it was clear there was a large difference of skill and power between both fighters. With her best fighter unconscious, she did not have the confidence to go through with it, so had no choice but to retreat. After she left, Alicia went back to practice as she was getting closer to her goal, but there was still a long way to go and many things to work on before she could call it her own thing, and not a complete copy of things she had some knowledge of from her previous life, and completely suited this world's power structure. The difference between the mink's fighting style and the humans is a big one. While minks do what feels natural, they can be considered fighting geniuses with their wild and free style of fighting, but sometimes without proper physical and martial training they lack what it takes to take down tougher opponents without the use of Electro or Sulong unless it is a hotkey user, but even then there are often many risks of death in those high levels of fights. Even the two best fighters of the minks who had trained hard as vassals to Kazuki Odin could only get so far without additional techniques or martial arts in their arsenal. The beast instinct is overpowered to say the least to help with evasion, combat sense, and other things, but it is a bad idea to be controlled completely by and follow it blindly. After visiting many martial halls and challenging them, but also going near the island's military posts and training grounds, she learned an important point. Many types of martial arts require strict discipline and repetition to be able to master it with her body, so that it has memories the movement, so that they become natural. Each foot movement, stance, and kick or punch has a certain principle and aim behind it. Although she could overpower many people on the island, in truth she was not as disciplined as them, especially the military people who tirelessly honed and refined their killing techniques. Many of their techniques had one purpose, which was to kill in one strike, but some were also there to defend, parry, disarm, or subdue their opponent, depending on their role as an army veteran or as a royal bodyguard. Meanwhile, the martial hall's techniques focused more on self-defense, ranging from kicking, punching, or weapon techniques, but also used counters and many other moves to attack. One that she had visited was more of a karate-based fighting style, a little similar to Fishman karate, while another had used more serpentine-like movements and flexibility. So she also learned a lot from each of them, whether it was from their stances and forms, or their practicing and training techniques to increase their body's flexibility, balance, toughness, and overall muscle strength. Back at Zoe, she had been training in a primitive way by doing odd chores, sparring, and doing heavy lifting and other types of chores, but on occasion she would stretch and bend her body and follow the basic knowledge that she had to keep a healthy body and build it up. That training and hard work got her to her current level, where she could be considered a superhuman in terms of physical fitness and power, but a lot of her knowledge was mainly a concept that she was following without the core teachings. She got this far thanks to her beast instinct and the basics that she had built up along with heavy training and many fighting experiences against the monks. But when she came into the outside world, she realized on the first fight with the Sea King is that even minks can make mistakes as they go for an attack, and it either fails or does not do enough damage to the target. If the opponent can shrug off the Electro and is left unhurt by the attack, then if they are quick or big enough, they can counter quickly or use their large body to knock her or her crew members away. Even against humans, she found that although she had the basics ingrained in her body and used them while matching their strength, they were able to use certain kicks or punches to counter and turn her kick against her. Although she was able to adjust to their changes with her beast instinct and evade with her higher agility to reset the flow of the fight or quickly counter with her own attack, she realized that she did have some flaws in some places that she wouldn't have noticed if she just stayed on Zoe. Perhaps against ordinary people or natural talents she did not learn much, but against those more experienced in the martial halls and the military, she was able to learn a lot more of the principles and the foundation needed to develop her own style. Besides practicing the basic moves, she needed to find out which types of kicks most suited her and for what type of situation would she use it. She also needed to spend time investing in learning from other styles of combat, but also different types of body arts that she can practice. Much like on Zoe again, her climbing/jumping or parkour skills had reached a high level and she could do it naturally, but she still lacked the necessary basic training and techniques that were required to properly use her body's advantages to the best of her ability. After a long day of duels and more visits to different places, Alicia's kicking forms were slowly becoming more precise and controlled, but she still felt as though she was missing many things. However, she still tried hard to add different variations after gaining many things from various different perspectives of each place she visited, but also it helped to gather and fill up the flaws in her skills again. Thanks to learning from many others, she was able to put various techniques into different categories for their individual uses or the body parts that it uses to attack or defend. First, she practiced her kicking techniques repeatedly using her heel, which were the axe, back crescent, inward and outward crescent, hook kick, and side kick, but many of these moves did have other versions that could be used while jumping or spinning, or an example of the side kick or other kicks would be another way to kick using the knife edge of the foot. Then when she was done, she moved on to more defensive moves to defend against an attack or push her opponent to a further distance, so she has more range to kick, which were the push kick and knee strike. After that, she worked on using the ball of her feet and practiced a front kick, but also a roundhouse kick, which had the additional point of contact with the instep of her foot, while the reverse roundhouse's point of contact also used the top of the foot for range, but depending on the range, it would sometimes hit with the heel or shin for a roundhouse or the reverse. Many of these moves were already very ingrained in her body from her basics, but as she was learning more and making up for her previous flaws, her technique was becoming more refined, and she had a clear purpose for each technique. Although she had yet to reach the stage of shadow boxing, she had a certain mastery of the basic forms that required one leg to kick and connecting those moves. What she lacked most was complete control, balance, and precision to assist her with the other techniques so that they could be executed while jumping or spinning. Luckily, however, she was in a place where many people had a variety of skills, and her climbing/jumping or parkour skill was beginning to gather more personal experiences and the principles behind them so that she could correct her faults and fill in the errors of her skills. Many techniques and basic movements were available to her so that she could practice, but the system broke them down for her to make things more simple. So, after her martial arts practice began the next step of her training. She stepped onto the ship and then began to address her crew members that weren't busy at the moment. Carrot and Tristan, come and practice with me, but anyone else that is interested, you may join too. Carrot's eyes lit up after discovering that she would probably be learning something new, and Tristan displayed a little curiosity on her face. Suddenly, Alicia spoke up and broke them out of their excitement. We are learning nothing you have not already learned or experienced, but this time we are going back to the basics to further refine our forms and control of our power and balance needed for climbing, jumping, vaulting, and spinning. So let us begin. Right away, they began Spartan-like training, learning the basics of safety roll, quadrupedal movement, balance, precision jumping, safety vault, wall running, turn vault, jump spin, and bar swing/leap, so that they could get a basic grasp of the body forms and their individual uses. The safety roll allows the body to roll into a landing from a standing position, or even from a high place, so they began with that even if it seemed pointless. Although it is a simple move, for the minks who had a much higher physical strength and agility, they may lack the basic control of strength needed to use these movements to perfection, but with enough practice, they will be able to master them and put them into practice in their next time when they are climbing and jumping, which will make their moves much more efficient and smooth. At first, Carrot and Tristan overused their strength, so their roll was under less control, which ended up with them landing wrong, but after a couple of attempts. The quadrupedal movement was an easy one for a half-beast human, but it was still a basic movement that was used in parkour from vaults or climbing positions and helps to go under things or create stability while being up high. As expected, even Alicia found herself gaining more familiarity with it along with her crew, while Nika, who had just came out from researching, and looked at them as if they were being stupid. "What are you doing?" Alicia looked at her and replied as she was getting up to do the next movement. "If you have time to ask questions, you have time to train too." Nika rolled her eyes and sighed before replying. "Fine, I will join." While teaching her the first two moves, Nika found that these were actually quite suited to her and perhaps even Carrot's style of combat, so she had no choice but to give it a try. Balance was one of the more difficult tasks that required a little more practice for them, so some of them started small, while Alicia was seen on the side of the ship carefully taking a step forward while balancing with her other foot onto the railing and then slowly placing her forward foot down. She did it slow at first, but after a couple of steps, she was slowly gaining more familiarity and control over her balance. So she slowly began to increase her speed of movement. But there was also the unpredictable movements of the ship that, although docked, could move a little unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Carrot, who was getting used to just balancing and walking on the end of the steps, decided that she was ready to join her, so got up with her. Alicia responded by asking, "Are you sure that you are ready for this?" However, the ship suddenly moved without warning, and then a sound of something falling into the sea followed. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew face-bombed and began laughing at Carrot, who had fallen off the ship. Below the ship was a wet rabbit mink who looked very distressed and was weeping, so Alicia couldn't help but look down at her with pity in her eyes and ordered everyone, "Hurry and get her out of there before she drowns." This should be a lesson not to skip the stages and move on to the more difficult parts. Not long after the wet rabbit girl was fished out of the water and reluctantly went to dry herself off Buffer, joining them for training once again. After Carrot was tidied up, Alicia patted her on the head to calm her down. Let's get back to practicing, everyone. She took out some thin but long sticks that had a very small width and depth and began lining them out on the deck horizontally. This practice will help with precision jumping. Start small at first to jump from one piece of wood on the ground to the next and land so that you do not lose your balance or move the wood and land on the balls of your foot as you land. As you gain more control and precision with your jumping, you can begin to increase the range, height, and angle of the jumps. For example, a highly difficult jump would be to jump across from one side of the ship to the next from railing to railing. This will help with your leg and jumping control, but also let you get used to landing on smaller objects or more rounded things like a round metal railing, or maybe even something much smaller without falling after your landing. Since we are doing it on board the ship, the difficulty should also increase since you have to adapt to unpredictable changes. This will be good especially for you too. Carrot, you rely too much on your jumping ability and how long you stay in the air, but if confronted by a large beast like that Sea King again, you will have some difficulty avoiding their attacks in midair. Nika, this will help you quickly jump to a new position to shoot more efficiently without wasting any movements or time if you can perfect it. Although Nika was a monkey-type mink with high climbing capabilities, she still lacked the basic training that could help evolve her skill set in a new direction. She was good at swinging in trees, jumping and climbing, but the difficulty increases when she has her guns with her or other tools, so if the training pays off, then she will be able to decrease the time between her shooting time and maneuvering to a new position before the next shot. She began to get familiar with the movements, so she was a little more confident, so she demonstrated. You may think these movements may not have many uses, but in Face they can be used as one or put together in different situations. For example, this is a balance jump. She jumped from one piece of wood to the next, and as she landed, she readied herself to jump again in the next series of movements to the next piece of wood. This can also be done using thin paint lines or cracks on the ground, but the intention is to jump across to another place where you can land and jump from that if you need to. There is also the connection to the safety roll that can be connected to it. She continued to turn around and then go back, but as she landed at the end, instead of stopping or jumping forward, she fell into a roll, and then stopped as she rolled, and was once again in a standing position. This helps to cushion your fall if you're jumping across long distances and cannot stop yourself or jumping to a lower platform. As you go to the ground and roll out into it back onto your feet, you will disperse some or most of your forward momentum. If you practice enough, you will be able to maximize your jumping potential, but also control yourself better as you land, rather than continuing to move forward and crashing into someone or something after your landing. This one is quite simple too. She walked to the railing and placed her hand to hold onto it as she jumped over and landed on the other side of it as her feet were resting onto the end of the ship. The safety jump is a movement used to support your body as it jumps over something like this railing or something like a wall or something else while landing with your back to it. Also helps build your coordination. If you can move efficiently and have enough control, you can smoothly jump over with little effort while also being able to hold on to it for some support to leap to your next destination or lower yourself down from a high place. With more practice, this can also be used with precision jumping and safety rolls. She once again jumped over the railing smoothly with the support of one hand and landed on the wooden step of the side of the ship, which was followed by her jumping to another piece of wood into a roll. Each of these moves may seem simple, but are important when put together. What you have learned in the past on Zoe may suit our bodies and instincts, but there are still many sloppy movements and a lack of efficiency in them. If we did not have this strength and the extra support of Electro, our instincts would become our only support, but there are always limitations. Out in the world, there are many things we do not understand and more powerful types of abilities that can predict our moves. All they need to do is predict our moves a little, get us to react to them, and then set a trap for us to fall into. When that time comes, it is better to have more experience and skills to be able to overcome it or escape from that person trap. As for the others, they began to finish up learning the basics behind wall running, whether it was along or up a wall. The turn vault, which had similarities to the safety jump, but the uses two hands to support, and the legs go higher as the body turns to face the wall or railing that has been jumped over. Alicia began to show them again the possibilities of combining the moves and being creative with them. First was a turn vault, but instead of using her body to hold her as her body turned, her legs looked as they came into contact with a pole or something nearby, and she pushed her foot against it so she could complete her vault and land on the other side, which was a combination of the turn vault and the wall run, but more of a wall push with a single foot. But another one that she mentioned was to go from a wall run that then pushes off the wall into a precision jump. She tried this on the main part of the ship where the rooms were inside, and ran a little across the wall and leaped up to the railing after kicking herself off the wall with a precision jump. And then as she balanced herself on the ball of her feet, she lowered herself to drop so that she landed on the edge of the ship with her back facing the railing. From here I can go into a roll, run forward, or do another precision jump. Finally, there is the jump spin, balancing in wall runs, but practicing the basic spinning and landing should be enough to practice for to get used to it, so you do not always feel dizzy when spinning. If you wish to develop techniques in the future, it is good to have some of the basics mastered so that you can move on to the next stage of adding kicks or other movements into your spins, jumps, or spinning jumps. So began the next stage of them practicing 180 half turning to 360 full spins as they jumped until they became more familiar with the movements before moving onto a 540 and 720 spin. Keep in mind that you need to focus on your feet placement as you land, and you do not move away from your original place of jumping or the place where you will be jumping to as you're doing this. This one may or may not count depending on the situation, but it is still worth adding, which is the bar swing or bar leap. A little similar to how we have grabbed onto a branch to catch our falling bodies and then swing to a landing on our feet, this is the same, but can also be used into or out of a precision jump. She set up one of her staffs up high so that it would not be able to move on the ship, and then placed down some pieces of wood again a little apart. After getting up and hanging from the staff, she swung her body back and forth until she was able to swing her body to the landing point after letting go of the staff. She then turned around on the piece of wood and jumped back to grab onto the staff that was up high again, demonstrating the usefulness of these moves. Whether it is climbing, vaulting, jumping, landing, spinning, running up or along a wall or object, or simply holding onto something to help you swing towards the next landing spot. These are the basics that will help you. We are no longer in a jungle or forest type of terrain, so you cannot always stick to what you have been used to. There are many islands that have different types of terrain and buildings that may get in our way if we are in a hurry to get somewhere, but we also need to gain familiarity with being able to do these moves at sea where it can be the most unpredictable, especially at the Grand Line and New World where the seas are unpredictable and we do not know what we will encounter. It is best to be prepared for anything. While the rest of the crew were getting used to their training, she moved on to the next section of her training that focused more towards flips, spins, or vaulting techniques, which she was excited to begin learning so that she could upgrade her skill set. She began to practice a basic cartwheel and realized that if used properly, it could be followed with a kick or held for spinning kick like Sanji and Boa Hancock. The front handspring could be used to go into landing position and change her position or evade an attack quickly, or be used to launch a single or double spring kick. The Macau, which is performed from the ground on her bottom as she faces her enemy, could be used from ground and to flip or turn her body back while supporting her body with her hand that facing the ground while kicking out to counter her enemy as the hips and legs go as high as possible while retreating until she is back on her feet. Although the butterfly kick is performed while jumping and spinning the body so that the chest and legs are parallel to the ground, and is often considered to be impractical in high-end fights unless it is used by an expert, but it does have its own use for avoiding attacks and counterattacking. So if she was trapped between many opponents, she could use this to make several variations to avoid attacks in the air and use her spin to send out several spinning jump kicks. The dive roll, just like the safety roll, can be performed in many environments, but also helped her gain more practice for a forward flip. The J-step kick is also another that combines a strong jump, spin, and kick together where the front leg is used to kick off as the back leg goes up, and over going into a spin and kick before landing on the back leg after completing a kick and spin. The wall kick, over much like the wall running, and wall push is just another wall push with an added turn as the other foot goes over the foot that is touching the wall, but could also be used to kick an opponent while pushing off them and turning toward the new target. The barrel roll can be used to roll in various environments or practice a jump side roll or flip, But there may be times where it could be used creatively by using it to roll over an opponent's back after they have been hit in the stomach and bend over, so that she can move past them and towards the next opponent. Although she did not know the exact names of every one, these techniques, the system helped to set them up in a different section so that she could begin to practice these for the word towards more difficult flips, spinning jumps, but also adding various kicks to them, or just gaining a general control over her body while performing these things. Even if she could not find a use for them right away, they may come in useful later, or even just assist her to get closer to mastering the basics of her spinning or spinning jump kicks that were to be used with a roundhouse, side back hook, crescent or front kicks. But in this world, there would also be variations that could happen while adding flips or cartwheels to help generate more power or control when trying to attack from a high place or aiming to attack with her feet towards many enemies from a handstand position or cartwheel form. Whether it was leg martial arts, parkour, acrobatics, or even staff skills, she wanted to thoroughly prepare her body to be familiar with the movement so that she could master them properly and integrate it all together into one specialty. Either it was the long time that she had spent working on the basics back at Zoe, or just her leg martial arts talent, but she found herself picking up most of the movements up quite easily. But the moves that she had the most progress with were either ones that directly used the lower half of her body, but also basic movements that also assisted in allowing the lower body to land, climb, vault off, run up or along something, but also kick off it, or perform a kick like the cartwheel movement she was able to learn quickly, which was a little unexpected. However, she did not question it, since it must mean that so long as the movements have some connection to the lower half of the body and martial arts, she should have the talent to learn them faster than others. For the next couple of days until the auction arrived, the crew spent most of their time keeping busy with their own things, training or accepting the occasional duel. The day finally came for the auction to begin, and during that time they were either training, dueling, or purchasing new supplies, books, or other tools. Archie completed his task of completing the other ship's repairs, so afterward he assisted Nika in completing the smaller version of the tournament arena, but also set up some additional things so that they could all continue to practice what Alicia had been teaching them. After that, Nika spent the rest of her time reading the books on science, technology, engineering, and other theories that had been published in the books that she had bought within the island. Meanwhile, Carrot was keeping herself busy with training and reading cartoon strips. Tristan was reading through many medical, biology, and herb-based books. Clifford was focusing on honing his swordsmanship, to which Alicia would give an occasional comment on how to fix his form and some of the principles in certain sword arts that the system had collected. Although the system usually organizes the information and experiences of a person to suit herself and let her progress on her path smoothly, it did not mean that the leftover information that did not suit her was useless to others. Even if she said something offhandedly and Clifford could not gain anything from it, then she could try something else until he finds the right solution to the problem holding him back and make more progress in his sword path. She had visited several martial halls and sword halls on the island, so there was a lot of inspiration gained from that which could be put towards her dual side blades, but most of it would actually be more beneficial for Clifford to learn from. Archie was reading through woodworking, shipbuilding, and other related books in his free time so that he could make progress in his craft. In between training, duels, and making meals for everyone, Alicia was the most busy of them all. Between journeying around the island and collecting as many skills as possible or searching for people with a more solid knowledge base of various skill sets with the help from the broker, she was able to fix many missing parts or faults in her skills. Many pirates and explorers on the island also had lots of experiences at sea, so their experiences and knowledge were compiled and collected towards her navigation skill and talent. The stagnant skill that had not grown in a long time was beginning to gain lots of experiences and knowledge, but also progress at a fast pace thanks to her talent in it. After collecting many books on different science fields of research and principles ranging from biology, chemistry, and physics, but also many kinds of maps of the West Blue and books about various weather patterns, legends and myths, navigation, and cooking, the bookshelves on the ship were beginning to fill up fast. However, this was a good thing for Alicia, who had the scholar skill. The more books that she read, the more she would be able to master it, but also learn some things from the books that she may not learn from what the system has collected on the island. Right now, this was only a small part of the world, and information would be limited or even restricted, so even their vast amount of experiences and knowledge they have gained would still not consider to be perfect. It was much better to not always rely on the system for everything, but also learn from books or a skilled teacher of some kind that could help correct her errors and tell her where she went wrong before she hurts herself when trying something that she does not have the complete information for. In her previous life, she was a self-reliant and independent person, but she had also read her fair share of novels. Not all system novels are perfect and sometimes either wish to restrict or direct their host to do certain things just so that they can level up faster. In some cases, they even have the goal of secretly collecting points for themselves in secret while conning their host, but when the host dies, it also collects their soul to divide it and turn it into skills or power to be bought by the next host. Another cultivation system novel. The main protagonist reaches the stage where they can no longer progress or kill those above a certain realm because of a lack of progress in their cultivation manual and their own understanding of their own divinity after progressing by slaughtering many people for experience points. In the end, he had to cut off his whole cultivation and begin again just so that he could break through that realm and progress further. In the end, systems are but tools and are not perfect. They have a certain directive or goal to follow and cannot understand their host or care for them the way a parent would. If that is the case, then what are the fame or experience points that she is gathering? Is it a form of world energy, emperor chi, or something else that was usually explained in novels? After the system got enough of what it needed, would it even stick around, or would it just continue to function as usual? She could use it to help her grow and find her direction, but she could not become dependent on it otherwise. If it broke down or disappeared one day, wouldn't she be lost and helpless without it? In the lounge of the ship, Alicia lay on a couch, resting her eyes with an open book laying on her face. Suddenly a knock was heard at the door as Carrot entered. "Sis Alicia, it is time to go." As she got up, the book fell to the ground, so she bent over and picked it up before dusting it down and placing it back on the bookshelf. "Okay, after this, we will leave this island. I think that we have gained enough from here and have seen all that we need to see." The papers of the ownership that she had found on the ship were carried along with her. She also brought 3 boxes that had a painted picture of a treasure chest with a question mark on it as she got off the ship and greeted the broker. "I have everything with me. Let me there so that we can put them up for sale." The broker smiled politely. "I have arranged everything, so you need not worry." They quickly made their way to the center of the main city and entered through a doorway which led underground. As they entered, the broker took something from his coat and passed it to her. "We wear masks here to hide our identities to buy anything at the auctions. Even if you have been high profile these few days, this should help others to not recognize you." In her hands was a thin black cloak and a simple white mask. She quickly put it on and thought, "As I thought, this isn't exactly a legal auction, but an underworld auction. How exciting, but also, I hope I do not see some unpleasant sights." During the past couple of days, the broker had helped to sell any of the additional jewels or weapons from the pirate ship, so she had quite a lot of berries to add to what she had left and what she had gained during her duels, but was also looking forward to her profits from the ship and her boxes. She found that the man was very resourceful and had many connections, but he seemed to be more interested in earning her favor and staying on her good side. Although she did not know his true purpose behind doing so, she did not mind his assistance during this time that she was on the island. Sitting in the private booth, she got to enjoy the luxuries of valued guest after she submitted a ship which could be considered expensive even if it was second or third hand after being fixed up along with the mystery boxes that would attract the attention of many people. A bowl of fruit was in front of her along with a glass of juice, so she couldn't help but get settled in her seat and enjoy her time while looking down towards the stage. An announcer stepped onto the stage and began to walk around in a flashy outfit and made some showy gestures as he spoke. "Welcome everyone to the monthly underground auction. As usual, we have many interesting goods, but as usual, there will be some last-minute entries that might excite or interest you." Looking at the man on the stage's skill set, Alicia couldn't help but applaud. He had a skill set that suited his job well, which had many different small skills like stage presence, announcer, negotiation, persuasion, social perception, communication, presentation, performance, and clear voice. She quietly snacked on the treats in her room while the announcer began to introduce the first item. "Now, for today's first item, we have..." He suddenly paused for dramatic effect, but Alicia suddenly had the urge to drop kick him in the face. Is he going to do this for every item? I hope not. The announcer signaled a group of young ladies who were dressed in a mask, hats, and colorful clothes, just like himself, but theirs were a little bit revealing as they walked on the stage with the first item and unveiled it. As it was revealed, he began again with a look of shock on his face. Oh my, what is this? Is this a real genuine cat? Who put that there? No more playing games, girls. The customers are waiting. Sorry everyone, sorry everyone. As if a mistake had been made right from the beginning, he put on a play to entertain the guests. The guests, however, seemed to be used to his way of acting, as if understanding that this was just a joke. However, it did not stop some people from bidding once it showed up, just so it would be over quickly, or they actually wanted it. An old-sounding voice spoke up calmly. 10,000 berries. The announcer looked pleased as he looked towards the crowd and asked, Any more bids? Going once, twice, 3 times and sold. The silence was enough for him to be able to read the room and end it quickly, but the small black cat was quickly taken away and delivered to the old man's room. Meanwhile, Alicia looked at this display and couldn't help but show a look of suspicion. Is this also part of his show? Is the person who bought it one of his own people? If so, then this part is all staged for the audience's entertainment, but if not, they must auction off random items to see if they can be sold. Now onto the real show. The announcer adjusted his tie a little, then pointed to the new item being brought in. Wait, here it is. It's a rifle. Military grade too. Come on, let's begin the bidding. Alicia couldn't help but zone out after this and closed her eyes, going through her system and checking to see if she could make any repairs to her skills from those around her. Many nobles were in attendance from what she had seen from the system, but also many underground bosses, so she was able to gain a thing or two from them. Even on an underground auction, nobles still attended, which showed the level of corruption within the island as a whole. Whether it was the ordinary businessmen, brokers, or an ordinary citizen, they would unknowingly be exposed to the darker side of the world, since the criminal forces have such a high level of control behind the scenes. The nobles do nothing to stop it, and in fact use those forces to make their own profits behind the scenes, also get their assistants to make moves behind the scenes to disrupt their enemies' businesses or career so that they can step up and rise to a higher place. In the nobles' views, they are making use of the pawns on the chessboard in order to become the winner, even if crude methods are used. Since they would not do such bad things themselves, dressed lavishly while showing off their superiority and how they were above such behavior, they left those dirty jobs to the commoners. However, this did not stop them from attending such an event like this, so that they could entertain their private hobbies of collecting items, weapons, or even people as trophies. As for what happens within the walls of the noble houses, Alicia did not wish to know. Many auctions later, her time had finally come. The man introduced a piece of paper. Ah, so this is the boat I have heard become famous lately. Such a prize. I hear many have been trying to win this, but came back empty-handed. But fear not. You just need to bid to win it here. No need to beat me for it. Here is the ship's ownership papers. After today, you can go and claim the fixed-up and new-looking second-hand boat. So let us begin bidding. Some light chuckles came from some of the private rooms, as if mocking those who had failed to win it before the auction. 30 million berries. A woman's voice was heard, and Alicia recognized it as one of the people who lost the wager to her. 40. A hoarse voice spoke right after. 45. A more calm and well-spoken male voice followed. 50. After hesitating a little, the woman nodded again. The announcer looked shocked. Big bids? I wonder who will win. The male voice followed again after the announcer finished speaking. 60. Suddenly, there was a sigh of frustration from the woman's room. After a long pause, it sounded like there was a discussion going on in one of the rooms. Then the hoarse voice spoke again. 65. The male voice didn't seem to be put off by the rising price as he spoke. 70. After a long time of waiting, the announcer cried out. 70 million berries. Sold to the gentleman. Alicia smiled after hearing the final bid, as she thought. In Water 7, it is stated that the average second-hand ship would be sold for around 100 million. Although I did not expect that much, this is a good sale for something that I had gained by chance and fixed up. So much money to spend. Next was the mystery boxes that came out. The announcer looked at them in wonder and then began his tale. 3 criminals. 3 boxes. The chances within those 3 boxes may lead you to a treasure trove or a small stash of berries. So, allow me to introduce the possibilities. In these 3 boxes are the locations of 3 criminals who were held on board the previous item seller's ship. Among the 3 criminals, there is the thief Benji Visa, who is notorious for his thefts of various high-ranking individuals. The next is a hired assassin Nicole Gao and another hired assassin Mirio Sanders. I believe you have heard of these 2 as well, right? Maybe you may have even had a friend or family member killed by them in the past. Oh my, how scary. Ahem. He cleared his throat. The mystery box contains the location of each of their private stash that they have hidden away. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but in one of these mystery boxes is one of the 3 locations. As for whose is in which box, you will have to find out for yourself. Begin! As the auction began, the broker stood behind Alicia, who seemed to display her disinterest towards many items within the auction. The only time when he could see her take interest was when it was her own items that were bid upon. After watching her actions, he stood behind her, hesitating to speak or not. During their first meeting, he was the first person to come forward and introduce himself because he had his own purpose that required getting to know new visitors or unusual people that may be of some help to him. His first impression was that Alicia and her crew were naive and could be used, but upon talking to her, he felt that it was difficult to get much past her, so he decided to leave his card with her, just in case he can later try to build a relationship if she proves to be of use to him. During the first talk with her, he showed disgust towards her unusual appearance, but afterward he felt ashamed of himself for his narrow-mindedness. He had known that many types of races exist in the world and devil fruits also exist, but he still did not believe Alicia's poor lie about being Zoan devil fruit users. He did not ask further, because it was not his place to do so, and he needed to further assess the person in front of himself. In the end, he just put his feelings during that short moment as a human's natural disgust and feelings of unease towards things they don't understand or recognize, which made him feel as if he was being too close-minded. He knew that after setting up the sale of the Sea King, many would look towards Alicia and her crew for the many berries that she had earned in one sale. To him, this was something inevitable within this island, and if she cannot survive, then he could not make use of her at all, but also it was something that he himself could not prevent. For his own purpose, he could do just about anything just so that he could get what he has been looking for. After that happened, and Alicia and her crew displayed a frightening amount of power to the public, easily handling a medium to large-size pirate crew. Even if the crew were weak in overall strength, the speed that they were defeated and subdued showed how much of a difference in strength there was. The next thing was the claiming of the ship, which was done almost immediately, which surprised him, and the whole series of events showed him not only their strength, but the captain's decisiveness that lead to further possible profits for them. He was still hesitant to approach her with his own purpose and waited to be called, but what shocked him next was the capture of one certain thief who had been involved in many stabbings, but also 2 famous assassins who kill from afar with a rifle, which showed her skill further. After being contacted by Alicia to arrange handing in the pirates to a bounty collector, the additional tasks piled up for him one after another to arrange a buyer for the ship, but this also fit with his goals. He set up the boxes and ship to be sold at this auction precisely as he saw his chance to enter the auction building, which only allows access to VIP members or those who have put a largely priced item up on the auction suddenly. Although he had done lots of trading in this island, but also many others in the West Blue, his range of contacts or control within this place is limited, and he cannot suddenly ask others for a favor so suddenly. The money that he had gained from his interaction and working with Alicia had earned him enough, but it was quickly spent on gathering information and asking for additional favors. Even his own men who are, or were on his payroll, are not the type of people who would jump in a fire if he told them to. So how could he ask them for help? As the time was drawing closer to his goal, he watched Alicia for a long time before coming to a decision after getting to know some of her personality. After the sale of the boxes, Alicia had made another 11 million berries to add on top of the large amount of money earned from the Sea King, the ship, the pirate's bounty, but also the bounties of the 3 people on her ship who would be turned in a little later after the auction. Suddenly a figure appeared before her and knelt down in front of her. It was the merchant or broker that had brought her here, so she couldn't help but showing a look of confusion. He kept himself low and spoke in a voice filled with despair. "Please help me. Please, this is my last chance and hope. Please." She looked at him and crossed her arms across her chest as she looked down at him. "So, it seems that there must be some sort of story for you to tell me." The man quivered upon hearing her words as he raised his head. "Yes, of course. How to explain, right? I brought you here for a specific purpose, but first let me introduce myself properly. I am Alfred Salem. My past is one of a simple merchant who travels through many islands and trading goods between many islands in the West Blue. In my younger years, I met a woman and we fell in love. As you can imagine, our life together was not destined to last. We were worlds apart from each other, as I grew up a commoner without a family and earned everything for myself, but she in fact was a member or a respected noble family." Alicia nodded while listening to his tale, and then came to a conclusion. "Oh no, it's a typical commoner ex-noble tragic love. I can guess what comes next. Broken up by her parents, sent back, and hearing tales of her suffering from afar, it's as expected." He continued with what she had guessed. "Her family broke us apart after learning our intent to get married and dragged her back home. They felt disgraced that she brought shame to the family, but in the confusion, she was found to be pregnant, which was covered up by them to prevent further shame. They promised to not harm the child if she goes to the army and gain achievements for the family, since she had mastered the country's sword art and movement technique. It wasn't until later that I found out about my daughter's existence and what had happened to my wife, because they kept everything tightly sealed up. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago is when things started going bad for them and the family supporting them." "So who were this family then and what happened?" Alicia nodded. "Not only is it a commoner and noblewoman story, but there is also a secret hostage child. This is becoming a little I don't know if you have heard of them since you are new here, but if you know some history of the Grand Line, you might have some idea from a story from more than 50 years ago. The Rumbar pirates were once important people in the military of their country, but as they left, someone had to fill their place. This family rose up to fill that position for a couple of generations, but the family head was a useless man who only dabbled in politics and schemes. He forced his sister to gain the family further honor, but did not expect her to have such high achievements over the years, and as the political struggles continued, and her own enemies on the battlefield wished to bring her down, a plan was hatched after news of her having a daughter was leaked. I don't know if it was his envy or just his stupidity, but what happened next was his fault." Alicia frowned. "I feel like I am back in my home world reading a typical novel trope." He continued as his voice began to crack. "At the age of 13, my daughter was taken away from the family on one night, which was led by her mother's enemies. Although my daughter managed to bring some of them down before her capture, it shows that she was as talented as her mother. Using my daughter as a hostage, and after her mother's death and capitalizing on their goals, they no longer had any more use for her. I heard rumors that they sold her off as a slave and have been tracking her for 2 whole years. At this time, I have become willing to do anything, even if it means kneeling and asking someone for help, or even using someone to achieve my goals. So please help me find and get her back." The last rumor that I have heard was that a girl of her description and background had previously been owned by a noble in the island and would be put on sale at this auction. He continued as she listened silently. "If she looks anything like her mother or me, I should recognize her no matter what has changed during her time as a slave, but I must save her at all costs. If you can help us and help to look after her, I would be willing to offer you my life. So you must have intended to use me from the start." Alicia nodded. "Well, now that he has said the general place of origin of the girl, I might be able to pick out some clues, but damn. Fate again. Curse you. I was sure that I wasn't going to get involved with the slave business. Once a slave is bought out of sympathy, she would buy another and another until she could no longer afford to keep them. She acted tough on the outside, but in truth, she was just a big softy. Even her crew members would say the same." Alfred lowered his head in shame. "Forgive me, please. I've been desperate and just about extinguished everything that I have had just so that I could find clues of her whereabouts. All I could do was try to catch this chance or wallow in despair for the rest of my life. If you want my life, I will gladly kill myself as a way of apology, but please look after her for me. Or if you could forgive me, then I would gladly become a person who would be willing to do anything for you. I have used up all my favors and resources on this island, so I cannot afford to treat my own daughter. Please help." listening to him desperately pleading and sobbing. She turned her head away from him and bit her lips, trying to suppress her urge to help, but in the end she looked towards the stage. The announcer was moving onto the slaves one by one as they were sold for around 500,000 berries per healthy human that were explained to have particular talents. She looked down at Alfred, who would not move from his kneeling position, and then back at the stage and closed her eyes to begin checking the skills. Suddenly, one set of skills caught her eyes, which she immediately purchased so that she could improve her skills a little. A smirk appeared on her face as she looked at the skills and talents of the person that she had locked onto. Very high talent with light swordsmanship and light body-based martial arts. Gentle blade, speed, and precision fencing, and gentle footwork are both at a very high level for someone of her age, which shows the effects of her individual talents. Let's see her status in a poor body state and severed tendons in her hands and legs. Her future is ruined. She opened her eyes and turned to the girl who was chained up and was in a kneeling position and looked into her eyes. She still has fight in her. That is good. Anyways, it is good that this room is so soundproof and uses a certain way of communication, otherwise he would have spilled everything and made it much harder to make a bid. The announcer finished selling yet another among many of the slaves and then pointed to the young girl on the stage. She was immature and had a fiery look in her black eyes. Her long, dirty blonde hair was messily handing down her back as her bangs covered one side of her face. Her physique looked to be either sick or suffering from being beaten and starved on a regular basis. The announcer looked at her pathetic body and couldn't help but frown, but as he was tasked to sell her, he could only continue the show. Now this one has been in and out of many slave owners' homes and back into the auction once again for her fiery attitude and her difficult personality. But believe me, she was once part of a noble family. Though half-blood, she did come from a respected family of swordsmen of the gentle blade style. Now you may begin your bids. Everyone could tell that he was trying to make her more interesting, but the main problem was her attitude and appearance that made her less desirable to them. Alicia looked at the speaker snail and the communication snail on the table by her. Then she came to a decision as she picked up the communication snail and set into it, but she made her voice a little more hoarse and disguised. 30,000 berries. The announcer smiled happily and then proceeded to look for other bids, but he was quickly disappointed. Sold. Alicia and Alfred waited until her berries were brought to her room along with a newly purchased slave. Within the room, Alfred lowered his voice a little and spoke. Do not mention any of this to her. Just let me be by her side if you do decide to let me stay and serve you. I have made many arrangements in the dark and held off many people from acting so soon against you. During the time that I met you, I had intended to make use of you, so I had to call in the odd favor or use my berries to put some others' attention elsewhere, so that they all would not come to bother you, but it seems that my efforts were not really needed after all. The main thing I managed to hold back was other forces collaborating to attack you, but I recommend leaving very soon so that you escape their plans. It is very likely they will strike at you or your crew members sometime after the auction is over. Alicia paused for a little while and looked towards him seriously. You are right. It is no problem. If anything, you have bought us some moments of rest and peace on this island and saved us from many troubles. She went into thought. My crew is too mink-focused, their experiences are lacking, and are too innocent. What I need is someone that can cover the things behind the scenes, but also broker deals and look after our wealth and resources. He is a skilled negotiator and is very scheming, so he suits this role. Alicia could be said to be one of the more or less naive minks, but there would always be a limit to what she could achieve and understand about the ongoings of the other parts of the world. Where there is light, there is often darkness lurking nearby. Where there is a pillar standing tall, there is often those looking to tear it down by any means necessary. Even famous figures in the One Piece world have their own troubles after rising to their position, whether it be being hunted by the world government, being enlisted by them or others to work to further their goals, or other competitors wishing to take their title away from them. She needed someone to be able to strategize and sink their hands into all that darkness so that their travels can be smoother. Now that she had someone in front of her with many years of experience and who had stepped down into the path but managed to pull himself back out of it, she was sure that he may be able to fulfill that role. If he continued to make use of her at the cost of putting her and her crew in danger, and did not make efforts to shield her from the predictable dangers, then she may not have given him a second chance. But since he bowed his head and admitted his mistakes, she forgave him since he was in a desperate situation of his own. There are many people who are in the same situation but use it as an excuse to tear others down just to achieve their goal. This man still had a part of his humanity that made him act in a way to get what he wanted but also not harm her. It was also a bonus that he would remain completely loyal so long as she helped with his daughter. She turned and looked down at the chained-up girl cowering in the corner and back at Alfred and spoke. I will not say a thing about your connection, but do not expect it to remain a secret forever. Even if you feel shame for your inability to protect her and her mother and not being there for them, you still have this time to make up for that lost time. What she needs most now is time to heal and enough love and care to completely recover in body and mind. One day, she may even find out herself that you are her family. Believe me. Often blood ties are the strongest bonds, and family members are able to recognize each other upon a first meeting or over time without even knowing their connection beforehand. Do not look down on the bonds of blood. Alfred lowered his head and clenched his fist in frustration. I know. I just cannot bear to show my face and say who I am after not being there for her for so long. Alicia sighed. Fine. I will protect her well and make sure that she recovers, and in return you must do what you have been doing. Your role is to handle or delay troubling situations, but also be the bridge that will negotiate or connect our ship to the places that we visit so that we can smoothly enter without suffering too many setbacks. It need not be said, do not do anything that would cause damage to myself or the crew, but also our reputation. Alfred bowed respectfully. Of course, I will serve you well. She moved away towards the girl on the floor and lowered her body to get a better look on her. Your name? The girl did not respond to her and lowered her head defiantly. Alicia sighed, as is expecting this. There is no time for the formal greetings, so sorry about this. She picked up the girl and held her close to her body and walked out of the room with Alfred followed behind her silently, while occasionally glancing towards the small and weak girl with a look of sorrow and guilt in his eyes. Meanwhile, the girl immediately passed out in her arms. Either it was her poor body state or Alicia's mink body that was comfortable as she was hugged close to it, but not long after being held in a comfortable position, she could not put up a struggle before falling into a deep sleep. There was also the fact that it had been a long time since someone had held her in such a gentle way since her mother's death. A silent tear dropped from her eye during her sleep, as if silently remembering or mourning over that lost nostalgic feeling of comfort. Back on the ship, Alicia arrived quickly with the father and daughter. She turned to Carrot, who was still half asleep, and said as she took off the mask from her face and passed it over, "Wear this and help Alfred to take the prisoners to be handed in for a reward. Protect him well, but try not to cause any trouble. Come back quickly," she shouted for Tristan. "Tristan, we have a patient in need of your treatment." Then, after handing her to Tristan, who hurried her into the lounge to begin treatment, she shouted again, "Everyone, get prepared to leave. By the time they get back, I want to see the ship ready to set sail right as they get on board. By the time the prisoners have been handed over, the auction should be over, and there will be enough time for those with the boxes to go find the criminal stash before the prisoners have a chance to be interrogated by their prison guards or other people who wish to try get something out of them. If the law was upheld, well, then there would be even more time to allow the mystery box buyers to find what they were searching for, but if it was too corrupted, then they would be easy to get to for information extraction or to even be silenced. However, this was none of her business, as she had just handed them in for the reward since they tried to act against her and her crew. By the time that the two of them got back and came back running in a hurry, the ship was ready to leave. The moment they stepped on board, Alicia shouted, "On to the next destination." Their ship left the docks, and before many could get the information about their departure or see for themselves, the ship was already out of their sights. Many were kicking themselves over how they missed out on recruiting, exploiting, or robbing such a big, juicy fish that had just swam into their territory. Unfortunately, not everyone would remain so inactive. A few of them thought that since they had gone out to sea, then it would be easier to attack them. A couple of ships began to chase in the direction of where their ship had left, not knowing of the poor fates that awaited them. From a young age, she grew up surrounded by noble people that were believed to be her family members and many types of maids and butlers that worked for the Belmont family. Unlike those of her so-called family who enjoyed a hedonistic life, she lived her life trapped and confined in a part of their home and from the eyes of outsiders, as if she was a stain that existed but they could not remove. She later learned the truth from her mother that she was in fact in a difficult situation and that she was being held hostage by the family. The reason for her mother's less frequent visits was because she was always being forced back to the battlefield by the family head who had no real achievements of his own, but spoke highly about his family's heritage and their glorious family. However, reality would show her early that the descendants were just leeching from their parents' or grandparents' past achievements. Such people would eventually fall from grace if they would continue with their ways, but luckily, they had her mother to make use of and herself as a tool to keep her mother in check. Although she never really suffered that big of a problem with food and clothing, compared to her other family members, her food, clothing, and books were often secondhand or scraps from their meal. The maids did not treat her as their masters too. They always gave her cold looks, but luckily they did not have the confidence to get away with doing anything else for fear of her mother's retaliation. Still, she endured it for her mother and put on a smile each time she returned. When she reached the right age to begin training, she put her efforts into learning her mother's swordsmanship that she had picked up within the island's military. Very quickly, she made progress and grew up. Soon she would leave the house and free herself and her mother from the family's clutches, even if it meant becoming a bounty hunter or mercenary. She was tired of being a stain, a burden, a half-blood, and a disgrace to the noble Belmont family. Ever since Brooke, Yorkie, and other members of the Rumbar Pirates left their island, a void needed to be filled to ensure that the island would remain stable in the event of inside of outside threats appearing. The Belmont family, who had always produced many skilled swordsmen, stepped up during that time and filled that void, warning them much praise and status over the years as they settled any rebellions or wars with outside forces. Gradually weakening and becoming fat from their wealth and fame, they became an easy target. Their only true support was their daughter, who could not inherit the position as head of the family, and even after her travels and return, she was forced onto the battlefield, never given a chance to rest. What happened next was a combination of several factors that lead to their overall downfall, along with the tragedy that followed. The family that was in opposition with the Belmonts had a lot of political sway over the king after he took in a queen from their bloodline. The combination of pillow talk and spreading of rumors about the Belmonts lead the king to become suspicious of the arrogant and hedonistic Belmonts. Even whispers of the Belmonts' intentions to overthrow the king's rule reached his ears very often, which led to a plan to get rid of them once and for all, but first they would have to take out their support. One of the pirate crews that often attacked and stole from their merchant ships, who also had a big rivalry with the swordswoman of the Belmont family, became the main people who would be able to deal with her. After a couple of bribes here or there, they gained the information of the hidden-away daughter, and a plan began to form behind the scenes. A mother's love for their child was so strong, but it was also a weakness to be exploited by villains. One night, as her mother was distracted by the pirates attacking the docks, many pirates slipped into the mansion, which had been poorly guarded in the area where she was held. That night, she was training in her swordsmanship and noticed the intruders who tried to capture her, but she fought back. Her sword pierced a man's heart swiftly and without mercy. Even though it was her first kill, she managed to do it so effortlessly. Unfortunately, even with her fast and precise swordsmanship, there were limitations to her immature body. After wounding a couple more experienced pirates and killing another 2 men, she was subdued, knocked out, and carried away. Afterwards, she faced the anger of the pirates who had lost many crew members to her sword. They severed her wrists and legs so that she could never hold a sword or use those techniques again, before sending word to her mother about her capture. Her mother, who found out what had happened and the family's lack of assistance or response during the kidnapping, was angered and severed her ties with the family after getting back from her duties. She had no choice but to come alone without the assistance of her comrades, but everything seemed to be way too smooth, as if planned beforehand. When she reached the destination, she was faced with the poor complexion of her daughter, who had been beaten and disabled. Rationality won over her anger, which stopped her from charging in alone and risking her daughter's life. Sadly, she never came back after that night, and her daughter was sold off as a slave after her wounds were stitched up messily and was passed around for a while between different noble families or islands. She suffered burn and whip marks to her body and face, and the wounds on her wrists and legs never truly healed properly. She could no longer add any strength to her feet or hands without feeling pain, and the wounds themselves were not dealt with properly when they were inflicted, which made her hang on to the edge of life and death for a long time. The Belmont family, without the support of their swordswoman, were quickly charged with treason by the king, but the biggest problem was yet to come. Without their spiritual leader and the person who always stood on the front lines, their armies began to collapse as if they had lost their main support. The pirates, bandits, and rebels within the island began to push back with extra force, which led to the many casualties. Meanwhile, the king and his queen's family tried to stabilize the chaos that they had created because of mistrust and greed. Unfortunately, replacing a hero-like figure was difficult, and it would take many years to rebuild what they had lost to their enemies. Some slave owners like a challenge and wished to make a slave obedient through abuse. Some could be kind while others indifferent. It depends on the owner, but what most do not like is a disobedient and unruly child who looks unsightly. At first, she was a novelty purchase for her status of half-blood nobility, a fallen family, but also being the daughter of a fallen war hero. As time passed, the owners could no longer stand her fierceness and sent her away to be resold. Many owners, abuse and mistreatments. Later, she arrived at the auction site and was bought for a small price considering the minimum for human slaves, but after her appearance had grown worse, and so had her attitude, she expected a much smaller bid after her name and family were beginning to be forgotten. Even without her noble family or swordsmanship, she, Medea Belmont, would not cower before those who would call themselves her master. If she broke and submitted, then everything was over. Her mother's sacrifice was in vain, and she would never be able to gain freedom for herself. What she did not expect was the two people in the room when she arrived that were discussing something, whether it be their own things or about her future. She remained vigilant, but the moment she came into contact with Alicia's chest as she was princess carried, all of her struggling seemed pointless. She felt no threat from this person, even if they did give off a strong presence. The consciousness that she was struggling to maintain quickly slipped away, and she fell into a deep sleep. On the ship, the sleeping young lady was undergoing a complete checkup. Alicia sat on top of the skull of the Sea King that was secured to the front of the ship and was lost in thought. Her original intention was to remain low-key and not show off her overwhelming strength in the first place that she visited, so wished to use guns and staff techniques, but fate or her surrounding environment simply didn't allow it to be that way. Was the world or the system telling her to just focus on her path and stay upon that route rather than trying to do things like playing the pig to eat the tiger? Looking at the sea ahead, she couldn't help but sigh. The next location would definitely not allow her to act that way, and instead she would be very busy in her own way. Maybe she should just risk offending people, just so that she can gain more fame points per day? That way she can just grow quickly and acquire many skills without having to wait around a place for her points to refill for a long time before she can purchase the next upgrade. The biggest problem before was that the crew is far too small to handle everything alone if they have to split up to do different tasks. If she unknowingly makes enemies because she was not careful enough, then how is she going to feel secure when leaving her crew members alone? After this experience, she had learned a little about the West Blue, where the criminal elements have a lot of power over. Oftentimes, if she appeared weak, it could also have just as bad consequences as if she used her full strength in public. Sometimes it was required to show some force, but other times it wasn't so. She just needed to adjust to the new environments. Now that she had two new people on board, she could get some additional help. Just as Alicia was having some mixed-up thoughts about how she would proceed next, Carrot yelled from the lookout. Approaching ships incoming, Alicia looked behind the ship at the small dots that were growing closer from the distance and frowned. Archie, stay on the helm and keep the ship steady and on the same path. Me and Nika will handle the cannons again. Tristan is busy, so I need both Carrot and Alfred to help with reloading. Alfred, to get adjusted to the ship, just follow Carrot first so that you do not get lost or make any mistakes. Clifford, You can help too, but if there are signs of any ships getting closer or wishing to board the ship, then you must be ready to defend the ship before anyone else. We have someone injured on board, so we cannot afford to have Tristan distracted. If possible, try to stop or hit away any incoming cannons if you spot one about to hit the ship. They all began to get into their positions and make preparations for a battle if it came to that. Many pirates' flags began to come into her view, so Alicia could help but place her face into her palm. So much for getting away quickly, but I guess this is better than fighting with many spectators. Many cannons were fired and were getting closer to landing near the ship very quickly, so Alicia called out. Archie watched the other ship's direction of sailing to better predict their cannon firing paths and range. Try to steer out of the way of some of them. Archie kept a lookout while slowly making some adjustments on the ship's direction now and again, but his moves were a little inexperienced. Alicia shook her head. Well, it's not like he has that much experience, so I cannot fault him for this. Now that their cannons were within range, Alicia could now make use of her own as her and Nika took aim towards the front ship. One cannon flew towards the front of the ship where the crew members were reloading their cannon, and another hit the mast of the ship with a powerful enough force to do a large amount of damage to it. As if it had done a large amount of damage, it seemed to bend at a strange angle a little at a time, showing that it was on the verge of falling if they did not quickly stop and repair it. Another cannon was shot towards the mast of the second ship in the same manner by Alicia, which was followed by the enemy's cannons being targeted by Nika. Meanwhile, there would be occasions where a cannonball was about to fly towards Nika or Alicia, but all of a sudden the sound of a slashing sword was heard as Archie tried his best to cut it, but he only succeeded in knocking it off course a little. In response to that, Carrot moved quickly to kick it off of the ship completely to avoid it accidentally breaking something. Alicia turned to him and spoke. Don't try to cut the cannonballs unless you think you can grasp the techniques necessary to cut or deflect a metal ball. Otherwise, you will only damage your swords. It did not take too long for 3 ships to be hit in the mast and have their front cannons targeted. Alicia looked at the pitiful-looking defeated pirate ships and then frowned. Should we go back and fight them, or should we just leave them like that and continue? She then turned to Alfred, who was waiting nearby for the next instructions. What do you think? Is it worth going back just to drag those almost broken ships and the pirates with us? Or should we just move on? Alfred pondered and then said, We have enough berries for now and for the future, so long as we do not spend recklessly. After the damage has been done to the mast, they will be very vulnerable to strong winds, so the possibility of the ship having to be left at sea or fixed up again is quite high. We should also not waste any unnecessary energy on a close-range battle, just so that we can subdue and hand them in just to collect their bounty. Alicia turned to the others and said, Well done, everyone. Now you can go back to what you were doing before. She turned to Alfred, who had a look of worry on his face, and said, Come with me. I need to discuss a couple of things with you. Alfred nodded in response to her request and followed behind as she went to sit back on the top of the skull. Alicia sat down, facing the sea as Alfred stood behind quietly. That was very unexpected. Many things happened that was out of my initial plans and control. Before I knew it, everything could have gone horribly wrong. Out of that mess, you appeared and offered me your loyalty. Even if it was for your own goal, you still made our time there so much easier. So I will not bother to keep up any pretenses with you, since you seemed smart enough to figure out some things for yourself if you had more information at your disposal. We are not Zoan Devil Fruit users, but a unique race with furry animal features, or in some cases like our males, they tend to have more of a body that is shaped more like the animal that their race belongs to. I chose not to disclose this information because the world is not safe for my kind. There are many illegal slave dealings around the world, and far too many people who would try capture us just to get a large sum of berries as a reward. I also intend to go undercover with my crew as part beast humans or Zoan users to avoid their relentless pursuits, so we cannot display our true special abilities unless we are desperate. I told you this secret because I wish to trust in you the moment you have joined my crew, but also I do not wish to sleep with one eye open in my own ship to look out for the moment my own crew may have a change of heart and wish to collect some kind of reward. She took a breath and continued. So, In exchange for keeping your daughter safe and helping her get better, I hope that you will work hard for not only your daughter's sake, but also do your best to protect my crew in your own way." Alfred paused for a moment and then spoke in a hoarse voice. "Can I really do that, though?" The West Blue is his home, so he has gradually adapted to surviving and making a living for himself. But when confronted with the nobility of a single island, he had no choice but to give up on his love, which cost him everything and made him lose his confidence. Even as he despaired over his lover's death and the news of his daughter, he had only barely got everything lined up to retrieve his daughter because of Alicia's presence. Alicia frowned and then said, "Do not worry. Being weak isn't an issue, but being stupid is. If you are lacking in some areas, then work on it. If you are too old to become strong, then you have the option of devil fruits or technology to assist you. If you are lacking in certain skills, then maybe I can help you gain some extra knowledge to assist you. Even if you do have to fight on the seas or on land, there will always be one of us close to you. So you should be safe. However, it would be best if you learn some of the basics with the crew." Alfred looked very serious. "If that is what you wish, then I will do my best." Not long after that, Tristan came out of the room with a downcast look. "I have checked over the patient and given her treatment." Alicia looked over and asked, "How is her condition?" Tristan had a pained look on her face. "She has been starved, burned, whipped, so her overall body condition is terrible. It will take a lot of time to make her healthy again. The worst wounds on her body are her wrists and legs that have had the tendons severed. Whoever gave her medical treatment during that time did not properly close the wounds, so it did not heal so well as it should have, and even if it did, it would be unknown if she would still be able to use her hands or feet again. After the body tried to heal itself after being wounded, the tendons were not put back in the right place, or even stitched back together. So after the wound did heal, she can no longer put any pressure on her hands or feet without feeling a large amount of pain." Alicia sighed and looked over to Alfred, who had become pale. She turned to Tristan again. "Make sure she is comfortable and feels safe. Explain to her who we are and our intent to help her. Ask Nika or Archie to make her a wheelchair so that it is easier for her to move around and leave her room. After being locked up for so long, she will need lots of sunlight." The next couple of days, whether it was parkour, acrobatics, basic fighting form training, weight training, running, stretching, and bending the body, or additional exercises that were put through Alicia's health training. In addition to all of that, after acquiring the light swordsmanship and martial arts from Medea's body, which was nearby, Alicia began to practice the beginner footwork up to the basic rank. One thing that could pass as the flash step technique would probably either be this foot technique, Captain Kuro's pussy foot technique, or shave from the world government. This martial arts relies on precision and agility instead of a person's individual strength. Although it lacked some qualities that she wanted, it was enough to be used as preparation to use a technique like the government special techniques, but also it helped her gain a greater understanding about her flash step. During the journey, she focused on improving her flash step thoroughly, but also tried to integrate the light swordsman characteristics into her martial arts so that she could develop another move. The main move of Brook of the Straw Hats was to pass by the enemy without their notice and sheath his sword. During the short moment he has attacked and reappeared behind his opponent, so Alicia couldn't help but think of another move that was similar. Byakuya Kachiki used a type of move with his flash step that him appear behind his opponent to land a deadly strike. While practicing to improve her flash steps form so that she could easily slip past an opponent, she also tried to add additional kicks the moment she came to a stop, as if aiming at the spine or neck of her opponent. Although it was yet to be perfected, she still needed to master the overall light steps and then include the use of Electro to make it perfect. Many trial and errors were taking place one after another before reviewing the techniques in her mind and practicing again. A week had passed like this as the crew were busy and Alicia was training like she was possessed. Within the lounge, Alfred was at a desk with a small notepad and was writing something down. There was also someone else within the room, laying back on some furniture with their eyes closed. Suddenly, those eyes opened and she sat up. "Did you get all of that?" Alfred nodded and closed the notepad. "Do not worry. I wrote it all down. What do you intend to do with this?" Alicia smiled. "For now, let's just make some small and short books that can be placed on the ship for anyone to learn. Let's name the beginner's version after each intended skill or profession that it talks about, and then add for dummies. Alfred frowned and asked, "Don't you think that is a little insulting?" Alicia shrugged and replied, "These manuals are just at the beginner or introductory level, so will be available to those wishing to learn about something they have no knowledge of." As for why she named it that, perhaps nostalgia from her previous life. She was tired of always having to review and remember every detail of every skill just so she could pass them on even if she had no intent on using them herself. Standing with her eyes closed as she instructed them also looked a little weird, so she began to come up with a solution now that she had an assistant. The beginner grade or above skills in her possession that were complete after her visit to the previous island were available for her to read and say them aloud word for word while Alfred writes it down. After they have been written, small diagrams or images to demonstrate certain things would also be added to the book, so it is more appealing but lets the person reading grasp the knowledge a little better. An example of one book would be Navigation for Dummies, Concealment for Dummies, or Physics for Dummies. As for its effects on the world, Alicia did not really care if it could bring her any profits. All she cared about was sharing this information with her crew members or just leaving the books within the bookshelf for those who live on board the ship. As for the techniques or practices of the world, she had no intent on publishing a long and arduous book about such things. Sometimes it was best to just keep things simple, so that more versions can be released at a later date once her skills have all been maxed out, and without any errors. After spending some time on the sea and using some of their supplies, it was about time for the crew to stop somewhere and restock on some items. However, with the island within view, Alicia identified the location on the map and smiled. "We are finally here. Get ready to enter the docking area." It did not take long before they reached their destination and secured the ship in place at the docks. This docking area seemed to be available to the public and visitors, but there also seemed to be another port which was more restricted. In her view, Alicia saw many ships within the restricted docking area that seemed to be more suited for battle, so she easily identified that area as the military port belonging to the country. What came into her view as she looked around resembles an ancient Chinese city with buildings designed and built with Chinese architecture in mind. It also has several tall rock spires that surrounded the city. She looked at the city off in the distance and spoke, looking towards her crew members. "Welcome to Kano country, or otherwise known as the country of flowers." Much like how Wano had been based on Japan from her own world, the country of Kano was based on China and had many similarities to what she had seen on the internet about their culture. Whether it was the architecture, the style of clothing, or the various cultural differences that they had, it was much different from what they all had experienced during their time on the previous island and on Zoe. Alicia turned to Alfred and said, "You will have a job of introducing us to different people and making connections, but also helping to resupply." Alfred looked determined to fulfill his role and replied, "Leave it to me. Although we do not have a lot to offer this country, we still earned quite a lot of berries that we can use to purchase many things and make some connections with." Alicia nodded and then said, "Take what you need, but make sure to leave some for later." She turned to Tristan and asked, "Can you look into this country's medicine practices and hospital facilities so that you can seek extra help from Medea, but also find a way to learn alternative solutions to treat people?" She then turned to Nika and Archie and spoke, "Prepare the wheelchair for Medea so she can be transported safely with Tristan. Then you can either remain on the ship or help Alfred with his tasks." She then turned to Clifford and said, "You can watch over the ship with Carrot for now, but there should not be any problems." She looked like she had just remembered something and then spoke, "I think we should try to enjoy ourselves, but also remain cautious. This country has its own navy and has a powerful individual that is very dangerous. It would be best not to provoke them and remain on friendly terms. The Hapo Navy was not in existence that could be provoked, and they possess high martial abilities and hockey, which made the country in existence that was difficult to defeat if a war started. Even after their enemies had been supplied with weapons for years by Joker, who was an underground arms and slave dealer, they had still managed to fend off their enemies, and also go to the country of Dressrosa to investigate the source of the weapon supply, and were willing to go to war with one of the 7 warlords Doflamingo, who also had an alliance with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. This showed that they were existences that could not be provoked, even if their leader was no longer in his prime, and the heir to the Navy's size still had around 3 years before he perfected his drill technique and inherit the Navy from his grandfather Chinjo. The first chance that she got, Alicia wandered the streets while searching for places with high martial arts abilities. Many small martial halls and military personnel that were within this country for her to learn from. She found herself in front of a martial hall, which seemed to focus on weapons, and walked inside and said, "I would like to join during your busiest time, so can you book me in, please?" She did the same after visiting many other martial halls, and then booked a different time for each of them. Although she had purchased a lot of the information and experiences of those that were there, whether they be instructors or the students, she may have missed out on a master martial artist. So she booked an appointment during their peak time of training to take part in the lessons. Martial arts wasn't just about knowing solely about her own style, but it was also about discovering other styles and learning how to counter them with her own moves and strategies. So she wished to use this time to absorb their best people's knowledge and put it to use for her own purposes. Whether it was one of the Chinese animal styles, drunken style, wushu, tai chi, wing chun, or bai jiquan that she had known the names of from her previous life, they all seemed to exist within this country, even if it was just in a small and run-down martial hall. There were many different ways of fighting using their body or with various type of weapons, so there was a lot for her to learn from them all, whether it would enhance her upper or lower body martial arts, acrobatics, staff, or blade skills. However, the style of combat that interested her the most was bai jiquan, which was commonly used by the Hapo Navy and was used with the drill technique which she desired. The use of the 8-impact fist, which imbues attacks with a vibration around the limbs and creates shockwaves, is highly desirable for breaking through tough defenses, but also it suited her style of combat, since the fighting style can be utilized on any limb of the user's body, whether it be the head, fists, legs, or elbows. Whether it was an attack or defensive move using her heel or knees, she could use this technique if she was able to get close enough to the Hapo Navy. However, this technique also has a history behind it that is very important for the progression of the story for One Piece. After Sai had perfected his dragon drill technique and joined the Straw Hat Pirate Alliance, the Hapo Navy now had access to their vast treasures that had been trapped under a thick layer of ice. That kind of wealth could be a turning point for any war that may happen in the future, and after becoming Luffy's allies, they had that vast wealth to support the war efforts and purchasing of weapons and medicines. Alicia, however, thought this way. In the past, Shinjo clashed against many big characters like Roger and Rayleigh, but when Garp beat him, he damaged his head, which severely weakened him, and he could no longer use his technique to break the ice to get to his treasures. Although he survived, it still served a much bigger purpose to do this. Although he was a pirate, he was not as bad as most other pirates and did not get angered or become violent in his past. But after that, because of the loss of his ability to break the ice, he no longer had access to his treasures. Without the fortune that was available to him, he returned to his home country and established his navy there. But what if he still had that fortune along with his techniques? Wouldn't he be as powerful as others while in his peak, and then return home with his fortune, but also gain a high position within his country? I have doubts. Would the world government or the Navy have predicted a troublesome enemy rising up and planned to remove an obstacle? The existence of another navy that was not affiliated with the world government, but the country of Kano itself, which was a part of the world government, was never a good thing for them. If they established their own powerful navy with Shinjo as the head, but also with the support of the treasures, then they may also consider breaking off from the world government when they have amassed enough power. The Navy must have not liked the idea of another navy being established, which would cause confusion in the world and potentially steal some of their limelight. So, without the treasures and his peak ability, even if he returned to his country alive, Kano would only be able to grow so far on its own, so that it could break away from the world government or the Navy, unless they had someone who could one day replace the Shinjo of the past, but also acquire the treasures to support themselves. Suddenly, Alicia had an idea in mind as she took out a piece of paper and began to write on it, but then decided to wait to send it. A crafty look appeared in her eyes. "Just you wait, Shinjo. Conqueror's armament and observation hockey. But also the prize technique of yours. I will put them to good use." Was she tempted by the treasures? She was, but there was a limit to what she could do with it all unless she had the right purpose to put it towards. However, what interested her most was the unique skills or knowledge within the world, and quickly earning many points to make up for what she will lose once she has purchased everything before she moves to the next destination. Much like medicine in Alicia's previous world, This world primarily shows techniques using Western practices to treat patients, to treat diseases, or through surgery to solve any bigger problems, but there also exists another type of medicine within the country which Tristan had come across. Western or traditional medicine typically encompasses a system in which medical and healthcare professionals such as doctors, nurses, therapists, and pharmacists manage and treat disease using conventional evidence-based practices such as drugs, surgery, lifestyle changes, or treatment protocols. However, this country seemed to take another approach, which involved holistic, alternative, or complementary-based medicinal practices. There existed 5 core practices that they used which she found to be interesting for treating patients, which was manipulative and body-based treatments, alternative medicine systems, biology-based practices, mind-body interventions, and also energy therapy. Manipulative and body-based treatments, which focus on the relationship between the structures and systems of the body and manipulations to induce health and well-being. Treatments include reflexology, chiropractic, and massage therapies. Alternative medical systems, which are systems of health theory and practice, which have developed separately from conventional medicine. They include naturopathy, Chinese medicine, and homeopathy. Biologically based practices that use naturally occurring materials to affect health and include diet and botanical therapies. Mind-body interventions based on the theory that physical health is influenced by emotional and mental factors. Examples include hypnosis, meditation, and mindfulness. Energy therapies which stem from the core belief that fields of energy called biofields exist in and around the body, and as such can be manipulated by energy practitioners or by using external energy sources such as electromagnetic fields. Examples of therapies include acupuncture, Reiki, and magnet therapy. However, in this world or country, some of the concepts would be slightly altered to better suit the world's materials and also their understanding of so-called energy, which they refer to as hockey. These practices also were being incorporated into many other things like many restaurants' food that they serve to promote the health of their customers or to improve their overall fitness, or the bathhouses or massage practices within the country, and not just within the medical halls within Kano. Much like the food recipes from within the Okama Kingdom that Sanji acquires to help to better develop the body's potential and strength, some of the practices seem to be quite useful, so she hurried back after Medea was examined thoroughly. However, she did notice that the acupuncture, chiropractic, massage therapies, and the hypnosis, meditation, and mindfulness treatments would be best suited to help Medea to treat her body and mind, even if it is to slowly treat her damaged muscles and nerves in her legs and arms, but also to use the other techniques to improve her mental well-being. After years of captivity by either her parents' family or as a slave, she must have suffered a lot of trauma, so she needs to slowly be treated with whatever techniques she is able to learn. Right away, she made a trip to the stores to purchase many books, whether it was for medicine, cooking, massaging, chiropractic, treating the mind, and many other things that may prove to be useful to herself, but also Alicia. She knew that Alicia liked to cook and make her body stronger, so some recipes may be useful to her, but also the massage and acupuncture techniques may also help to alleviate the pain or additional small injuries from enduring harsh training or battles. Even the meditation and energy-based theories may prove to be useful and show a new path for the training of hockey or the use of their Electro, so she bought any related books and went to pick up Medea afterwards. Meanwhile, Alicia was busy visiting various places to collect as much information as possible with her system, whether it be for her martial arts, acrobatics, climbing, weapon wielding, cooking, or any other skills. A small box was in the middle of the road with a small kitten inside, which looked like it had been abandoned. Just as she was about to pass it, her eyes met with a pair of curious and pitiful-looking cat eyes. She stopped for a moment and then turned her head away to ignore it and continued walking, but suddenly several cute meows followed, which made her hesitate. In the end, she could only be soft-hearted and go to a nearby store to buy some cat food and a bowl so that the cat could eat. She placed it down and left decisively after pondering over its type. If I recall correctly, then this cat would be called the Dragonlee or the Foxflower cat. How cute! She couldn't help but be tempted to bring it with her after seeing it in a pitiful and abandoned state, but she resisted the urge to bring it with her, since it may face dangers if it stays with her. As an orphan in her previous world, she had a certain soft heart towards those who had been abandoned like herself, so she sometimes took in abandoned animals if she had the resources to care for them until she found a home for them. But this world was different from her previous world, and the dangers were much higher, so she could not be soft-hearted and bring harm upon such a small creature. All she could do was provide it with some food to survive until it finds an owner who will treat it well. She stroked the kitten within the box as it ate its food and then stood up to leave. As she continued down the street towards the next location, she heard the cries of the kitten but chose to continue with her task with a complicated look on her face. Medea woke up only to be transported by wheelchair by Tristan and was left with the doctors to treat her, but she still received no good news in the end. She lay on the hospital bed with a look of despair in her eyes. My nerves and tendons are too damaged and have been left too long to be healed properly, even if I undergo surgery many times and having many treatments. It is still not certain if I will ever be able to use my hands and feet again. My hopes of being a sword master are over. Now I am useless, and those people will no longer have any use for me. I wonder how they will treat me when they find out. Now that she had no hope to ever hold a sword, and she had heard the truth about the severity of her injuries, her will had collapsed and her fighting spirit had diminished. She lay on the bed listlessly as if her whole life was over and said in a sad voice, "I resisted it all, even after the loss of Mother, just so that I could keep my hopes alive to be able to fight for a new life for myself. But even now it is useless." Her tough exterior had cracked, and she broke into tears, letting out the anguish that she had built up over the many years of her life, being confined, beaten, or bullied. Suddenly, there was a voice that called out to her, "Do not worry. There are always ways to treat you even if we have to travel to many other places. For now, we need to focus on getting your body and mind to its peak condition. So, when that opportunity comes, you will be ready to take on whatever it is that can help you." Medea covered her eyes with her arm and said while hiding her face, "Is there really a way?" Tristan walked into the room and said, "Who knows, but the captain had mentioned that the world is full of many different things that could help, whether it be medicine or science that could help treat even the most broken-up bodies. We just have to find and study it long enough or request help from that person who has mastered such practices. However, it may be expensive, and some of the options may cause a lot of pain to you and even put your life in danger." Medea sighed as she replied, "Pain. I am used to pain, so anything I have to endure I will overcome it so that I can repay you all if you will allow it." Tristan looked at her and then turned away. "You may not even like the final outcome to achieve your desires, but you may become somewhat useful. I just hope that you will not regret your decision. Some rare devil fruits could help overcome her injuries, but even then they would be hard to find and better used by someone else within the crew, so other options had to be considered if medicine was not going to be successful, but they could not ever be used on someone like her who is in such a poor condition of health, so it would have to be delayed. Even after she has been healed by such methods, her path would no longer be the same, and she may not even be happy with the final outcome, so Tristan hoped to give her some time to make her decision. "Come on. I will bring you back to the ship." Medea wiped the tears from her eyes and responded. Alicia returned to the ship after completing her many tasks, and then headed towards her room to digest the newly obtained knowledge from her surroundings. Every country was unique in its own way within One Piece, so there was always going to be fun new things to explore. The minks had their long history and special abilities. The previous island was a volatile place to live on and difficult to remain in without being plotted against, and this new place had its own beautiful architecture and culture that had been added to various ways of life, ranging from martial arts, food, and to medicine. Several days passed by just like that as the crew kept their presence as small as possible and did not make any big moves during their stay. After acquiring new and more detailed martial arts knowledge from every martial hall, Alicia set herself a new training plan, which was ever harsher on her body, but this time she prepared a strict diet for herself so that she could improve at a much faster speed under the intense training. Thanks to her visits to the more famous chefs in the country, she had managed to gain a lot of new and helpful knowledge of various herbs that would be suitable to be added to various types of food, but also help to boost their nutritional value. This allowed her to spend her time absorbing the new knowledge while cooking her and the others' meals, but also gaining an extra boost to her training. Whether it was practicing the various martial art styles of the country, and then removing some parts that were unneeded by her, she was slowly refining her own stances, movement and jumping techniques, but also her attack and defense to be able to better counter the various styles with the help of the system as it organized them all neatly. Her main focus at this time was making sure that a lot of her kicking techniques were suited towards the unique martial arts of the Chinjo family, whether it was the use of her knee or heel that was used against her opponent. Her stats had already surpassed the level of a lot of superhumans within CP9 who had undergone harsh training to master their special techniques, but her overall battle style was still not perfected to their level, so even with her strength and speed advantages, she was not sure if she could defeat one of the stronger opponents who had the combination of the 6 styles. A high Dariki value, but also a devil fruit without the use of her Electro. After a long time of training, she decided to put forward her plans as she left the ship to attend another Martial Hall's afternoon lesson. Within the training hall, many were following the teacher and following his instructions in sync with each other, while some of the more experienced people were either doing some heavy lifting, punching and kicking some sandbags, or hitting a wooden dummy. Alicia was among the beginners and was practicing along with them, but then she suddenly stopped and stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Alicia Lucine challenges each of your Martial Hall students and masters to a fair 1-on-1 duel. Please accept. The master seemed used to these kind of events and smoked on his pipe at the back. So be it. Will you be using our style or your own? Kicks? Punches? Grappling? Weapons? She looked at him and smiled. I specialize in kicks, but I would like everyone to fight freely so they do not have to hold back on their skills. Forgive me if I may seem rude or arrogant, but I have more strength than the average person, so there is no need for others to hold back against me even if I am a girl. The master nodded. Good. I like your confidence. Start from the students who have been with us for the longest, then you can challenge our prize students, but if you can still beat them, then you can work up to fighting one of the more skilled instructors, and then myself. Do not disappoint me. Alicia smiled as she said, Of course. What he did not know was that she needed to gain more combat experience against many new opponents with different styles and put her new knowledge to use. Through much trial and error, her fighting style will become part of her own beast instinct, which naturally allows her to make the right judgments without much of a delay. So once she has gained some familiarity after fighting some of the weaker opponents, she will have already integrated that experience with her body before moving on to the more experienced fighters. Very quickly, she got used to her opponent's movements after matching their strength and speed until she found an opening and landed a kick to the opponent's stomach, knocking them to the ground. After a little time had passed, several of the prize students were defeated, and then she moved on to the older members or the instructors within the Martial Hall. Meanwhile, the master observed her movements throughout the fights and noticed her fast improvements and thought, It's either instinct for battle or a very high talent for martial arts, but this person has improved a lot since the beginning, and they have not even shown off their true strength yet. I am afraid that we may lose this time. Even my own son has lost to her. Sigh. I wonder where this type of race has come from to be able to fight so well. He could not hold back his curiosity towards the challenger, but he knew that the Navy leader of the country had once lived as a pirate and had met many types of unique species, and even confronted them. So this may be one of the rumored animal people tribes, or a devil fruit used. He held himself back from asking, since everyone had their own story, and not everything could be told to a stranger. Instead, he watched as Alicia had moved, and how she had refined the use of her martial arts moves to make her able to break through her opponent's defenses more easily, find ways to block, dodge, or parry an attack, but also create more distance between herself and her opponents when she was too close to use her long legs to their greatest advantage and hit from a certain distance away from the opponent's reach. Then followed the defeat of several instructors, and finally the master, who willingly admitted his defeat after a long spar. After the fight ended, he looked at Alicia and stated, You were holding back most of the fight and just letting it continue, weren't you? He had met many opponents who would have many chances to win a fight, but did not take the opportunity to end it to satisfy their enjoyment for battle or to spare their opponent's feeling, so he figured that it was a bit of both in her case. Alicia sighed and said, I did not want to finish too early because I wanted to see if you had anything extra, but it seems that you readily gave up. Do you want to try again? Perhaps you can try to push past the barrier that is holding you back? Forfeiting wasn't the best option to achieve your goal. The master thought for a moment and then agreed. Fine, let's keep going then. This time he was more aggressive with his movements rather than casually using his techniques and retreating. Each time he moved forward, he would keep closing the distance between them and put more pressure on her. But she quickly adapted in the end, and as he got close, her knee went upward and hit his chin, knocking him out. As she left, she said, "Good fight. Now off to the next challenge." As she challenged him, and after reading her information on him, she knew about some of the flaws in his technique, and what was holding his martial arts from reaching its ultimate form was not his strength or his technique, but instead was his mentality. The moment he admitted his defeat, he gave up his chance to improve, but also showed what he lacked in his own way of fighting, was that he thought too much and often defended or retreated when encountering a difficult opponent that was stronger than him, but his martial arts were most suited towards aggressive attacks with no retreating. Perhaps something happened in his past, like a traumatic defeat, that led him to pick up the habit of being more cautious and careful and took him down the incorrect path. Now that he had fought Alicia and received her advice, he had provided her with a more difficult fight, but also had the opportunity to surpass his current limitations that had bound him for so long. After he woke up, he felt a little ashamed over his loss, but was a little happy about the advice that had given him the chance to improve. Meanwhile, Alicia was walking towards her next destination while thinking, "This place is like heaven for me. Such rich and diverse martial arts styles, but also many masters with high skill. Even if they are weak, there is a lot to learn from them. The human race who start off weak from birth, but through training and experience are able to become strong enough to gain control of this world, would never be so simple, and their techniques shouldn't be looked down upon just because they do not have a strong enough character like a martial arts champion within this generation to show off their skills to their fullest potential. If they had someone who had enough potential, then maybe they would be able to show off their martial arts style and make their martial arts hall famous, as it may have been in the past. However, now, many different styles may have long been abandoned or forgotten with time due to various difficulties that lead to them not being passed down to the next generation. As a member of the mink race who grew up with a superior body and abilities compared to humans, she felt that the mink's training had many faults and could not bring out the maximum potential.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.